With me while I switch these around. Okay, I'm ready to go when you are, Leslie. Tina?
Yeah, we're set. We're
Okay,
ready.
good stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, July 21st, 2021. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings Regulation, and the order of the Minister of Public Safety and Solicitor General of the Province of British Columbia Emergency Program Act, updated Ministerial Order number M192. As such, committee members are participating by phone, and as chair of this meeting, I'm also participating by phone. Please note if my connection is lost during any portion of this meeting, we will recess the meeting until after my connection is restored. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Committee members are reminded to please enable their video to ensure quorum is maintained during the meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Deputy City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor Digenova. Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bligh, Chair. Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Chair Bligh.
Thank you very much. Following the updated guidance issued on, just to let everyone know, we're going to go over the plan for the day now. So following the updated guidance issued on July 7th, 2021, there is a maximum allowable capacity for public in-person participation in the council chamber under the Provincial Health Officer Order on gatherings and events. Therefore, public may participate by speaking in person, by phone, or by submitting written comments to Mayor and Council. Virtual participation is highly encouraged as there are capacity limits within City Hall. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website, and the link to that form will be tweeted out on @Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. We have 9 items of business on today's agenda, 5 staff reports, and 4 member motions referred from yesterday's council meeting. We will recess at noon for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock back in committee here. Should the business not be completed prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 and reconvene at 6 p.m. And finally, I'd like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the city clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. And please ensure the city clerk has received your amendment. So matters adopted, as chair of this meeting, I'm suggesting for reports that have no speakers, no presentations, or consideration items, we adopt the recommendations collectively in a single motion. There are no speakers for items 2, 4, and 5. Does any member wish to hold these items for debate or questions to staff? And I see Councillor Dominato, you are on the queue, and I'll advance you now.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'd like to hold items 1, 3, and 5 for questions.
Great. 1 will be held because we do have a staff presentation and speakers, and also 3 and also 5. Okay. 3 is also held. Great. So that would mean items 2 and 4 are not held. Anybody else on the queue? No. Okay, great. Is that all, Councillor Dominato?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Great. So for items 2 and 4, does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest? Seeing none.
Recommendations?
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. We can go ahead and do the vote now. We can just do that verbally. So all those in favor say yay.
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 All those opposed say nay. The motion carries. So the following have been approved on consent. Item 2, proposed amendment to subdivision bylaw 5208, reclassification of 585 East 52nd Avenue, and also item 4, front ender agreements. So we'll now consider those reports with presentation speakers or held for debate. And before we begin, I'd like to remind speakers that they have 5 minutes to make their comments, should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. Council members have up to 3 minutes to ask questions to speakers. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. I will also ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver, if it's not indicated on the speakers list. Following the last speaker on the speakers list for each item, we will go back through the speakers list of those who were not present when their name was originally called and provide them the opportunity to speak as part of a pilot. The first item is Vancouver Plan Update and Quick Start Actions. And on the line, we have Teresa O'Donnell, General Manager, Planning, Development and Sustainability, to respond to questions if there are any. And of course, we'll be starting with a presentation. So over to you, Teresa.
Thank you, Chair. This is Teresa O'Donnell, and the staff does have a presentation this morning. Susan Haid and Dan Garrison will be going through that, so I'll turn it over to Susan. Thank you, Susan.
Great. Good morning, Chair Bligh and Council Committee members. This is Susan Haid, Deputy Director of Planning for Long Range and Strategic Planning. And I'm very pleased to be here with our cross-departmental team on the Vancouver Plan to present to Council an update on the Vancouver Plan and a number of quick start actions for your consideration. And I'd just like to acknowledge that there are many members of staff across the organization, including our general manager and department head steering committee, which represents all departments and all boards of the city, as well as our directors working group and our staff core team on Vancouver Plan. We'll be happy to answer questions. And in further acknowledging that we are on the unceded lands of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh, I would just really like to acknowledge and appreciate that as part of the Vancouver Plan, we've established partnership agreements and are working with each host nation as well as urban Indigenous communities to really advance measures and strategies as part of the Vancouver Plan. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So our staff team today has a presentation that is about 30 minutes that we will walk through and highlight the key elements of the report before you today. I'm going to briefly highlight the Phase 2 engagement summary, an update on the plan scope, process, and timeline, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleagues, Chris Robertson, Assistant Director of Citywide and Regional Planning, and Dan Garrison, Assistant Director of Housing, who are going to walk through the proposed quick start actions. Next slide, please. So I'd like to jump right into the Phase 2 engagement summary. Next slide, please. So Phase 2 of the Vancouver Plan process, which really began after our last update to Council, which was in October of 2020. So Phase 2 went from November until July, and it's really about envisioning the future and developing strategic directions. The purpose of this phase was to test the 10 provisional goals as directed by Council, and mainly to seek big ideas and strategies to advance those goals. We also launched our Complete Connected Neighborhoods program, and as directed by Council, we further developed a number of actions while planning, quick start actions, and we consulted on those as part of the larger Vancouver Plan process. Next slide, please. So Phase 2 was conducted entirely virtually due to the pandemic. And despite a number of challenges and really many adaptations, we were successful in engaging with over 10,000 touch points throughout the process. And as you'll see in your summary report, this really included a broad range of engagements, including with equity seeking groups, community groups, our Complete Neighborhoods program, and a dialogue series in partnership with SFU, as well as distinct engagements on housing, and again, a robust program on Complete Connected Neighborhoods. Next slide, please. So very much in brief, some of the highlights of engagement. We received general acceptance and fairly strong support overall for the 10 provisional goals. It was acknowledged that these are the right goals for the foundation of the Vancouver Plan. We did get feedback to get more specific on how to achieve the goals with fewer integrated strategies as we go forward. Next slide, please. But overall, throughout all of the different engagements of the 10,000, a key theme is very much that the status quo in terms of our current plans, our current policies, and our development is not achieving the future the community desires. There is an increasing and growing sense of inequity in terms of access to affordable housing, to good and fulfilling jobs, and to amenities and services in all neighborhoods. Next slide, please. When we drill into our housing survey, which involved over 2,400 participants, overwhelmingly, almost 80% really prioritized the need to develop and enable all types of housing, all levels of affordability, and all types of tenures in all neighborhoods. And this includes supportive housing, social housing, purpose-built rental, below market rental, ownership, and affordable ownership options. Next slide, please. We also launched our Complete Connected Neighborhoods program in February, and this included a series of online tours, asset mapping, a survey, and a number of design workshops. Overwhelmingly, there was very strong support for the concept of complete neighborhoods. There was a real linkage to the importance of complete neighborhoods with access to daily needs in terms of our climate emergency and our climate action. There was strong support, again, for a full range of housing in all neighborhoods and a preference for missing middle housing options, including up to 6-story rental, apartments, townhouses, and all types of multiplexes and infill options. Next slide, please. In total, there was over 2,700 ideas on ways to advance the goals for the Vancouver Plan. The priorities of these were very much on affordable housing, complete communities, and sustainable and a carbon neutral city. We're compiling these ideas into an ideas book that will be available for the fall engagements on policy options, land use concepts, and directions. Next slide, please. So I'm going to jump into the second part of the report before you, really hones in on an update on the plan scope, the process, and the timeline. Next slide, please. So over the next year, and really in response to the pandemic and the work that we've done so far on engagement and the direction that we've been receiving, our focus over the next year will be to develop and bring to council a high-level land use plan with key policies to support that land use plan, as well as a suite of quick start actions, many of which you'll hear about today. What we've adjusted is that our more detailed implementation, and this is our detailed metrics, our detailed financial strategy, and our partnership agreements will be part of implementation after 2023. We will, however, develop a high-level implementation framework as part of the 2022 deliverable. Next slide, please. So I just want to touch on the importance of developing a land use plan. So as Council is very aware, concurrently, there are updates to the Regional Growth Strategy and the Regional Transportation Plan. Both of these are looking out to 2050, and they are on the same timeline as the Vancouver Plan, with drafts of these regional strategies this year and anticipation of adoption by the boards next year. Next slide, please. So Vancouver is very much part of a regional system, and we are anticipated to grow by another 1 million by 2050. Currently, Vancouver's share of population and growth includes about a quarter of the total population of the region, and approximately a third of the housing or dwelling units, and about a third, a little more than a third of the jobs in the region. We are very connected and interdependent regionally, and to align with the regional strategies really ensures that we have access to, and we are aligned with billions of dollars of infrastructure, including transportation, water, sewer, and really a number of strategies to use our lands efficiently and protect our greenlands. Updating or advancing the Vancouver Plan will also be a means for us to update our regional context statement in a timely way with the growth strategy. Next slide, please. So it's unusual that Vancouver is actually the only municipality in the region that does not currently have a citywide plan or an official community plan. We have many, many plans, as you can see from this slide. We have community plans, we have station area plans, we have official development plans, and we have almost 100 district schedules and CD1 bylaws. What we're lacking is one clear, coherent plan that brings together and aligns our land use at a high level and serves council, community, and stakeholders in guiding change for the future. Next slide, please. So in our analysis to date, and there is a lot of information available on our website and data and trends, including our reference guide, City at a Glance, and our Young Planners Planning 101. Some of the look at, from a spatial perspective, really brings to light some key issues. So when we look at the census from 2011 to 2016, and we're currently analyzing data from the new census, we see that a number of neighborhoods in the southwest of the city are declining in population. And these are real signals. And we see that shops are closing and that some neighborhoods are losing vitality, while other neighborhoods, such as the central area, are growing at a significant pace. Next slide, please. And when we look more broadly at all of our low density RS detached housing areas throughout the city, we see that only 15% of our total homes are on 52% of our land base. And we would ask, is that an equitable and efficient system as we plan for the next 30 years? Next slide, please. When we look at our job lands, which are really important in terms of vitality, prosperity, and thriving, we know that about 50% of our jobs are on only 10% of our land base. This includes our industrial lands, our mixed employment lands, and our major commercial centers and cores. Next slide, please. Importantly, environmental stewardship and environmental systems are going to be a critical part of our land use plan. Vancouver has lost most of its ecological systems over time due to urbanization. These ecological systems will become increasingly important with the impacts of climate change, with increased heat waves, flood periods, and really a loss of biodiversity. It is imperative that we look at ways of protecting, enhancing, restoring, and connecting our natural systems. Next slide, please. So as we plan for growth and change, we need to ensure that we have the services and the infrastructure to support growth and change. And you can see from this slide that 23% of our sewer mains are in poor or very poor condition. And so it's critical as we plan forward in terms of our land use that we align our growth with areas where we have capacity, services, and amenities, and we can support and finance that growth. So the plan that will be developed in the next year will include key implementation criteria on growth and change, and the detailed implementation of that will follow in 2023. Next slide, please. So what could a land use plan, a citywide land use plan, and really our first land use plan for the city of Vancouver look like? This is just an illustrative example of our existing policies rolled up at a high level on one citywide plan. This can be an incredible tool to guide growth and change. But as we've heard very strongly in phase 1 and phase 2, the existing policies that are in place will not address all of the key issues that we are finding through our engagement and through our analysis. Next slide, please. As we go forward and through listening in phase 1 and phase 2, we're beginning to identify 3 emerging themes or 3 big ideas that will be subject of further development and detailed consultation in the fall. The first of these is to create equitable and complete neighborhoods. And this is very much about actions to enable all types of housing, all affordability, all tenures in all neighborhoods, and providing access to daily needs to have climate smart neighborhoods. Our second big idea that will be explored in our land use concepts is around enabling and creating diverse, inclusive, and shared prosperity. This is really about protecting, modernizing, intensifying, and expanding our employment lands and ensuring that we have the infrastructure to support these. The third big idea is around restoring healthy and creating connected ecosystems. This is very much about achieving our carbon zero energy strategy and the climate emergency action plan, and about restoring, connecting, protecting our blue-green systems. A key aspect of the Vancouver plan and a piece that has really been embedded in all of our work, all of our engagement and our policy work is around embedding principles and strategies of reconciliation, equity, and resiliency. And this will be the lens of all of our policy development. Next slide, please. So this work is very much under development for a robust major engagement coming up this fall. And really, as directed by the feedback that we've heard so far, we will be bringing policy directions, policy proposals, and land use concepts around growth management for a full month of engagement this October. Leading up to that and throughout the summer and then in September, we'll be undertaking robust communications, opinion research on the emerging strategies, and we will have a citywide mail out to all renters, owners, and businesses around the important engagement upcoming this fall. We anticipate that we will be able to engage both virtually and in person, and that we will have citywide and local neighborhood events, including workshops, panels, stakeholder and community-led events in key and multiple languages. Next slide, please. So Council's leadership and engagement in this process is critical to success, and Council has provided excellent feedback to shape the path ahead on engagement. You'll see in the report that we're proposing a series of Council-led and convened workshops at key milestones in the planning process. There are 5 workshops that are proposed, and we are happy to receive direction and guidance from Council. These workshops include one on growth projections and targets to achieve the city we want in September to October. 2 workshops in October and November around policy proposals and directions and land use concepts, and another 2 workshops early next year on an early draft plan. These workshops and this format enable Council to invite speakers, subject matter experts, community leaders, and community members and stakeholders to engage. Next slide, please. So I'm going to shift and pass the presentation in a moment to my colleagues. A key focus and the third part of the report today is around 4 key quick start actions. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that these quick start actions are very much in alignment with the directions of the Vancouver Plan. And since the start of the process in 2019, Council has been very clear that Council and community want action while planning. So these have been developed based on Council direction and based on Council's motions. You'll hear 4 quick start actions, 1 on economic development to receive for information, and 3 on affordable housing. 2 of those are to direct staff to undertake further work to develop amending bylaws, and 1 for consideration of immediate action today. Next slide, please. I just want to highlight that these are not the only quick starts that Council will see or hear about throughout the process. There's a number of quick start actions that are underway, and several of these are highlighted in this slide around climate action, including our parking related strategies for climate action, our blue-green system projects, and road space reallocation happening in response to COVID. Council will be updated on quick start actions as we proceed, and we anticipate some reports on these in the fall. I'd like to pass it to Chris Robertson now, please.
Thank you, Susan. Over to you, Chris. We can't hear you if you are speaking. Maybe check your not muted. We've got you, but a bit of an echo, so try again.
Yeah, I'm just going to switch spots. Sorry.
Okay, we can hear you. The echo seems to have solved itself, so you can go ahead when you're ready.
Can you hear me now?
That sounds much better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank
Thanks,
you
Chris.
for your patience and good morning, Council. Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning This quick start action, I'll just switch slides here. Can you please advance the slide, Karis? This quick start action is on industrial modernization and is a direct outcome of the Employment Lands and Economy Review Phase 2 report, which Council approved in October of 2020. This report identified 10 emerging directions. 5 of these, neighborhood grocery stores, storefront flexibility in the downtown east side, Mount Pleasant industrial amendments, parking bylaw updates, and removing barriers to artist studios are now complete. This fall, the Economic Development Planning Team is bringing forward an area policy framework to further land use planning in industrial areas. The Industrial Area Modernization and Intensification Policy Framework is being coordinated directly with the Vancouver Plan and is included in this report for information. This work provides a foundation for ongoing action and will pave the way for future area-specific reports and bylaw amendments in industrial sub-areas. Staff is also proposing a framework for regulating self-storage in industrial areas, and Council recently received a memo on the emerging approach and timeline. Staff continues to liaise with stakeholders from the Employment Lands and Economy Review, and through this is seeing increased interest in industrial lands. Staff will continue to monitor emerging trends and bring forward updates to support industrial intensification and diversity through the fall and into 2022. I'd like to now pass things over to Dan Garrison to present on housing quick starts.
Thank you, Chris. So Council, I'll be presenting to you today on 3 quick start actions related to housing. The first of which are some updates to the downtown east side policy and zoning. Next slide, please. The need for increased and streamlined delivery of social housing in the downtown east side has been a priority action that's been identified through the downtown east side 3-year review and also aligns well with recent funding opportunities that are available through the federal and provincial government. Next slide, please. So what's proposed? There's 3 amendments that staff are looking at, and the housing staff are working closely with the Downtown Eastside Planning Team and community planning on these. The first is an amendment to the Downtown Eastside Oppenheimer District Official Development Plan to allow for increased height and density for 100% social housing projects. The second are amendments to the FC1 district schedule to allow an increase in density for social housing projects. No changes in height are required as this zoning already allows for significant height. The proposal is a change in density to allow it to be more commensurate with the height that's already allowed. And third, amendments to the rezoning policy, really to allow for exceptional projects to come through the rezoning process if needed. Next slide, please. So this is just a sense of where these areas are located. The DEOD, of course, in the heart of the downtown east side, and the FC1 Thornton Park area adjacent to the new St. Paul's Hospital site. Next slide, please. So that's the quick start, an overview of the quick start action related to the downtown east side. The next is the Streamlining rental initiative. Next slide, please. So there's really 2 elements of this quick start action. The first are amendments to the C2 district schedules to allow for 6-story rental buildings through a development permit approach rather than the rezoning approach, which is required today. And the second is a rezoning policy for the RS and RT low density areas to enable rental in 4 to 6 stories on arterial streets and up to 4 stories 1 block off of arterial streets. Just a note that since the Affordable Housing Choices policy closed in 2019, there have been no opportunities or ability for the city to consider rental proposals in these areas. Next slide, please. So staff have done significant engagement on these initiatives. We have heard strong support for new opportunities to deliver rental housing in locations that are close to transit, shops, and employment, and particularly in areas that are located off of arterial high streets. We've also heard some concerns on one hand about scale and form of development, shadowing issues, etc. And on the other hand, concerns that these proposals don't go far enough to address the significant demand for rental housing in the city. Next slide, please. So what locations are proposed? The C2 districts are of course, the commercial high streets located on arterials throughout the city, and we'd be looking at those areas that are outside of the recently adopted community plan areas. The second sets of areas are RS and RT locations located on or just off of arterial streets that are well served by shops, amenities, and public transit. These locations are very well aligned with the principles of the Vancouver Plan and would represent a significant contribution to the climate emergency response, particularly Big Move 1 around ensuring Vancouver residents have the ability to live in locations that are well located to meet their daily needs. Next slide, please. So in terms of the 6-story C2 rental, this is a summary of the proposed improvements. We'd be looking first and foremost to simplify the process, allowing 6-story rental projects to be done through a development permit process rather than rezoning. But there are other benefits we'd be looking at, including the proposed improvements to retail spaces, enabling simplified, sustainable wood construction and enhanced green building requirements, improved residential livability, and an important focus on prioritizing improvements to the public realm with wider sidewalks and increased setbacks to reduce shadowing. Next slide, please. In terms of the low density areas on arterial streets, these are some graphic examples of the kinds of buildings we would see should the policy be approved, including mixed use options to allow for retail at grade to be expanded to expand neighborhood shopping areas in the city. Next slide, please. Off arterial streets in lower density areas, we are proposing a range of missing middle forms from 4 to 6 story plex or 4 to 6 plex options on single lots to 4-story apartment forms. Next, please. In terms of next steps for the Streamlining Rental Initiative, we currently have a public survey open, which closes on July 27th. And receiving good feedback through that. Next step will be to finish compiling the engagement results and draft those zoning changes from August to September of 2021, and then looking at referral and public hearing in October or November. Should the proposed changes be adopted by council following the public hearing, we would be looking at implementation beginning late 2021 or early 2022. Next slide, please. The third quick start action related to housing are amendments proposed to the moderate income rental housing pilot program. Next, please. The moderate income rental housing pilot program was adopted in 2017, really as a learning pilot to test the ability of the private sector to deliver rental housing with secured affordability for households with incomes between $30,000 and $80,000 a year. It's a relatively modest pilot in that it's limited to 20 total projects. Next slide, please. In terms of the timeline following adoption of the policy, staff conducted 2 intake periods in 2018 and 2019. And at the end of 2019, council approved an extension to the program to allow for a 3rd intake period. However, the COVID-19 pandemic prevented us from undertaking that 3rd intake. So what we're proposing here is a 3rd intake to try to get us up to those 20 projects, which would then allow us to consider those projects and have a more fulsome review following this phase of the program. Next slide, please. There have been 11 projects approved to date and 1 more in application. There is a good spread of these projects across the northern part of the city. It's created over 1,300 rental units, over 270 units at below market rents. But we've really seen a drop off from the initial interest in the program, from 70 initial inquiries to thinking about 20 spots with only 11 or 12 projects. And so we've seen really a dramatically declining interest in the program as people have come to, developers in the industry have come to understand the financing constraints related to the construct. Next slide, please. So our early learnings from this, that we have heard broad support for below market rental, particularly targeted to households with moderate incomes. Although, of course, we've seen that some of the projects have been contentious, particularly related to concerns over form of development and neighborhood fit. In terms of affordability requirements, we've seen that these have been really difficult to achieve and may not be feasible over time. When we put the program in place in 2017, we put fixed rents in it, and we haven't allowed for any ability for those rents to escalate over time to reflect rising costs, rising incomes, or rising rents in the market. And that's proved to be really challenging in the program. Next slide, please. So what are we proposing? First is to extend the pilot for a relatively brief period of time to January 2022 to try to give another opportunity to bring in inquiries and reach the 20 project limit of the program. Secondly, we're looking at some amendments to the way that rents are set in the moderate income rental policy based both on pilot learning and on recent economic testing we've done. And third, to narrow the eligibility of locations. I'll get into that in a moment. Next slide, please. Okay, so the main amendment, the most substantial amendment that we're proposing here is a change to the affordability requirements. Under the current policy, as I mentioned, fixed rents were set in 2017 by unit type for the program. And in terms of how those rents could escalate, they were permitted to escalate at the RTA annual allowable increase during tenancies, but there was no escalator between tenancies. So there was a fixed vacancy control at 0% increase upon unit turnover. While this is good from an affordability perspective, it is the key reason why we are seeing very little take up of the program more recently. So in terms of proposed changes, we're looking at a shift from fixed rent approach to an approach that's indexed to CMHC average market rents. Financial testing that we've done has told us that we can achieve 10% discount from the average market rents in most standard projects that come through the program. And this represents at least a 30% discount from the full market rent. And when we also found that when we allowed for larger projects, which are possible under the policy on larger sites, that a 20% discount is possible. In terms of vacancy control, it would still be in place in that upon unit turnover, rent could not be reset to the full market, but it would have to reflect the discount to the CMHC market rent. So a unit that's set at a 10 or 20% discount to that average market rent on day one would be required to be set to that same discount in year 10, 20, etc. through the life of the project. The advantage of this approach is really that it works from a financing perspective. We would likely see projects coming through and being taken up. It's also a standard approach that's used in many Canadian cities. It's the basis of the Burnaby model that we've heard so much about recently. And it reflects the approach that Council approved in November 2020 as part of the West End Issues Report. The disadvantage is, of course, that the affordability is less deep in this, and then that over time the rents could rise at a more rapid rate than the current MERP approach. But again, this is the key reason we are not seeing many MERP projects be built. Next slide, please. So this is just a demonstration that the new approach, revised approach that's being recommended would continue to meet the intent of the MERP program. When we adopted MERP in 2017, the rents that we fixed represented approximately a 35% discount to market. Under the new approach, we would see proposed rents representing a 30 to 40% discount, depending on whether we had a 10% discount to the average market rent or a 20% discount. So still consistent with the original intent of the program. Next slide, please. This slide is showing how MERP rents and the new proposed CMHC average market rent approaches would differ in terms of how rents could change over time. And it shows how rents have changed since 2017 when the program was initially adopted. Over the last 5 years, we've seen rents in the moderate income rental pilot program have not escalated at all, despite rising market rents and rising costs. CMHC average market rents have increased at a rate of approximately 5% a year over that same period in time. However, we anticipate that those rents will be moderating as a result of changes to the Residential Tenancy Act, which now limit average annual allowable increases to CPI. The dotted line in yellow shows what projected median renter income, and we've been seeing renter incomes increase at a rate of approximately 3 to 3.5% And when you look at the hashed blue lines, these are just a demonstration of what the rents would have been had we adopted the CMHC below market rental approach that we're proposing today. So the 10% discount to below market rent and CMHC is relatively well aligned with increases in renter incomes. Next slide, please. This is just a table that shows you what the new rents would be under the proposed policy. I'll just give an example of a one-bedroom unit at $1,200 a month under MERP in 2017 would be $1,364 today. This is these rents are very close to what they would be had we just allowed for some inflation in those MERP rents from the outset. Next slide, please. So lastly, we are proposing some changes to the MERP eligible locations. And this is primarily just due to changes in other policies that make MERP, kind of irrelevant for those areas. So we would not be looking at new proposals, for example, in the C3A area, because the C3A zoning district is entirely covered by the Broadway plan. Or the RS and RT areas would no longer be eligible for MERP under the proposal here, because it will now be incorporated in the secured rental policy and streamlining rental initiative. So that next slide, Karis. Okay, that's it. I'm going to hand it back to Susan Haid to conclude the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So the recommendations before council in the report include 5 recommendations. The first is simply to receive the phase 2 engagement summary for information. The second is to endorse the updated scope and process moving forward. The third is around affordable housing measures that you heard about today in terms of quick start actions, but simply to direct staff to prepare amending bylaws and to undertake further work for council consideration of referral in the fall. The fourth recommendation is for immediate action to update the MERP program as described by Dan Garrison. And the fifth recommendation is simply to receive for information the updated quick starts from the Employment Lands and Economy Review. In sum, there is one recommendation before council today for action. Thank you very much. And the full staff team is here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Susan, Dan, and Chris. Appreciate your presentation. We now will go to questions of staff, and we have a number of councillors on the queue. First up is Councillor Carr for 5 minutes. Questions to staff. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a few questions, but I'm going to start with sort of where you left off, which is around some of the housing quick starts. First of all, we've received as councillors a number of emails with concerns around the the increase in rental buildings in the RS, RT zones, etc., that they might be affecting, or they could affect, character homes and result in the loss of character homes. I wonder if you can comment on that.
I'm just going to pass that over to Dan Garrison for response. Oh, I'm sorry, Edna Cho.
Yes, hi. Good morning, Council. I'm Edna Cho, Senior Planning and Housing Policy in PDS. In response to that concern, Councillor Carr, we actually took out eligibility of the zoning areas that have the most character homes and MCDs. So we took out RT5, RT7, and in Kitts and in Kensington Cedar Cottage.
Okay, so you removed those zones, right?
Yes, we removed them.
Okay, good to know. Regarding the, sure. So if I can just go on, just regarding the MERP program and the removal of vacancy control, I certainly remember from previous councils information that was related to a very high turnover. This was related to the STIR programs and other rental programs that we offered, where the first-time renters would be in for a very short period of time, and all of a sudden they would be gone, and then the rents would be increased. So it was tied to the rent. Discounts were tied to the first unit, a whole renter. But the turnover, as I say, meant that there were real jumps and they ended up at market rates pretty quickly. Have you thought about that as a possible negative outcome of removing the vacancy control?
Hi, Councillor. It's Dan Garrison responding to that. I think one of the things to clarify is that we don't consider this to be removing vacancy control. We consider it to be a different approach to vacancy control, so that there would not be an ability to reset those units back to the full market rent upon unit turnover. They would actually need to continue to be rented at the same discount to market that would be secured following the public hearing. So they would always be restricted in terms of what they would be rented at going forward, even upon unit turnover. It's just the restriction would be a different approach than is currently in the MERP policy.
Okay. I've got a few other questions, so I'll move on and I'll contemplate that answer. Thank you, Dan. In terms of the next phase, complete connected neighborhoods, involvement of council, which I'm keen to pursue. Would you say that phase in the fall with complete connected neighborhoods includes neighborhood-based planning?
This is Susan Haid. Yes, we anticipate in the fall that we will have for the full month of October and also some activities leading up to October, engagement happening at the citywide as well as at the neighborhood scale.
Okay, that's good to know. Awesome. In terms of the ecosystem restoration, which I loved, have you thought about how we can more quickly increase the urban tree canopy, which I think we've realized through the heat dome and the incredible heat wave we had, is really essential, and especially in parts of the city that are deficit in that.
Yes, that is very much on our radar, and we recognize both the challenges of growth and change in neighborhoods and also of protecting and increasing tree canopy. There are a number of quick starts that are focused on increasing tree coverage and that are focused in our most vulnerable neighborhoods, such as the downtown east side. So we'll continue to advance those.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. That is your 5 minutes. Over to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair, and thank you for the update this morning. Yeah, I want to follow up a couple of questions related to the rental housing, just to make sure I'm clear. I've heard from a number of residents who expressed some concern around the fact that we still have an ongoing survey open around rental till the end of this month, and just wanting to understand that if council endorses the policy direction here, one, these items would be coming to a public hearing in the fall, and two, how will the engagement results that are collected to the end of this month be integrated and considered as part of that? Because that's been something that's come up a number of times, and I know that you've done a substantive amount of engagement up till now. So, but could you comment on that?
Yeah, Councillor, thank you for the question. Dan Garrison here. Yeah, I mean, the survey does continue to be open, and we do have engagement ongoing. We consider this to be an update to council on where we're at on this process and a sort of endorsement of the general concept. We are still going to be taking away, and the next step for us is to close that engagement period, take all of the results that we have back from the engagement, and feed them into the policymaking process as we go into the next stage, which is drafting the reports and the zoning. And so there still is an opportunity over the fall, as we're doing the work on the detailed zoning changes, to build what we hear from the public into that process. And there will also be, of course, a full engagement summary from everything we've heard included in the report coming forward in council. So at the next step following that will be, as you indicated, a referral report to council, which will include all of that material, and it will then go to a full public hearing, which the public will be able to fully participate in.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And would it be fair to say that because we've been doing significant engagement and consultation over the last couple of years, that the reason you're bringing these items as quick starts is because it very much is consistent with what you've been hearing so far from in terms of the results you have in terms of the consultation and engagement?
Yeah, that's exactly correct. Both on the downtown east side proposed changes, where we strongly heard from the community the need to deliver more social housing and deliver it more quickly, but also in terms of the streamlining rental initiative. And I would note, the changes that you're seeing today, or the proposals that you're seeing today, do already build in a significant number of changes from previous iterations of this work that you've seen, including, for example, as Edna Cho mentioned, the removal of some of the more heritage-oriented RT districts from the proposal. So we have already been responding to public feedback that we've heard through our engagement over the last year or two. Okay,
that's great. And then circling back on the proposal around C2, no rezoning on the rental in RSRT areas, arterials, and I think it's the streets behind or adjacent, that those would be subject to a rezoning, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Those would have to go through a rezoning process. What we're proposing is a rezoning process instead of from RS or RT zone to a CD1 zone, or a comprehensive development zone, a site-specific zone, that we would actually rezone them to off-the-shelf or shelf-ready zoning districts that are pre-prepared, so that both the developers and the neighbors, the community, can all understand and be aware of what's coming. This is a similar approach that you may be aware of to the Canby Corridor townhouse approach, where we've managed to get a rezoning process down to about 4 or 5 months with this similar approach to this one. So that's what's being proposed, but there will be a rezoning for each project in the RS and RT areas, and there will be a public hearing related to that.
And can I just ask one last question on that? Are there concerns from your perspective around speculation and land inflation with respect to going that path? And if you could just comment on that briefly, because I'm probably running out of time.
Okay, yeah, we've done extensive financial testing, economic testing of the projects, and they show that at the heights and densities that we're proposing, they're relatively, they're going to be questionable in terms of viability, or barely marginal in terms of viability. So from our perspective, we don't see this as a risk of increasing land values. A good example of this is we're limiting, or proposing to limit on arterial streets, full market rental projects to 5 stories, and you can only get to 6 stories if you include a significant component of below market, because we found in our testing that if you did allow 6 stories on it, there would be land lift generated.
Okay,
Thank you.
Yes, thanks very much. Staff, over to Councillor DiGenova for 5 minutes. Questions of staff.
Thanks very much. And actually, my first questions are on housing, and some of them have been asked, but one that hasn't been is, where does affordable home ownership, as staff continue to work and move forward with BC Housing to look at possibly an MOU, or how that could possibly be planned for a number of projects where economically, I would suppose it would have to probably be on the east side of the city, or maybe even, I don't want to suppose where they'd be, but to be able to meet those thresholds. I'm just wondering where that is considered or imagined here in the plan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Stan Garrison. We are looking at affordable home ownership in response to motions that were moved by yourself and that Council approved through the planning process. We've actually hired, just partly due to just the staffing implications and whatnot, a consultant to work with us on developing an affordable home ownership policy, to go through the implications, the potential models, to help us work through with BC Housing what a model might look like that could work in Vancouver. So we're taking that very seriously and working it through with an anticipated report back to Council later this year.
Okay, Great. That's good to know. Thank you. And then I'm also wondering, in follow up to another question about land inflation. I had some concerns, and I think we just saw it all play out in a media article where a duplex, and I'm all for duplexes, but to blanket zone for duplexes in the city, we saw 150-foot by 122 foot single family detached home able to build a duplex, but each side of the duplex sold for $2 million when the land only sold for 1.7 million. Thus, for half the land, you've inflated the price. Not you personally. I'm asking if we're looking at how that's affecting land prices citywide, and we would be looking to limit that instead of blanket zoning for duplexes, uh, just as we do with other types of housing. We would be looking at per neighborhood or per district schedule how many we would have.
Yeah, I think that that's a very important consideration and one that we're taking very seriously through the plan. You can see that in the Streamlining rental initiative, we have actually developed zones for fourplexes and sixplexes, so taking it even beyond the duplex. But that's one of the reasons, Councillor, why at this stage in the process, we're limiting that to rental tenure, where we wouldn't see those kinds of significant increases in valuations. And so that's because we want to make sure that we've done the due diligence on that land value increase of any introduction of ownership and strata forms in those districts.
Great. And I think you know which article I'm referencing in the Georgia Strait on the
I
east
do.
side of Vancouver. Great. I know I brought this up as it could happen one day, and then it just showed up, and I thought about that. But I also just wanted to make sure you're doing this in the context also of the opportunities for more more density than duplex on some of these sites, or fourplex or sixplex, even the possibility of, as you said, 6-story if it made sense. So not to limit that potential. Is that a consideration right now?
Yeah, I mean the proposals in front of you today related to rental would limit to 5- and 6-story forms depending on market rental or below market rental on arterial streets, and would limit you to below 4 stories as a maximum off arterial streets. So, but the key difference would be that it would be limited to rental housing. And so, you know, as you know, the sort of per square foot values of rental are significantly lower than ownership, and so we don't see risk of escalation in land values in what are already high value single family or single detached neighborhoods through this initiative, but it is a concern that we want to keep on top of as we go through the plan process.
And thanks so much. And just quickly, with the last 30 seconds I have, just wondering if you might be able to share. I mean, in looking at pro formas with nonprofits and the development industry, have they said that they will be able to keep those rents, as you had talked about before, in the MERP buildings or what used to be STIR kind of ideas, the same, or would be able to do that based on a percentage?
Just 10 seconds to respond, please.
Have you consulted with them is basically
yes, we've
thing.
consulted with them, and the response has been that the proposed approach today is much more viable than the current approach under MERP.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate the answers to my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. Over to Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks so much. Moving right into it. Really interested in the missing middle housing pieces and references with fourplexes, 3- or 4-story townhomes, etc. Noting that it's currently just for market rental at this time, and the reference that 15% of our homes are on, only 15% of homes on 52% of land. Will the missing middle options be coming forward later in response to the member motion from Councillor Dominato as part of the Vancouver plan, or how do we do that in terms of building more complete communities and densifying that 52% of land?
This is Susan Haid. Thank you for the question, Councillor Kirby Young. We anticipate in the fall that we will be bringing forward policy directions and options and proposals, including missing middle. We don't anticipate additional quick starts, and we would like to integrate those into the proposed plan. But there is additional work that is undergoing right now, research both on form of development and the financing of those, and they will be coming forward.
Okay, so coming forward in the fall and in the Vancouver plan focuses. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
All right, on the areas that are eligible for rezoning for rental, the RS and the RT, and I heard the response that they still go to rezoning, but is it correct to sort of say that, people are worried that this is going to be significant impact on neighborhoods and be pervasive, that this is really like a vertebra and they sort of align in just spiking and connecting to the neighborhood commercial areas?
We certainly are looking at the evolution of low density neighborhoods over the next 30 years. And so we don't anticipate that this is going to be immediate or rapid. And we will develop phasing, financing, and sewer capacity strategies. So we see it really very as a very compatible way for the city to grow and change, and to also to revitalize some of those neighborhoods that are declining.
Okay, so incremental, not sort of overnight change where people would be fearful that their neighborhood would suddenly become something very different they didn't recognize.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the piece around the downtown east side, and I think one of the sort of findings, I believe it came on, can't quote the source, but from the previous update on the van plan, and the finding that sort of 3/4 of people are reported in the media would prefer to actually get away from that and live outside of the downtown east side. I'm wondering about sort of continuing this social housing policy there in terms of densification and kettling, as opposed to providing options for people to live in different communities, if that's what we're hearing that the majority of people would like to have an option for.
This is Tom Wanklin, Councillor, Senior Planner Downtown Eastside. What I understand is that a fundamental basis of the Downtown Eastside plan was entirely what you report, that we found in the region of 50% of the community that we consulted were interested in being able to have the opportunity to reside and live elsewhere in the city, and not entirely all the people wanted to remain in Downtown Eastside. So accordingly, the other community plans have made an effort to include social housing within their housing delivery. This we've recently found that the community felt that social housing in Downtown Eastside could be delivered more quickly to meet the need that exists there.
So I appreciate that about sort of the integration into the other neighborhoods. I guess I'm asking, is this doing too much to perpetuate the status quo in the Downtown Eastside with this recommendation?
Not at all. We are only 50% reaching the target that was set in the plan, and we are still experiencing increased homelessness.
Yeah, I know it's not the homelessness per se. I think it's the type of community and the ability for people to get to a better place as opposed to sort of perpetuating that reality. I'll leave that one there. The other question I have, which is sort of on the broader level, is my last question, a high level Vancouver plan, and you referenced that moving to a high level land use plan and the importance of Vancouver having an ODP and aligning with Metro. Can you comment that would sort of set potentially population projections for different neighborhoods, but wouldn't preclude neighborhood planning? Like, would there still be an opportunity for different neighborhoods to look at the form and location of where that housing goes? Can you speak to that?
Yes, that's exactly right. That the more detailed area-based planning would occur after the high-level land use plan. But we will be bringing forward and receiving updates on population projections and targets as part of workshops and consultation in the fall.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. That is the 5 minutes. Great. Over to Councillor Boyle for 5 minutes.
Thanks so much, staff. My first question, I'm going to step back from the quick starts for a moment. And I asked this question of staff yesterday related to the equity framework. I'm interested to hear more about how the equity framework is being applied within the citywide plan and what opportunities exist for the city plan to be an early place where we really give life to the work that's happening on that equity framework.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Boyle. And we also participated and heard that yesterday. I think there's really a number of ways that we're deeply embedding and advancing equity. So first off, our team has really taken an approach of being a diverse, inclusive, and including lived experience. A great example, we have an Indigenous liaison who is leading a lot of our reconciliation work. We have funding and partnership agreements for equity-based engagement and partnerships that we've been working to advance and learning. And you can see in the emerging directions around key themes, for example, equitable neighborhoods, that we really are trying to address some of the inequities that we're hearing about and our technical work is revealing. So that's some of the measures, and certainly the Chief Equity Officer and really equity staff are very embedded and part of the project and the team.
Okay, great. I'm glad to hear that and look forward to seeing more of that crossover. Maybe just one follow-up question on that point, which is in the presentation on the equity framework, one of the pieces we heard about was the historic inequity in where rental housing has been prioritized across the city, and so in land use and then in corresponding or not corresponding investments in community facilities. And we saw that in the heat wave in terms of inequities across neighborhoods of where street trees are. So I wonder if that very foundational history of inequality will be part of the recommendations coming back through the Vancouver plan to correct that.
Yes, very much. And we've actually undertaken a lot of spatial analysis that touches on all of the points that you just raised. We've developed a Vancouver Plan Atlas. We'll bring the key elements of that to the fall engagement to really show the information, the data to align or to support policy proposals and for folks to really make informed feedback around trade-offs and choices.
Okay, great. One more question. I'm curious, the recommendations around MERP suggest excluding the RS and RT zones, but my understanding is that only a portion of RS and RT would be included in the streamlining rental, which still has a number of phases of approval to go through. So I'm just wondering if that means we're leaving large areas where streamlining rental wouldn't be applicable, but we would now also be excluding MERP from those areas. And as one example, I'm wondering about the second and large project. And so anyway, interested to hear if that's leaving a big gap. Does that make sense?
Yes, hi, Councillor. So apologies, it does make sense.
Okay,
So the moderate income rental policy is specific in terms of the locations that are considered. So the majority of the locations that are RS and RT zoned would be covered. The one area where you're correct that would no longer be eligible under MERP if we excluded them is what we call larger sites that are currently zoned RS and RT. So those are sites that if we excluded RS and RT from the new MERP program, there would no longer be an ability to do quote larger sites in the new revised MERP program. So if you consider that to be a gap, then it would leave that. That's correct.
Okay, so maybe as a specific example, the MERP project that council approved at second and large, would that be excluded from MERP based on what's being proposed? I mean, obviously it already passed, but a similar project in a similar location be excluded if what's being proposed to council today goes through?
We're just at the 5 minutes, staff, if it's a yes or no, otherwise we'll have to move on.
Yes, it would likely be excluded.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Weep, over to you. Questions to staff.
Yeah, first question is, what are the biggest opportunities that staff have found moving from the current planning process to creating a citywide OCP?
I think really the three emerging directions that we're identifying that we want to bring to consultation in the fall identify both the biggest opportunities and challenges, more complete, connected, and equitable neighborhoods, and really opportunities around our jobs, and prosperity, and our ecological green-blue network.
So I feel like those. Okay, that's good to know. I mean, those three sound exciting, and looking forward to seeing what comes up in the fall. The streamlining C2 rental policy, how does that support the city plan emerging theme of a diverse, inclusive, and shared prosperity that is exploring policy to mitigate displacement of commercial tenants and nonprofit service providers?
We're going to have Chris Robertson is going to respond to that, please. Or Matt Bork. Sorry, we're having a bit of technical issue here.
Yes, apologies for that. I'm going to actually need you to repeat the question if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah, the streamlining C2 rental policy. In this report today, it talked about one of our emerging themes in the diverse, inclusive, and shared prosperity was to mitigate displacement of commercial tenants and nonprofit service providers. So how does our streamlining C2 policy ensure that that happens?
Yeah, and so we are currently working to develop a resource guide, and that resource guide is intended to mitigate the potential impacts and to provide additional resources for tenants, considering relocation and planning that would go into that. That work is a first step in a longer conversation around what are the city tools that can support relocation, and we'll be coming out in the fall to engage on that with the expectation that we'll have more information through the Vancouver Plan engagement process to provide a report back to council in 2022.
So will that report and that kind of study and work to be done with the kind of smaller business district, will that be included before council has to vote on streamlining C2 policy, or are we going to have to vote prior to having that information on how we can support small businesses?
We'll have the first step of that, which is the resource guide and the materials available. The larger policy, I would expect might not be aligned. We can take that away to discuss how we could better approach that so the decisions are better matched.
Okay. My next question is on the industrial area modernization intensification. I'm wondering how we're going to manage land speculation in industrial areas and ensure that we're creating affordable industrial spaces for green industries like deconstruction hubs, circular business, and production and maker labs to also support our culture shift work.
Councillor Weeb, it's Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. This is a challenge we have across the city, protecting important industrial space. The first step, again, in understanding is, what is required and what's needed to protect it is economic analysis, and that work is underway right now. We've retained a consultant to help us better reflect what is truly affordable, and again, we'll be bringing that back to council in the fall.
Do we think that using the word intensification might spur speculation, and have we found ways to ensure that that isn't happening as we build this policy?
Yeah, it's a good question, and typically what I can say about true industrial intensification is that it's not a speculator. It's the pieces that are on the fringe of an industrial. Sometimes office, the introduction of office can do that, but if we're truly talking about industrial intensification, we don't actually see the potential for a huge uplift in land.
Okay.
Especially. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I guess last quick question, recognize my time. Do we have a state of the city that basically showcases what neighborhoods are complete connected or close to, and where we do have equity gaps in our green strategy and blue-green network? So do we have a state to know where we're at and where we want to go?
I'm very sorry, but there's not enough time to answer that question. Perhaps that's an emailed response. I'll leave that with staff. Thank you very much. Councillor Fry, over to you for 5 minutes.
Yeah, Chair, before I start, I'm wondering if you would indulge a second round.
Sure, and would you like that second round to be before speakers? We do have 6 speakers to this item, and we do have another round of questions to staff after the speakers.
Okay, sure. That answers my question then. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, starting off, just to acknowledge the nuanced response from Tom Wanklin to Councillor Kirby Young's questions, and I was on the Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan, as was Councillor Swanson. Spent a couple of years on that, and I do recognize that that the DEOD delivery of housing could be possibly finessed a little bit because it hasn't actualized. But I just want some verbal assurance that we, recognizing the Downtown Eastside Local Area Plan was quite controversial. It had 3 days of public hearings with a lot of opposition to what was being proposed. That the Vancouver plan work ongoing does reconsider some of this stuff. Can I get an assurance that we are taking another look at some of the outcomes?
Absolutely. Tom Wanklin here, Councillor Fry. Yes, we are taking another look at it, and we are not seeing drastic change. This is, as you mentioned, a nuance of trying to facilitate delivery and taking advantage of opportunities that arise because of provincial funding for housing.
Thanks, Tom. I'm gonna keep moving because I don't have a lot of time here. Question for Dan. When we were talking about some of the streamlining rental, and you'd mentioned potentially rezoning some of these arterial RSRTs to CD1, and you mentioned language around off the shelf and the Canby model. Of course, the Canby model has really kind of exacerbated a tremendous amount of land lift and speculation. I'm wondering if, rather than a CD1, is there an opportunity to consider a whole new zoning schedule, specifically one that takes advantage of the now ability to create rental-only zoning?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor Fry. And in fact, it was maybe not the clearest description I gave, because that is essentially what we're proposing to do here. Rather than going through site-specific rezonings of all the projects, we would create rental zones, and I don't know what the names of them are, but there would be, say, an RM12 zone or something along those lines that would allow only these rental options, and that is the zone that would be applied to the site. And so it would have to, each site, it would be a site-specific rezoning, but instead of from its current zoning to a site-specific zone, it would go from its current zoning to an existing zoning district that is in the zoning and development bylaw that only allows for rental housing in the forms that are proposed here.
Okay, so that's great. So the Canby model is not really an accurate reflection of what we're talking about then.
The Canby model I'm talking about is not the majority of Canby projects that you see with the 6-story condo projects. It's more related. It's the approach that we use just for the just for the townhouses in the Canby corridor, where there's a specific zoning district that exists in the zoning and development bylaw that they are rezoning to. What doing that does is just allows you to go faster because you don't have to deal with all the form of development issues, but it also creates a lot of certainty around what you can rezone to. And as I've mentioned in this case, the big difference from the Canby process is this would be residential rental tenure zoning.
That's great, thanks. I appreciate it. And in your opinion, that would reduce some of the speculation?
It wouldn't. I mean, it's sort of night and day from allowing condo in terms of the impacts on land value when you restrict the zoning to rental tenure. Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to jump over to Chris Robertson.
Before you do, I've stopped your timer. I just want to be very clear about your question regarding a second round of questions. Is that if you'd like to do a second round of questions, we do need a motion. The question is, would you like that now or after speakers? Further questions after speakers will be through points of information during debate. So I just want to give you the opportunity to make that motion before your time runs out.
Thanks, Chair. Then in that case, I will move to have a second round of questions after speakers.
Thank you very much. So motion on the floor for a second round of questions after speakers. All those in favor?
Yay.
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 Any opposed? Okay, great. That motion's passed. We'll be doing that
Just
after
a point of
speakers.
procedure, Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor.
You had said there was already a second round of questions after speakers. I wasn't sure if this was new or I know we just moved a motion, but before that you said there was. Is there?
Yes, what the clarification is that the automatic second round of questions to staff after speakers is in a public hearing. So I wanted to be very clear with Councillor Fry that there are points of information, and we've now dealt with that with a motion. So I'm going to continue. Thank you. Over to you, Councillor Fry.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to jump over to Chris Robertson now with a few questions on the industrial land review. Chris, and I think Councillor Weeb touched on this in part, but I'm curious around the arts and creative sector. We know we're seeing a tremendous loss of those spaces, in particular, Falls Creek Flats with the intrusion of the hospital planning. How are we contemplating any protections here, and also with Appendix H and regulating self-storage, have we considered including car dealerships in that?
So I'll answer your second question first, Councillor Carr, or Councillor Fry. It's Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. We haven't at this point contemplated car dealerships in the self-storage unit, or in the review. The self-storage piece was a reflection of some urgent kind of challenges we were having, especially at rapid transit stations, and that's what led to that work. The second piece, arts and culture, is, as you know, part of the Broadway plan as a first foray into how do we make spaces available that are affordable. And again, I think if we can be clear on industrial policy as a start, that actually helps us maintain and protect those lands and avoid the speculation that may drive up land costs and rents. So I think that's a start. It's through the Broadway plan.
Thank you, Chris. Sorry, I know you can't see the timers. We have to leave it there. We're over the 5 minutes. Over to you, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, first question. How do we know that just having this report with its maps and us talking about it and realtors counting up potential votes, how do we know that all that won't push up land values?
I think this is Susan Haid. Thank you for the question. We at this point, we don't have a draft plan or discrete policy proposals. We do anticipate when we develop the draft Vancouver plan that we will likely develop a development cost expectation, a policy similar to what is in place for Broadway and the extension to UBC. But at this point, yes, sorry, I'll leave it at that.
But what about the quick starts?
I think, as Dan has described, and he may want to jump in, we've undertaken significant economic testing, and for the rental projects, we know that they really are really just barely viable, and we don't expect speculation on rental as a result.
And you did talk about a development cost expectation. Could we expect that to be part of the Vancouver plan for the whole city?
We are looking at that and really the pros and cons of that. Certainly the plan will include a lot of existing policy, and for future areas of growth and change, we will explore that.
So what would be a downside of having a development cost expectation?
I think it would be in existing policy areas. We have existing community amenity contribution and set target rates, and we're continuing to implement those. And as I mentioned, in new areas of growth and change, we would definitely assess it, and it does seem like a good tool.
Okay. Would the C2 quick start proposal make it easier or more likely to demolish existing affordable rental? I'm keeping in mind that when we passed the C2 official development plan for the rental housing stock, that the report said that the existing rentals were 40% below market. So I'm wondering if this will make it easier to get rid of that affordability, and could we put it off until we get some stronger tenant protections, hopefully from the motion that we passed in October?
Hi, Councillor. Dan Garrison. So yeah, you're correct that we have, since the last time we brought this the C2 zoning amendments to council, we have followed council direction and added the C2 zoning districts to the rental housing stock ODP. So that applies a different level of protection. The other thing to note is that we continue to see the majority of development in the C2 districts be for the 4-story strata option, which has been allowed under the zoning for a long time. So the 4-story strata option continues to be the primary sort of development tool that would lead to a risk of redevelopment of existing rental housing. Really, the proposal to add the rental bonusing to C2 is just sort of leveling the playing field between rental and the strata option. I've also seen a relatively small number of rental units redeveloped in the C2 zoning district over the last decade, where the rental rezoning tool has been in place. So we don't really see the existing or the proposed rental zoning as being something that would exacerbate any issues related to tenant displacement in the area.
You don't think it would personal privilege? I'm sorry, I cannot hear him. He's very, very faded in terms.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. That's noted. If you could please speak up, staff, that would be great, perhaps closer to the microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, so Dan, you're saying that you don't think that this proposed C2 quick start would make it more likely to demolish existing affordable rental?
That's correct, primarily because the existing strata density that's available in the zoning district from all of our financial testing is still the highest and best use and still outcompetes rental development most of the time in this zoning district.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there, Dan. I'm sorry, we're right up.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a series of questions, and we'll also have some for after speakers. Starting looking back at the city plan process that was undertaken through the 90s, can you answer me, how long did the city plan process take previously?
Susan Haid. I know that I would have to give you the exact time frame, but it was approved. City plan was approved in 95. I believe the process began in 93, and the neighborhood vision program ensued after 95 until 2008.
Okay, so a significant period of time. And during that time, how many people participated in the citywide planning process?
I'd have to grab the number and get back to you, but I believe it was 100,000, and there was information that went to every household.
Yeah. Correct. So 100,000 compared to 10,000 touch points, in contrast to what, according to your presentation.
For phase 2, 10,000 touch points, and throughout the process to date, over 20,000. And if you account for social media and further online, we are well beyond that.
Well, we're also during a pandemic, again, which the prior process was not. How are you taking into consideration literally the thousands of hours of staff time undertaken over now decades in this regard, not to mention the volunteer time of residents? Again, thousands of hours of volunteer time. How is that being taken into consideration in the current iteration of this plan?
I think with the focus on the land use plan and the key policies, we're certainly integrating existing community plans, policies, but we're aligning those and looking at opportunities for further updating. So we have huge respect for the engagement and the work to date, and it is a foundation. We are looking beyond the timeline of those plans to 2050, and so it includes areas of future growth and change, but
So
it's foundational.
You are saying that those plans are foundational, that's the starting place, they're not being put to the side in terms of coming in with I think it's characterized as priorities or values, as sort of a top-down approach. You're saying that you are using the existing community plans as foundational going forward.
Yes. And it's actually a combination of both. They're foundational, and we heard information on values to develop goals, and we're undertaking research and analysis as well, technical work to support areas of future growth and change.
I'll be looking for, because I do see contradictions in between the priorities as stated in the plan and the community plans. My next questions are around the data. Surprise. It was a year ago in May that this council directed staff to provide detailed data on housing, including secondary rental markets, the existing pipeline, the effect of short-term rental, Airbnb and international students, and importantly, zoned capacity. That was to have been provided in the form of machine-readable data by the end of July last year and has not been received. We've seen various reports with graphs and charts talking about staff's findings. A year later, when can we expect to see raw machine-readable data transparently for analysis?
Yes, I'd like to reiterate that there is significant data that has been provided to council and publicly to date in response to that motion, including 3 council memos that include attached spreadsheets with data that is also available on our website. In addition, there is data on the Vancouver Plan website on the reference guide, the City at a Glance, and the Young Planners 101. However, additional data and active work is underway on growth projections, recalibration of the housing targets, and employment targets and projections. It will be subject of full council and community consultation this fall, including the workshop mentioned in September, October.
Okay, well, I can tell you, having gone through that in detail, it's not been provided, and I'll have more questions after the speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much. Over to Mayor Stewart for 5 minutes. Thank you. Mayor, we can't.
Okay. So I just want to go back to the MERP decision we're asked to make today. So just so I can understand it, there was a MERP pilot project that was put forward that would have up to 20 units. We've had 11 approved so far by council, with some doing groundbreakings, but the applications have dried up. So staff are proposing that these minor changes would perhaps elicit more applications from developers. Is that what's happening here?
Yes, Mayor Stewart, that's correct.
Okay. All right. And I guess the second thing, and this is to build on what Councillor Carr asked, is that we actually are not lifting vacancy control on units. We're just adjusting so to account for modest inflation, but the measures that are in place now, which are attached to the unit, would still be attached to the unit and not the occupant. Is that, so a vacancy control approach?
That is correct. It is a form of vacancy control. We'd just be adjusting. Vacancy control is essentially a limit on the amount that rents can increase between tenancies, and we're just proposing to adjust the way that is applied, adjusting it from a 0% increase to an increase that's related to a discount to the average market rent.
Okay. And so and you're thinking that this is really the only way to get more applications in the pipeline for us to consider, or one of the main things we can do?
This is really the key issue that we've heard back from the industry, back from financial institutions and lenders on these projects that are preventing them from moving ahead. And so we have heard that if we were to adjust the model, that it is more likely that we would see more projects coming through, and that would enable us to learn more from them as we get ready to go into the next phase, which is a discussion about what a more permanent program might look like.
Okay, and I just have a question about those 11 buildings we've already approved. So let's say, and I really hope we do approve what you've proposed here today. If we approve this, though, what about the 11 projects that we've already approved, what how would we make adjustments to things we've already approved if that's something that the proponent would want to consider?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We certainly wouldn't have any strong opposition to adjusting, particularly for projects that are having trouble getting off the ground, despite the fact that they've been approved. Some of the projects we know are struggling to access and secure financing to proceed to construction. The challenge that we have is really a legal one, where the projects have all been through a public hearing, through a rezoning process, and the current moderate income rental housing rent restrictions have been secured in housing agreements that were conditions of rezoning enactment. And so again, it's not that we would be opposed to adjusting them should council approve this today, but there is a complex process that would require us to go back to public hearing in order to make those adjustments. So the challenge is not a sort of, if you will, a philosophical or a policy one, but more of a procedural and legal issue.
Okay, so of those 11 projects, some are proceeding with groundbreakings and things, and they'd be perhaps fine to go ahead, but those are having trouble. If we pass this today, which I hope we do, their option would be to come back to apply for an adjustment, but that would have to go through a public hearing?
That's correct.
Okay, and that would be up to the proponent to decide whether or not they want to do that?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thanks so much for all the work here. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And that does bring us to the end of the first round of questions. So with that, we'll start our speakers list and hear from speakers on the report. Our first speaker is Ian Crook. I believe Ian is on the line. Ian, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes to address council, and then there may be questions at the end of your 5 minutes. So your timer starts now. Ian, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Ian Crook. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I thank Mayor and Council for their time today. The MERP program was conceived by the previous council to address the shortage of affordable housing in Vancouver, but as the staff report notes, a number of applicants for the program have dropped out. While the report suggests part of the problem of attracting applicants is the low level of permitted rents for affordable units, one might wonder if there is a different way of looking at this. I've provided the City Clerk with slides, and I ask that the City Clerk move forward to slide 2, please. Slide 2, and I can't see, there's a tremendous lag on WebEx, so I can't, the Mayor is still talking on WebEx, so I can't see if you've got slide 2 in front of you.
I actually just pause your timer for 1 second, Ian, and ask staff to just share that, the slides on the WebEx as well as the live stream. That way we can ensure that council is able to follow along as you're speaking. Clerks, is that something we can do, please?
Chair Bligh, we are just making sure that it's happening. It's if you just give me a moment, please.
That's great. We can see that. We can see that now on WebEx.
Okay.
And Ian, back over to you. You have 4 minutes left in your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Slide 2 is a comparison of the same building developed two ways. On the left is an apartment building constructed and built and operated as a purpose-built rental. The results on the right show the performance that the developer simply constructs the building as a condo and sells it out. You can see a few things from this. First, the condo developer invests a lot less money than he would have to for an apartment building, and through the benefits of leverage and customer deposits, enjoys stellar profits. One of the risks of pursuing developers as apartment owners is they are way more likely to sell after lease-up, since apartments tie up more capital than a condo project and offers lower returns. Next slide, please. This slide is a 10-year cash flow that shows what happens if the apartment owner holds the property for 10 years and then sells. In year 10, they would actually generate a return, an internal rate of return on their investment of 11%. 11% is actually pretty good when you think that Government of Canada bonds for 10 years are yielding about 1.3% today, but not great in the context of the condominium developer who gets an ROI of 50%. In the letter I sent to you yesterday, I showed that simply making 20% of the suites into affordable units reduces the IRR to 8% without the benefit of additional density. This is the conundrum I think the city is facing. It's trying to get developers who are hooked on the profitability of condominiums to build apartments, and it isn't surprising to me that it is difficult to get participants in the program. The pretext of not being able to get financing is simply a mechanism to extract ever-increasing subsidies from the city, and the last group that needs subsidies are condo developers. If you look at who actually invests in apartments today, it isn't condo developers. It's insurance companies, pension funds, and not-for-profits, and I apologize to some of you, REITs. Could you go to slide 4, please? This is actually a slide from BC Investment Management Corporation and shows that they're actually a fairly active real estate investor in residential buildings. Why do they invest in apartments? Because life companies and pension funds of the world have a much longer investment horizon and need to invest in assets that generate a very stable stream of cash flow over a long period of time. If your goal is to increase affordable housing supply, then in my mind you need to focus 100% of your efforts on people that have demonstrated they are committed to the apartments as an investment and have reasonable return objectives, and that's institutional investors. I'm troubled by the governance aspects of the MERP program. The MERP program allows for additional density without staff being required to explain how much, if any, incremental density is required. That's because we don't actually know what the developer's goal is in terms of profitability. We cannot pretend this program is without cost. Each application comes through as a one-off, and once a year, a summary report on DCL waivers is provided for information to Council. It's simply unacceptable, as there's nothing to prevent large proposals taking the waived amount to $50 million without any controls in place. And it's not a budget item. Asking high-cost providers to provide a low-cost solution is the triumph of hope over experience. I would actually ask that you end the MERP program and send staff back to the drawing board.
Thank you very much, Ian. Is that the end of your presentation?
It is.
Wonderful. Okay, well, you do have questions. So first up for questions, this is 3 minutes to questions of the speaker is Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I was wondering if for the public you could give a little information about your background, and also if you could explain if the 15% cost requirement is true at all financial institutions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. I started in banking as a junior banker at the Toronto Dominion Bank at 700 West Georgia in 1981. I've been a banker since then. I retired in 2015. In the 1990s, I was actually an assistant general manager in the special loans unit of the Bank of Nova Scotia and worked on a number of real estate files, including large names such as Bramalea and Olympia and York. And since my retirement, I've been working as a credit consultant with the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, doing loan portfolio reviews on commercial and real estate, commercial companies as well as real estate developers for OSFI. In terms of the 15% profit margin, that is not something that is a bank requirement. Banks never, ever impose a profit requirement on anybody. I'm not sure where the information that staff has come from, but it simply is wrong because banks would not take the risk of being seen to manage a business by imposing a particular profit requirement.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick, questions to speaker.
Thank you, Ian, and thank you for your letter, which we received yesterday, which was very detailed and very interesting. I noted in your letter that you think there are other investors out there that you think would be appropriate parties for the city to approach. Do you have any insight into how likely they would be interested?
Well, thank you, Councillor. Actually, slide 4 is an interesting indication. That's BC Investment Management Corporation, which manages the province's pension funds, and the slide 4 shows the investment portfolio of QuadReal Property, which is their investment management, or their real estate arm, rather. And ironically, as I was looking at preparing for this and looking at the Quad Rail site, I noticed that they actually acquired a property in North Vancouver, and it's a property that Councillor Boyle mentioned earlier. It ties into something Councillor Boyle mentioned earlier about Second and Larch. When Jameson talked about made their presentation on 1805 Larch, they referred to this building in North Van as being an affordable a building that had an affordable component, and cited as part of their commitment to affordable housing. Interestingly enough, they have sold, and they have sold to Quad Rail. And I think one of the challenges, or one of the concerns that council should have with this, is there is a great likelihood that any developer who participates in this program will very quickly sell out after they've got the building up and running. So they will have had the benefit of all the subsidies and adjustments, sell to somebody else, and so the cost base just goes up.
Is there a way to protect against that?
Well, I guess, if I had a clean sheet of paper, I'd say, well, make them sign a profit participation agreement with the city, where the city shares in the ups. In the business.
Sorry, go ahead. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, that's what would happen in the business world.
Speaking of the business world, so much of the information that staff receive is from the industry. So we're taking people who are in the business of buildings direction. Is there banking opportunities for guidance for staff that could add other dimensions to their analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, if you were looking for creative ideas about how to get public-private partnerships going, investment banks all have teams that actually sort of muse about those things and try and come up with ideas that are winning solutions for both the public as well as investors. You see that, some subways are actually PPPs. Why not real estate?
Ian, we just have to end it
Yep.
there. Thank you very much. That's the 3 minutes. Appreciate your responses, and those are actually all of your questions. So we do appreciate you coming to speak to council today.
Okay. Thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Thank you. Next, we have speaker number 2, Peter Waldkirch.
Oh, hi there. Can you hear me?
We can, Peter. We can hear you loud and clear. Well, you're a little faint, so if you can try speaking closer to your microphone, that would be great. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your timer starts now.
Great, thank you. Mayor and Council, my name is Peter Waldkirch. I'm a resident in Vancouver. I'm here to provide some comments on this update. The main point I want to get across is my general frustration at the state of the Vancouver plan and how it has been used as an excuse by many on this council to do nothing. I'm frustrated at how the Vancouver plan has been used to delay housing action, because here is the bottom line. During the term of this council, the housing crisis has gotten worse. Instead of doing anything about it,
I'm going to interrupt you for a quick second. You need to speak closer to your microphone. Your voice is fading in and out. It's hard to hear you.
I'm so sorry about that. Is this a bit better?
Yeah, maybe just making that effort. That would be great. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I hold my microphone right close. As I was saying, during the housing crisis has gotten worse during the term of this council. And instead of doing anything about it, this council seemed happy to just put off doing anything until the Vancouver plan is done. And here we are, almost 3 years into your term, and the Vancouver plan still isn't complete. And everything about it just seems incredibly timid and status quo oriented so far. This certainly does not seem like a document produced by a city that is in a housing crisis. And that's something I really want to emphasize. I've been listening to this update this morning, and it's kind of shocking, actually. It really seems like this council doesn't think there's any urgency to the housing crisis or the climate crisis. This discussion sounds really detached from how I think most people in the city are experiencing housing today, or at least most people who don't already own a home. Because for better or for worse, you have all made this plan the centerpiece of your response to both the housing and the climate crises. So I should remind you, many of you campaigned in opposition to your predecessors on council and their policies. So why should any future council feel bound by what you're doing now, especially when it's all this vague? While the housing crisis deepens, real harm to real people is continuing, and you've spent something like $20 million or so on something that could very well end up being an expensive boondoggle. Next, I want to comment on the role of neighborhood groups, because I noticed that the report brings up that staff apparently proactively reached out to 24 resident associations. Now, I find this concerning because research has shown that resident association groups tend to be highly unrepresentative of the community overall. So I'm concerned about this reliance. And I'll tell you a bit about my experience trying to reach out to my neighborhood association, because a few years ago, when I first started to pay close attention to local politics and housing, I quickly realized the prominent role of the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods in all these discussions. So I thought I would try and get involved in my local group. I checked out the COVN website and saw that their coalition member from my area, which is Fairview, is the Fairview South Granville Action Committee. I tried to find out who these people were. I couldn't find out who it was. I couldn't find a single name of a person involved in this group. I tried to reach out to them to get involved through their website, but they never even responded to me. As far as I could tell, the group consisted of 1 or 2 people maybe who were opposed to a specific MERP proposal. It was essentially a closed-door, secretive group, but it purports to represent the entire area. You know, I just checked this morning, and this group is still on the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods website as one of their coalition members. They're still on the letterhead the COVN sends whenever they have some, want to oppose some housing to you. I clicked on the link to the group's website just this morning, and it's totally defunct. There's just some placeholder spam is there now. They didn't even maintain the registration. Was this one of the residents associations that were consulted? How are they selected? How many other such groups are like this? Secretive, closed doors, totally defunct? I urge you and staff to reconsider your reliance on unrepresentative groups like these. Now, I finally want to briefly comment on a couple of the quick start items. As you can tell, I think council needs to do more. So I urge you to act on the quick start items. But you have to understand, these don't go nearly far enough. They are insufficient. They are inadequate. They are the absolute bare minimum. It's great to see MERP being extended, but the new geographic restrictions are bizarre. You know, the fact that you've already extended the program but still haven't been able to come up with 20 proposals should tell you this program needs a real rethink. And to be clear, even 20 MERPs would be a drop in the bucket of this city's housing need. The rental transition zone policy is also urgently needed. This policy, the rental transition zone policy, already came to this council over a year ago, where it was effectively defeated and sent back to the drawing board. That has led to over a year of delay and a proposal that is now reduced in scope. During that time, there's been no opportunity for more rental housing in low-density areas. Housing delayed is housing denied, and real harm to real people is being caused by this council's unwillingness to act. So please, approve the quick start items, but do more. Don't wait, because I think more than anything, this city needs politicians who are willing to act like we're in a housing crisis and a climate crisis, because right now, it doesn't seem like we do. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Peter. Well timed. You do have questions from Councillor DeGenova, so over to you, Councillor, for 3 minutes.
Hi there. I'm just wondering, are you in support of the recommendations before us or opposition to them as a whole?
I support you adopting. I understand the main sort of decision you have before you is to move forward with the quick start items. I certainly urge you to adopt them and to move forward with this. But I want this my main point I want. So yes, I support it in that sense. But the main point I want to get across is how disconnected so much of this discussion has felt from the urgent needs that the city is experiencing.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure, because I understood that there were some comments that you had made, and I wasn't quite sure if you were in support of this or not. So thank you for clarifying that. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor DeGenova. Thank you for coming to speak to Council. Peter, those are all your questions. We appreciate you coming.
Great. Thank you.
Next, we have speaker number 3, Katie Lewis.
Hi there.
Hi, Katie, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and you can start now.
Good morning, council. I'm Katie Lewis. I'm a resident of Vancouver and VP of the Strathcona Residents Association, which is a volunteer-run nonprofit BC society. Our goal is to promote the health, safety, and well-being of all residents living in Strathcona. I also sit on the board of the Strathcona Community Centre, where I focus on community planning and facilities. My day job, I run a small freelance writing business, and I've had a number of kind of previous career opportunities. I've lived abroad. I spent a number of years working at Phillips Hager and North in investments, so the previous speaker, Ian Quirk, was very interesting to me. I'm a mother of 6-year-old twins who are Indigenous, and I have lived on income assistance over the last decade, and particularly in the last year. I've really watched as many people around me have left our wonderful city as they can't afford to live here. So I absolutely agree there is a crisis going on. I question a number of the recommendations in this report, but I'm going to try and focus on the ones that directly affect Strathcona residents. I guess I'd first like to comment that the SRA would have loved to have been engaged in this type of planning, and we'd still love to be engaged, but we weren't by city staff in any way, other than finding a link ourselves to an online survey. So I think that was a missed opportunity, and I really hope that could be corrected. I also kind of question that these types of reports that are very important and are released kind of last minute in the middle of the summer. I respect that a huge amount of work has gone into this. However, I think a lot more work needs to be done. And I think a lot more data needs to be provided in order for council to make a responsible decision here today. These decisions have real impact on people's lives. I'm really concerned about how the city has leveraged its financial future on real estate. And how we're fixated on rezoning as kind of a vital revenue source, and now we're kind of so focused on feeding that need. So this report and some of the quick start recommendations in it appear to me that city staff is trying to put a Band-Aid on an open gaping wound. Basically, I take the view that this attempt by staff is quite premature, and that this report and a number of the quick start actions should be referred back to staff for more work. This is supposed to be a comprehensive citywide plan for Vancouver. I don't think enough has been done by staff to justify some of these quick start actions, because some of these zoning bylaw changes are incredibly significant, and they have citywide implications. Strathcona, we're very supportive of social housing in Strathcona, and you can see it. I think we have, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's by far the most in the city of Vancouver, 30%, I think, last year, which I'm sure is more now. But we do at times question why it is all focused in one community. We question whether this will affect people who are in existing affordable rentals. And we'd like to see improved tenant protections now. We're really concerned with the lack of amenities that exist. We know there's an incredible lack of green space in Strathcona. Oppenheimer just barely opened. Strathcona Park was inaccessible for almost a year, and half of it is still fenced off with an upgraded park an estimated 5 years away. Our community centers, and trust me, I love them. I'm part of it. Fall very short in comparison to other community centers in the city. And honestly, people that live in supportive housing deserve to have community centers to engage in and green space. We've increased density in this area, we've added social housing, but we haven't added any amenities that are critical to the well-being of this community, and I find that quite shameful. So in terms of the downtown east side, I guess I'm referring to page 56, I question, and Councillor Kirby Young brought up a very good question here, and a 2020 survey that showed that 3/4 of people would prefer to live away from the downtown east side. That is certainly very similar to conversations that I have had with a number of people living in the downtown east side. One of the social housing projects closest to me is Rice Block. I've spoken to a number of women there, a number of whom are in recovery, and many speak to the benefits of being outside the core of the downtown east side and away from some of the challenges.
Katie, that is your time.
Okay.
But you do have a number of councillors with questions, so why don't we go over to our first councillor that has questions, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Katie, for making the time to speak with council today. I'm just wondering, what would you imagine true and what you would consider, full engagement of your neighborhood to be in this plan, in this process to this point? I understand you were hoping to be maybe consulted ahead of this coming to council, but what would help to move that forward for you?
Yeah, I think city staff has engaged us well on certain other challenges in our community, such as prior, and we would like to be engaged in the same way. I think online surveys really only strike a certain segment of the population and really don't capture a lot of people in Strathcona. That's certainly been our experience with the Strathcona Residents Association. We've had to go door to door. We've gotten into social housing projects ourselves. We've gone and visited Chinese care homes. So that is the level on the ground. And I realize a lot of work has been done in the downtown east side, but I think there is an opportunity for a lot more work. And I would really like to be engaged in those conversations.
Okay, thanks. But and I appreciate that. I'm wondering, is there a way forward that you see, like a process? Are you happy with what you see here in moving forward and you're asking for more consultation? Or is there a specific way you want to be consulted or that you would feel good about having input into this plan as we move forward?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think yeah, the neighborhood. I think my perception of speaking to neighbors is that we feel quite blindsided by this report, and we're not happy with the quick start actions that were presented here today, particularly in light of some of the rezoning of the downtown east side. And I guess I would encourage the city, and I'm not sure if this already exists, to either create far more public dialogue, hold a town hall, and do much more on their public engagement front of Strathcona residents, not just downtown east side residents, in moving this forward.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate that. That's almost my time, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Katie, you have more questions, Councillor Carr?
Great. Thank you so much, Katie, for coming. Really appreciate your comments. I also want to ask about the engagement. I don't know if you listened to staff presentation at the beginning of this item, but they did talk about fall engagement being somewhat different and would include a number of workshops that would be led by council with the ability of council to invite people to that. So my question to you is, so there's an opportunity, for example, for the residents associations to be invited. So would that be something you'd be interested in? What kind of format? We couldn't really have town halls the way we probably would have liked because of the pandemic, but is that a format that interests you? Or if you could just give me any details about the style of engagement that you're looking for and complete neighborhoods is the theme for the fall. So any specifics on that would be welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'd be very interested in participating in anything like that. Strathcona residents, as many of you well know, are extremely passionate about their neighborhood in a very active way. And I'm sure that it would be quite easy for us to gather groups of people from all sorts of kind of diverse communities together. And if that's in an online format, I'm sure we can make that work. If it's an online town hall, I'm sure that would be acceptable, as I realize COVID presents a challenge that way. So I do think there are great opportunities to do so, and we'd be really happy to help organize and support any of that.
Great. That's great. Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato, you're up next.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Katie, for calling in today. I appreciate you bringing up the desire to be engaged, and fortunately, you've got staff on the line listening, so I think they'll be taking note of that and reaching out. I did want to circle back on the report itself and some of the policy proposals. You suggested in your comments that you think some of them should be referred back to staff, and I'm just wondering, is there a specific policy proposal in like the quick starts that you think that should be paused or referred back? I just wanted to get more clear on that.
Yeah, I mean, the ones that I have specific concerns with are the ones that refer to the rezoning policy for the downtown east side. And I do realize that, the quick start, like some of that will be pushed. But I mean, that really kind of raised a lot of concerns here really quickly, to be honest. I also have concerns with recommendation D, with the affordability requirements, because I do think it will displace people that are already in affordable rentals currently. And I honestly, quite honestly, I disagree with the moderate income rental housing pilot program in general. And I think it's a very expensive program. Quite frankly, I think it should be canned, but that's a personal opinion. That is not necessarily the Strathcona Residents Association's opinion. But I don't think it serves low-income residents in Strathcona. I really would request more data, which has not been forthcoming from city staff. I mean, it's missing. How can you make a responsible decision if you don't have data in front of you?
Okay, no, that's great. I really appreciate you being really specific about your concerns. I appreciate that input. Thanks, Katie.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Dominato. And then finally on the question queue is Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Katie, for being here. I wanted to pick up on Councillor Dominato's questions and zero in on sort of the specific parts of the report that you had challenged with. And I'll go back specifically to the piece on the downtown east side, and you picking up on that question I asked with respect to a sort of majority of people surveyed who suggested that they would value living elsewhere and having a different environment. Can you speak a little bit more about that? You started to say you've spoken with some residents in terms of what you're hearing and why that's important.
Yeah, absolutely. And I kind of just got into it. A number of the women that I've spoken to at Rice Block, spoke about the benefits, and that is, I don't know if it's technically still in the downtown east side, but it really is on the fringes of it. And they spoke about just the power of being away from the core of the downtown east side, away from the challenges. And that includes things like former partners who exhibited abusive behaviors and quite honestly speaking, they're drug dealers. The common phrase is impossible to stay clean on the downtown east side. And that's something that I hear echoed from the women I speak with in my neighborhood. I'm very supportive of safe supply, but I'm also very supportive of recovery. I believe we need to have social housing that sets people up for success. And I think spacing out social housing, not concentrating it in one location, is a more forward thinking and a more humane approach, in my opinion.
Okay, that's really helpful perspective, because I share concerns around how we move forward with the downtown east side. The other question I wanted to ask you was really around, you mentioned this notion of complete communities and community amenities, which is, I feel like, a song sheet I've been singing from for a long time. And I wonder if you can talk about, you said that your amenities are not sort of up to par, like Strathcona Community Center and that, relative to others in the community, of how important those are in terms of having an engaged and a complete community. What happens when they deteriorate or you don't have them?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost impossible to put into words. It's one of those things I think that you take for granted until you're unable to access it. Green space. We know that green space. Green space, in my view, is a human right. And Strathcona already has the least amount of green space in the city. We also have we are home to the city's most vulnerable population. And we saw the experience of the heat wave and how it affected this area. We have a real lack of trees. We have Oppenheimer was closed for years. And we saw lots of Strathcona Park for almost a year. And during a pandemic, people's mental health was affected. We saw rates of violent crime go up in our neighborhood. Green space is actually tied to crime rates as well. There's a lot of issues. Yeah.
We are going to have to leave it there. I know that 3 minutes goes very quickly. It's hard for you to see the timer. But that does bring us to the end of your questions as well. And we appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Council, I'll just bring your attention to the time and that we have 3 speakers on the line to this item, the 3 final speakers. And if we hear from each of them, that'll bring us right up against the noon hour, of course, wanting to allow for questions as required of councillors.
Speakers prior to the lunch break.
Thank you, and I'll appreciate that. So that is a motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Sorry.
Aye.
Chair Blythe, I couldn't hear that. My audio cut out. What was the motion?
Oh, the motion is to listen, is to hear from speakers before the lunch break, and I'll just add that we will get 1 hour whenever we complete hearing from speakers.
That
Yes,
would be
thank
my
you.
motion. Thanks,
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay, so I'll just vote. I'll just call for that vote again. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much, Council. That motion has passed, so we will continue to hear from speakers until the end of the speaker list. And with that, Councillor DeGenove, I see you're on the queue. Was that to move the motion?
I was on the queue to move the motion as you
Okay,
told me
wonderful.
to be before.
Thank you so much. So over to our speaker 4 on this item, which is Barbara May.
Hello, this is Barbara May speaking. Can you hear me?
We can, Barbara.
Hello?
Thank you. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming to speak to council. You have 5 minutes, and your time starts
thank you
now.
very much for listening. I'm speaking on behalf of the Upper Kits Residents Association. I'm one of the volunteer directors. We have heard deepening concerns from our members about the updated secured rental policy, which was presented this morning. Well, the residents of Upper Kitsilano have expressed a series of misgivings about the plan. They agree on one thing. The secured rental policy sets a precedent that will lead to less green, more expensive neighborhoods. The policy will lead to full block land assemblies, demolitions of perfectly fine homes, construction of 4 to 6 story boxes on arterials and side streets, think West King Edward east of Oak, and the loss of our distinct historical neighborhood. In other words, most of the ingredients that made the neighborhood attractive and somewhat affordable in the first place will be lost. Several neighbors who live on streets just off arterials have told us they have already been approached by real estate companies and received flyers outlining the potential for land assemblies before this plan has even been received by council. The city's approach to increasing affordable housing is not working. In our opinion, the MRF provides too few units for the profits reaped by investors and the cost of taxpayers for concessions given to developers. What we end up with is mostly market rental with rents that are prohibitively high for the very people you are trying to help. We have no reason to think that the updated secure rental housing plan will produce different results. In council discussions, Upper Kitsilano is routinely criticized as being low-density neighborhood with older homes, factors that are used to encourage redevelopment. In reality, we are already a community of multifamily homes with far lower rents than most new housing in the city. Upper Kitsilano, indeed, Kitsilano as a whole has far greater density than it is credit for. For example, most of the older homes in the area provide secondary suites that have long been a refuge for those unable to pay higher rents in newer buildings. And in recent years, laneway houses have proliferated. You would be hard-pressed to find a single block that doesn't already have laneway houses and more in the planning stages. And yet, these type of housings are never considered in city planning. It's time the city and those that view housing as a commodity stop targeting our community as one with merely and now found upon single-family detached housing in order to justify ever more development. In choosing, we ask you to rethink both the secured rental policy and the MRF and send them back to staff with your thoughts and those of actual residents from the neighborhoods affected on how we can make a better plan that incorporates the homes we already have. We don't need more demolition, demobiction, or higher rents. We don't need bland buildings with tiny suites. This policy may be a boon for developers, but it is ruinous for the people, including several homeowners already struggling to stay here. The people who know Kitsilano the best are those who live here. We suggest you speak with them on how they envision the future of their neighborhood. Narrowly framed online surveys alone do not suffice in portraying the concerns and wishes of residents, regardless of neighborhood. Of course, ours is not the only neighborhood that the secured rental policy will harm. As one longtime Maine resident who lives in an older low-rise apartment told council at a public hearing on increasing social housing in the city, he could not find the equivalent monthly rent of $800 anywhere else. Renters deserve some respect, he said. These people need the homes they already have.
Thank you very much Thank you very much, Barbara. Actually, we do have a councillor who has questions, so we will move over to Councillor Kirby Young. Questions of the speaker.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for coming to speak to council. I appreciated your comments about the role that secondary rental plays. I wonder if you're interested or willing to share your experience with council. Like, have you, in terms of, are you renting currently? Have you had rental challenges yourself, or are you not in that position yet? What are you experiencing?
I haven't had rental challenges of late, no.
Okay. Just curious in terms of sort of understanding what people's experience are. So you're not in a situation where you're needing rental housing.
No, right? No.
Okay, thank you.
But my daughter and friends who've actually lived with us for a very long time have experienced real rental difficulties in their price range, which would be about $1,000 a month, and there's nothing like that in Vancouver.
Right. Yes, I know it's expensive. Thank you so much for sharing that. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, and thank you very much, Barbara, for coming to speak to council. That's the end of your questions. We appreciate you coming.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye now. Fifth on the list, speaker 5, we have Maureen Sharon.
Hello.
Hi there, Maureen. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Hello, and I have to say, if I'm a person who stays in touch with everything, is losing the capacity to continue to be present at these hearings. Oh gosh, in the middle of summer again. I wonder how many people are even aware that this is happening. So first of all, I will second all the comments made by the representative from the Upper Kitts area. I'm part of the RT 7 or 8 zoning that's just west of Burrard and south of Broadway. And I will make this comment that I'm very disappointed when I was watching the last Broadway planning session, where the city planners labeled this area as RS and RT zoning. And there was another RT zoning area that was labeled that way, that this was single family housing, and yet it's totally full of conversions of 4-story strata units and whatever of old housing. My biggest concern with all this, and the councillors have asked questions regarding this, is that we still haven't received the data back regarding how much housing we need to account for in terms of the actual population coming here. The second one is, of course, we have the Broadway plan that's not completed, the citywide plan that's not completed, and yet we continue to come forward with items from staff that basically make such significant, dramatic changes to the city that I'm not sure what's left to be accommodated in the final plan. It really does break down the trust and the feelings that people have that they are being listened to by staff and council when it comes to these changes affecting our city. I've said a lot in email recently. I will make another comment. that I don't understand how we can even, I frankly, I don't think the changes being brought forward are going to bring about affordable housing. I have a niece in Chilliwack that is paying $1,100 for a basement suite. I don't know how we're ever going to get this under control. I just don't believe the current set of changes proposed are going to help. So that's all I'll say for today.
Thank you very much, Maureen. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you clearly outlining your perspective today.
Okay, thanks.
And then finally on the list, we have speaker 6, Owen Brady.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, there we go. We can hear you, Owen. You have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Bligh and Council. I support the recommendations in this report with some reservations. It's great to see that staff are consulting with a diverse sample of Vancouverites, and I'm glad to see all the support for complete communities and diverse housing types in all neighborhoods, especially the most exclusionary ones. In the interest of time, I'm going to focus my concerns on the secured rental transition areas policy. This policy isn't really a quick start, though. It's more like a slow reset. Council passed a motion some time ago stating that apartments should not be restricted to arterial streets as they are noisy and polluted. The public agrees. Overwhelming numbers have said that apartments should be allowed everywhere. And yet we have a policy that is mostly the same as, and in some ways more restrictive than, the nearly decade-old policy it would be replacing. Why is that? The requirement to be near shopping can be applied without regard to whether the apartment is next to an arterial street. An apartment building that is 200 meters from a bus stop is the same distance whether it's on the arterial or 3 blocks off of it. I used to walk 700 meters to the bus stop. Further, we cannot create complete communities in the next 9 years by essentially copying what we've done for the last 9 years. And the target year is 2030, not 2050. Apartment starts in the city of Vancouver are now back at pre-2016 levels. And this sharp drop started months before the pandemic. At this rate, our critically low vacancy rate will remain critically low indefinitely. More and more people cannot live in the same number of homes. That is fundamentally the reason that the cost of renting is rapidly increasing. While I appreciate that this transition areas policy is meant to be more streamlined than the previous policy, it is simply not good enough to spend 2 or 3 years consulting on and implementing a policy that is basically the same as what it's replacing. That's not moving in the right direction. Excuse me. It's just treading water. And that is very discouraging for all of the people who participated in the very long consultation process because they believed it could lead to real change. It's simply not good enough to hear that people want better options on quiet streets and not actually do anything about it as the years fly by. It's not respectful to those who earnestly participated in the consultation process to block progress because of the complaints of the same small group of people who oppose every action. In closing, given the overwhelming support from Vancouverites at large, I urge Council to make a real step forward by removing the 1 block limit entirely. Just base the transition areas on proximity to shopping nodes, parks, and schools, which kind of makes sense. If Council feels that would be too ambitious, at least allowing apartments 1 block further from arterials would be a meaningful step in the right direction and a serious reflection of this Council's stated values. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Owen, there are no questions, but we do appreciate you coming and clearly stating your perspective to Council today.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, well, we actually did it before noon, so that's great. We have 1 hour for lunch, and we will be reconvening at 1 p.m. for a second round of questions to staff, and then debate and decision on this item. Have a good lunch.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
Great job, Chair. Moving that along. Nice.
Thanks, guys. Have a good lunch.
Hi, Anthony. Can you hear me okay? Anthony, can you hear me? Anthony, can you hear me now? Councillor Bligh, are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Excellent. Hello. Councillor Boyle, can you hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear
Welcome
me
to
all right?
Telus
I
Conference.
can, thank you.
To join the conference,
Can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, that's perfect.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thanks very much, Rosemary. Okay, Council, we do have quorum, so we will proceed with our afternoon session. Where we left off before lunch was, of course, the end of the speakers list. And now we'll be going into a second round of questions to staff. And when complete, I'll be asking someone to move the report, and then we can enter into debate and discussion. So with that, over to you, Council, if anybody has any further questions, follow-up questions to staff. And Councillor Kirby Young, I see you first on the queue, so please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks to staff again for the overview. I have two questions I want to zero in on. The first one is with respect to the MERP program. And the question is, what happens if if this recommendation on MERP doesn't proceed to extend the program to January to allow it to get up to 20 rezoning applications? Do we envision that we would just have market rental projects coming forward, that we'd have less rental? And related to that second part of the question is, if there are market rental coming forward, would that trigger CACs that could be used for other purposes, such as investing in housing or in sort of community amenities?
Staff? Councillor Kirby Young, I'm just going to stop your timer and make sure that staff are on the line and can hear the question.
Susan, are you on the line? Dan, are you on the line?
Sorry, Chair, it's Paul Mocker here. I'm going to follow up and see whether there's some sort of technical issue here with staff. Bear with me.
Hi, Edna. I think you're on the line. Can we do a quick sound?
Sure, Councillor Kirby, why don't I start?
Can we do a sound check to ensure we're being heard? This is planning staff.
Okay, I can hear you now, planning staff. So if you would like us to repeat the question, I can ask Councillor Kirby Young to do that, or if you're ready to go ahead, we'll start the timer.
Yeah, can we just start again, Chair? I think that would be best. Is that possible?
Sure, let me just make sure I'm getting it back and forth with staff. Thank you. Dan, Chris, or Susan, if you could just let us know if you're there.
Hi, Councillor. Apologies. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Dan, we can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we were set up in a different room.
Okay,
Okay.
I'm going to ask Councillor Kirby Young to repeat the question and reset the timer, and we'll start over.
Okay, great. Can you hear me, Deb?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Okay, so starting fresh, the first question I want to zero in is on the MERP program. And my question is, if council did not approve this recommendation to extend it to January and enable further applications, what happens in the rental market really in the big scheme of things? Will we see fully market rental projects coming forward? Would that trigger CACs that could be used for community amenities or to invest in other affordable housing? What's the impact of not approving the MERP?
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the primary impact would just be that through the MERP program, we wouldn't have the ability to consider new proposals that meet the parameters of the program and enable the below market rental housing. So there wouldn't be an ability for staff to consider proposals that, in these locations and the parameters of MERP. There are, of course, still the sort of secured rental policy rezonings that could come forward for 100% market rental projects. However, we have seen that there are very few circumstances in which those projects generate land lift that would generate CACs. So the outcome would be we still have one or two proposals or inquiries in process that were submitted under the previous rounds of MERP that could come forward, but that would be about the extent of it.
Okay, and quick follow-up on that. Do we think that this shift in mechanism, still retaining the vacancy control, if you will, but the shift in mechanisms tied to CMHC is actually going to stimulate more applications or not?
Both through our financial testing with Coriolis Consulting and our discussions with the industry, we do think that the shift in the mechanism of securing the rents would have a really significant impact on the interest in the program and take projects from being difficult to finance to ones that could receive financing. May also result in projects that have already been approved but are sort of stalled in the financing stages to actually proceed.
Okay, thank you. My second question, I want to shift gears, is related to the downtown east side Oppenheimer district recommendations to increase the social housing set out. And I really want some perspective here around the magnitude of this, because I'm going to state very clearly, I'm not interested in perpetuating the status quo in the downtown east side. I'm actually interested in diversifying to get people to a better place. I am interested in getting people into housing, but I also just don't want to kettle people, and I want to create a better community. So can you speak to the scope of this recommendation, the downtown east side?
Chairperson Tom Wanklin, to Councillor Kirby Young, thank you. I think there's a couple of elements that apply here. The first one was the indication from our community fair in 2019 and engagement with a number of the groups in downtown Eastside asking for additional housing to be provided within the targets, but to speed this process up. The second thing was Council approved the Housing Vancouver Strategy Action Plan, which asks all community plans to deliver a modest increase in height and density.
Can I get you to, with the time I have, to maybe put this more in layman's terms? How much social housing do we think this is going to support? Are we going to see taller buildings than we have now? Are we going to see X% potentially more units? Can you try to put it in layman's terms?
You will see one extra story under zoning. You will see what, and that is for 100% social housing projects only.
So it's one extra story.
One extra story. Because the modest increase was not defined, we wanting to come to council to ask you to agree to define it.
So is it really that simple? That's all it is? It's not it's not a significant change.
It's not, to us, it's not significant change. We don't see wholesale change. We would only see a few projects that can get provincial funding for 100% social housing delivery, which is run then by non-profit associations.
And under the city's definition of social housing, where 70%, well, with the downtown east side, with the hills, the 30% at shelter, and then the hills tie-in, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so on that note, in terms of thinking bigger and bigger picture for positive change in the downtown east side, where are you on that in broadening the scope of this?
Sorry, could you repeat that, Councillor? I wasn't sure.
In terms of thinking about bigger change to affect a more positive community in the downtown east side, where are you on that?
more positive community, this involves a multi-government effort to assist the residents of downtown Eastside, right across the board.
Let me ask you a very explicit question. Are we anticipating more bold, sweeping rezoning changes for the downtown east side?
No.
Okay, we're just right at the 5 minutes. So we'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much, staff, for those responses. Over to Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, my first question is looking at the phase 3 draft policy options and trade-offs. Can you talk a little bit more about this phase 3 process? And it talks about how there'll be First Nation partnership review. Can you talk about how that First Nations partnership review will be included as part of phase 3 or early in part phase 4?
Hello, Council. Karis Hebert, Manager of the Vancouver Plan, responding. So to respond to your question, Councillor Wiebe, we are intending to bring draft policy directions and land use concepts to the First Nations at the beginning of September to allow for review, and then to the broader public in October as well.
Okay, and can you talk about where we're at with getting the big policy options and trade-offs? Like, when will the public see that? Like, when is it going to be communicated on what those trade-offs and big policy options are, and the role of council through that process? Can you just better explain that through what phase 3 really looks like from an operational level?
Sure. So we are developing emerging policy directions based on the technical analysis and the engagement feedback from phase 2 currently. We'll be working through the summer and then begin more communication about that in September with engagement, intensive engagement planned through the month of October.
Okay, and how is this planning process working in parallel with the housing needs report? So we have an understanding of how many people are coming to Vancouver and where the needs are to make sure that we are planning appropriately.
So we are working very closely with the housing policy team on the housing needs survey study, and we also, as Susan Haid noted, are planning to come to council with a special workshop in September on the growth options, inclusive of consideration of housing needs work.
Okay, and my final question is, recognizing that we've probably done a state of the city, so we know where the biggest gaps are and what issues we're hopefully going to solve by creating the Vancouver plan. Can you talk about where we've seen the biggest gaps in city planning and where we feel the Vancouver plan can help address those gaps?
Yes, so we've done quite a bit of spatial analysis of the city and also of the current state of complete neighborhoods, housing in proximity to services, community services. And we're seeing some of the gap areas on the west side, also in the southeast of the city, really in the lower density housing areas. And so those are some of the areas that we're focusing on having conversations with the public about in order to evolve more complete neighborhoods over time.
Okay, and just to follow up, and how does that align with kind of the third emerging direction there of natural systems and how we better connect people to nature and blue-green systems? So how does that work kind of fold into this overall housing needs and that complete community conversation?
Well, it's definitely going to be a layer. It's part of our spatial analysis to date. We'll be looking for evolving ideas, talking to the public about evolving ideas in terms of connecting green spaces and systems through the land use plan. So there'll be options for development.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wiebe. Over to Councillor Hardwick. Okay, I'm just looking. Councillor Hardwick might be having some technical issues.
There we go.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry about that. The dread double mute.
All right.
I'd like to ask staff, through their research with Coriolis and the industry, if the developers have articulated what they want to achieve in terms of profitability to make their projects viable from their perspective.
Hi, Councillor, it's Dan Garrison. Thanks for the question. You probably heard earlier the discussion about the 15% return on cost measure that we typically use on condominium projects.
Yeah.
When we work with Coriolis, we've continued to use a return on cost metric because to remain consistent with that approach, but we assume a much lower return on cost is to create viability for rental projects, and we've assumed somewhere in the 8% range is when projects start to become viable, and at 10% return on cost they start to become more attractive, and so somewhere in that 8 to 10% return on cost is closer to the metric that we use when we're looking at rental projects.
So that's what the developers have articulated to you as opposed to your analysis.
So that's what our financial analysis has shown from Coriolis, and it's based on their experience in the industry, looking at what numbers typically are needed to be achieved for projects to go forward.
So since we've been using the barometer of 15% previously, how does that impact everything that's been approved recently and is in the pipeline?
Well, we've actually used a lower metric for rental for quite a long time in terms of looking at the return on cost for those projects. Generally speaking, we find that the rental projects at the kinds of densities that we're proposing, the rental generally is not able to get up to a 15% return on cost. Generally doesn't happen. So we usually see those in between 5 and 10%, knowing we're going to need to get into the 8 to 10% range to make projects actually pencil.
Okay. How long? Because this is the first time I'm hearing any deviation from that 15%.
Well, just as an example, I've just been told to lean into my mic more. Apologies. Just as an example, when we did the rental incentive review back in November of 2019, we definitely included in that presentation an assessment of viability based on a review of our rental projects, and at that point, we were already using that kind of metric. We were presenting to council in that presentation on a 8 to 10% return on cost basis, comparing that to the minimum 15% that's usually required for condominium development.
So whose pro formas are you looking at? The one that's submitted to the banks for financing, the one that's submitted to the city, the one that's submitted to the suppliers and construction industry? Because there's usually at least 3 or 4 pro formas.
Yeah, that's not untrue. We typically look at 2 kinds of pro formas, I'd say, in our work. The first is we have our development consultants and economic consultants run their own pro formas. So Coriolis is doing their own work on that. And then secondly, as projects are coming in, we'll be reviewing the pro formas through our real estate services staff that are submitted by the applicant.
Finally, again, on the housing data, when will we be able to see the existing pipeline data, especially focused on the comparison between the strata condo and the rental housing in particular?
Hi, Councillor. So apologies for the delay. Yeah, we're developing all of that work and all of that data to come out in the fall. So we're doing extensive pipeline analysis right now. We're expecting in September for that work to be shared publicly.
Okay, I'll again point to the fact that we should have had it by now. That's the point of having a pipeline, is so you know what's in the works. Will that also include full exploration around zone capacity of the existing zoning that is available to develop at this point in time?
Just 10 seconds, Dan.
There is, sorry, Councillor, there is work underway on the development capacity in the city. I'm just trying to get confirmation on zone capacity, but certainly development capacity work is underway.
Thank you very much. Sorry, we'll leave it there. Over to Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks very much. Just following up on some of the other questions regarding the changes to the district's schedule that would allow for some relaxation to the zoning in the downtown east side. I'm wondering if this in any way, I'd asked about this last term, but I was told that this may compromise the UNESCO heritage status that the city was seeking for Chinatown, and I understood at one point that it might be the entire downtown east side that we were seeking this heritage status for. So I'm just wondering if that at all is compromising this, and are we rethinking after a global pandemic the resources that we're putting into the plan to apply for UNESCO World Heritage? Is that something that staff are considering reprioritizing?
Chairperson, through you, thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Tom Wanklin speaking. Firstly, regarding the changes, they are not going to be changes in Chinatown. They are for two zones that are, one is north, one is south. The other, the UNESCO bid, that is at least another 5 years away in terms of the work that's got to be done to be able to make that bid. And there's no proposals to abandon that effort that we know of. We will be coming to council in December with a report on that work and the ongoing work required.
Okay, so I understood from some of the previous policies that had come forward, including a recent change to the processes of development, that planning would be rethinking and bringing forward for the consideration of council some reprioritization. And I was just wondering if UNESCO was included in the list that would be included or would be considered by planning in that.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Not to your knowledge. Okay. Then can you tell me what is on the table for reconsideration of prioritization?
I would have to ask other members of staff to help with that.
Okay, and if I could have I mean a follow up to that, I'm sorry, I know that's asking for a lot to put you on the spot right here on that, but perhaps an email later on if I could ask for that, and obviously to all council members so that we all have the same information. Would that be possible?
Yes, we can take that away. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. I appreciate that. Also, just wondering as we move forward with in-person engagement, if there was any thought for council meetings around the community. I know both Councillor Carr and I have put forward motions in previous terms about this, as had other councillors. Is there any consideration for going out into the community as we are able to through the restart plan, and maybe having council meetings in different communities to help engage people in the Vancouver plan throughout neighborhoods?
So I will hand the mic to Karis and Susan.
Thank you, and thanks, Tom, for your answer.
Thank
5
you.
minutes is it goes by quick.
Karis Hebert, manager of the Vancouver Plan. So Councillor DiGenova, yes, we are looking at a hybrid model of engagement for October. We want to be mindful that we may be vulnerable to another wave of COVID variants. And so we are certainly planning for some in-person engagement, but we also want to have a robust online plan as well so that we're not impeded from engaging as broadly as possible in October with land use plan concepts and policy directions.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate that, and that's close to my time, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you very much, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to circle back more broadly with the Vancouver plan, not the quick actions today, but One of the areas that's identified is transportation priorities, and I'm curious if we will be, in the context of transportation priorities in the public realm, um, that the Vancouver plan will contemplate things like the use of space in the city, as well as things like sidewalks, and there's a couple pieces to this, but both the sort of width and depth of sidewalks, because I'm increasingly noticing in certain areas with just more and more people walking, sidewalks are increasingly getting crowded, and so it's actually harder to move around safely, but also it makes it harder to have things like patios and other sort of outdoor retail space. But also going back to the subject of tree canopy, and how are we ensuring that is that part of the planning to ensure that all neighborhoods there's a robust sort of tree canopy plan with any kind of new development and along the streets, because it is I think really important. So just a couple of threads in that question, but is that something we will see as a part of the more fulsome Vancouver plan that when it comes back?
I think Donnie Wong from engineering is going to respond to this.
Thank
Donnie,
you.
are you there?
Sorry. I was just double muted. Councillor Dominato, Donnie Wong.
Oh, Donnie, we cannot hear you very well at all. So would you mind speaking into your microphone?
Is that better?
Oh, that's much better.
That's much better.
Okay, great. So I'll be quick, Councillor Dominato. So yes, absolutely, it will be part of the key policy directions that we share with the public this fall. You know, building in all the lessons learned from COVID, but also from previous, engagements with with the neighborhoods and citizens. So yes, public realm is a great opportunity, whether it's transportation, mobility, or also for biodiversity, water management, and programming community, building community.
Okay, that's great. I'm happy to hear that. And then just one more question, and I just want to reconfirm what I heard earlier, I think from Susan, was just around the existing neighborhood and community plans and how that fits in, is interwoven into the Vancouver planning process. If you could speak to that, because that often comes up, and it is different across the city. There are cities with some really robust plans where there's been a lot of planning that's gone into place and public engagement, and there's other neighborhoods that have almost nothing and don't even have a residents association that represent them. So could you speak to that and how that fits within the plan?
Yes, thank you for the question. It's Susan Hayde. Just to reiterate that we are integrating the existing community plans and adopted council policy into the base of our land use planning work. We will be looking at areas of future growth and change as well as part of the Vancouver plan. And we anticipate potential updates and refreshing of community plans in the implementation phase 2023 onwards. But I do want to reiterate that the community plans and the adopted community policy is part of the, sorry, we're getting a echo here, but yes, is part of the foundation of the Vancouver plan.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And if I have time for one more question, Chair, I just want to circle back on the quick start around MERP, and just what I'm here. I want to clarify what I heard from staff is that the current model, in their estimation, isn't working anymore. That it's from a financing standpoint, it's they're proposing sort of a bit of a shift that would enable us still to have more moderate income housing produced, but it is a shift from the original model. But otherwise, we just wouldn't see likely any more applications or any other proposals come forward, given the challenges. Is that fair to say?
Hi, Councillor. Dan Garrison chiming in. Yeah, that is basically the characterization that we put forward. Under the current proposal, the current way that MERP works, we've seen a few projects approved, of course. Some of those are proceeding based on the financing they've managed to secure, others are not. And we aren't expecting to see a significant number of new proposals under the current construct. And so that's why staff are proposing an amendment, a shift to the way that the affordability is secured over time.
Dan, I really need you to speak up so that the public can hear.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, yeah. So basically, Councillor Dominato, your characterization is correct. We are looking at a shift that would basically enable projects to be financeable and to work from a financial perspective, which is important if they're going to move forward. Without the changes that staff are proposing, we do estimate, and based on our financial analysis, that we wouldn't see a lot of interest in new proposals. There may be one or two more that come in under the old policy, but that would be pretty much all we would expect.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. I did
Thank
allow
you.
for more time to repeat that answer. Thank you very much. And we're going to go to Councillor Boyle, and just reminding all staff, it is really difficult for the public to hear if we're not speaking up and into the microphone. So if we could just keep that in mind in our responses, that would be great. Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. I just have one more question on the recommendations around MERP, so I can wrap my head around it. I'm hoping staff can help me better understand why the financial model worked for the MERP projects we've already seen, but we don't anticipate it working for more projects. Is there something that changed, or is it just that some developers and projects were willing to take that risk and they're less willing? I'm trying to understand what has changed.
Sure, thank you. Thanks, Councillor. I think there are, it's a combination of both things. One is the construct was challenging from the start in that, you know, and at staff, we take a certain amount of responsibility for this, in that we didn't really allow any escalation in the rents to begin with, which, given rising operating costs, is difficult to achieve. But there were also changes that happened in the meantime to the Residential Tenancy Act, which limited annual allowable rent increases to CPI. And that further impacted, well, it's obviously a positive thing for affordability and for renter households. It did impact project financing going forward, so that was another element to it. Finally, the last thing I'd say in regard to that is we have seen 11 projects approved. We do have a couple of those that are certainly financed and are under construction. Some of the ones that I understand are moving forward to construction now are ones that were able to take advantage and able to access the CMHC rental construction financing, which is a very low rate of financing. And so if you were sort of one of the projects that was lucky enough to achieve that, you may be able to move ahead under the current construct. If you weren't, the projects, even the ones that are already approved, are we understand having some trouble securing financing. And so that's really, between that and the advice we've gotten from our economic testing and analysis consultants, is where we come to the conclusion that without an amendment, we're going to have challenges with seeing more projects come in.
Okay, and one more question, and I apologize if you've said this or in the report and I somehow missed it, but these recommendations apply to new projects going forward, but projects already approved through public hearing would still have the previous form of vacancy control as approved in the rezoning?
Yeah, that's correct. It's because those previous rents and forms of vacancy control were secured as conditions of rezoning enactment following a public hearing. A change in the policy construct, which is what's proposed today, can't retroactively amend what was approved at that time. It would be possible, if those applicants can't move their projects forward, for them to apply for a different construct that would require a new public hearing, a new process. But it is possible. It is not possible without going through that process to retroactively change the approach to those projects.
Okay, that's all helpful information. I'll leave it there. Thank you, staff.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on the queue, we have Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, just to get it on the public record, what are the incomes that social housing will serve in the downtown east side? Is it just 30% at shelter?
Hi, Councillor. So in the downtown east side, the base definition of social housing requires a minimum of 1/3 of the units to rent to households of provincial income assistance rates, so very low income rents. We then include a target for an additional 1/3 of the units to be rent geared to income to households with incomes below the provincial housing income limits. And the additional 1/3 to make up the full project can be rented at the low end of market rent. And so it's a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3 construct that we typically target. I was just going through yesterday, in fact, with my project team, a housing agreement where we were securing through a development permit process exactly that: 1/3 shelter rate, 1/3 below the housing income limits, and 1/3 up to low end of market rent.
But when we say that we're wanting to increase the height of social housing in the downtown east side, we're not necessarily getting that mix. The minimum mix that we would get is the 1/3, right?
That's the minimum we would get, but staff do work through, even through a development permit process, to secure the target that is set out in the downtown east side plan, if it's at all possible. And typically with the kind of senior government funding we have coming through, we have been able to make that work in most cases.
Okay. So I'm wondering what a land use plan would look like. Would it involve zoning? And could a land use plan be used to increase affordability for lower income people?
This is Susan Hayde. Thank you for the question. A land use plan is a policy plan, and so it will not include zoning per se. It is at a higher level above zoning. But can it include policy that pertains to the type of tenure and the type of income? Yes, it can.
Okay, thank you. And is there a way that zoning can be used to increase affordability? Or ways?
I think a good example is the rental-only zoning of the proposed Streamline rental initiative for C2, for example.
Okay. But we're not, it's just basically the rental that the developer would charge, right? There's no limits on what the developer would charge in that case for the C2s. We're just assuming that rental would be cheaper than condos.
In that case, and it is subject to the amending bylaws, which aren't yet before council, but in that case, C2 is at market rates, or anticipated at market rates.
So your engagement results say that 76% want affordability for people under 80K. So what percent of the housing that could result from these proposed changes in the C2 and the RS and RT zones would actually serve people who are earning under 80K? Do you have any idea of that?
I think that is really part of the work that we're undertaking in terms of the recalibration of the housing targets and the housing needs assessment consistent with the provincial guidance for all municipalities. We certainly know that we need more.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Back to the MERP, Dan, hoping you're still there. I'll admit that the most attractive piece of MERP for me was the vacancy control in exchange for the generous TCL waivers. And I appreciate the rationale for why this is being contemplated. I'm curious, through Vancouver Plan, has there been any consultation with the public and gauged their interest in eliminating vacancy control? I guess specifically with the renting public. Do we have a sense of how folks feel about eliminating vacancy control?
Councillor, yeah, I'd say we haven't specifically asked that question, but noting that we're going into an intensive part of engagement in the fall, that is a question we could certainly add to the discussion around engagement and around housing.
Okay, so extrapolating and following up a bit from that, because understanding that this is being proposed as sort of a trade-off, one of the changes to the MERP also talks about really just limiting this to CD1 zones, and eliminating the various R zones and the C1 and the C3, what does that do to impact the pro forma viability of these projects? So eliminating some of those other conceivably more affordable zones.
Yeah, I mean, I think what it leaves us with primarily is C2 zoning districts where we've seen some of the projects come through, and CD1 zones, provided we aren't seeing significant displacement of renters. So through the one thing is through the SRP or the Streamlining Rental Initiative, we are also looking at introducing back in the fall a below market rental initiative, below market rental proposal, and there it can be achieved at about 6 stories. In the C2 zones, because you're right, these are relatively high value land areas with commercial streets with the ability to build 4-story condo projects. You do need more height and density to overcome that existing land value, and that's why the MERP construct in general has already proposed and enabled, and we're not proposing to change anything about the heights and densities that can be allowed in C2, which is higher than that 6 stories.
So if we wanted to improve viability of, say, vacancy control in MERPs, perhaps contemplating it in lower valued zones like the R's would be the trade-off?
Well, that's something that we can look at in terms of that. Even it's either looking at it in lower value zones or providing for additional height and density. So we can certainly explore beyond that as we go forward in Vancouver Plan. The other big planning process that I think we have to be aware of is Broadway, where we are right now deeply in a detailed way looking at the opportunities to provide for below market rental housing there, particularly given the amount of existing rental that's already in place in the Broadway study area.
Okay, I'm going to shift to just another question on the DEOD for Tom, I guess. Just, you know, appreciating that this proposal isn't really a land use change so much as a built form change, and it's to improve the viability of building the social housing in the DEOD. Will this work? What has been the uptick on DEOD social housing building since the plan was passed? And I recall at the time, 2 of the big concerns were, well, this was done to thwart sort of a speculation in that area and creation of condos and hoping to preserve some of the housing stock and build upon the housing stock in the DEOD, but also there were concerns around impacts on industrial land and the delivery of public benefits that weren't housing. Do we have any sense of how that's been going?
And there's just less than a minute, staff can.
Okay. Just to say there's been a pickup, Councillor, with the availability of provincial funding for social housing in that area. Whereas prior to that, for 20 years, there was only 1 application. So it has made a difference through senior government funding, not through developer interest.
Okay, so the speaker from Strathcona alluded to something that we had flagged as a concern in the LAP, which was the delivery of public benefits like community centers, that kind of thing.
That is correct. So on the public benefit strategy, there is provision for upgrading the community centers, for example.
That is your time, Councillor Fry. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to cut staff off again if I can avoid it. All right, over to Councillor Carr.
Thank you. And I would appreciate brief answers. I've got quite a few questions. My first question, and some of them are simple. The public engagement this last year, I heard 2 different numbers of 10,000 people engaged, 20,000 people engaged. Can you correct which one that is?
Certainly, Karis Hebert, Vancouver Plan Manager. So Councillor Carr, we in phase 2 were able to have 10,000 engagement touch points. Cumulatively, with phase 1 and 2, we've reached 23,000 engagement touch points.
Okay, great, thank you. Can we confirm that the citywide mail out this fall are going to go door to door? I mean, are they going to include business addresses, rental suites, like all mailing addresses?
Yes, our intention is to send a mail out to all businesses and residents, including renter and owner households.
Okay. Well, a question was raised earlier about the fact that the former city plan had 100,000 participants. I'm thinking if we are going to all households, get a lot. Are we planning for like 100,000 or more responses?
Our target for phase 3 is at least 25,000. Maybe we're setting that a little low, but we want it to be achievable.
Okay. I'm hoping for over 100,000 myself once it gets door to door. Okay. On another note, when and through what process will we make actual changes to the zoning maps? And specifically, do we have to do it in time to provide our regional context statement to Metro's regional growth strategy?
This is Susan Haid. We would anticipate changes to zoning after the 2022 delivery of the plan to council as part of implementation, and we don't have to change zoning for the regional context statement. The policy update of Vancouver plan supports the regional context statement update.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. In terms of the 20% on another line of MERP units at deeper affordability within each of the projects. Have any of the projects so far actually targeted more than 20%, or do they specifically land on 20% of units?
Hi, Councillor. There have been a couple of projects that have achieved more than 20%. If you remember the project, Broadway and Birch exceeded 20%, and you could see the height and density was quite high on that. So generally speaking, projects that achieve significantly more height and density can achieve more affordability. But I think that was the only one of the ones we've seen so far that's gone significantly beyond 20%.
Okay, okay. With significant height. Okay, thank you, Dan. That's, yeah, good. In terms of the specific actions for streamlining the rental initiative, this is Appendix B. You did touch upon this a bit in answer to a previous question, Dan, but what will be the process to determine the actual specifics around updating the rezoning policy for all those areas? I mean, yeah, just if you could outline how the public might be involved and how, or the decisions might take place at council.
Okay, yes. So we've already consulted quite extensively with the public in a few rounds, including online engagement in the last number of months around in different areas around the city. We've also will be coming forward in the fall with a wrap up of all of that engagement. That will then turn into a referral report to council. And a referral to public hearing. So there will be an opportunity for the public to come and engage and speak in favor or opposed as through the usual process.
Great. Okay, and regarding those consultations, specifically around the streamlining rental initiatives, how do we plan to protect character homes? Because they're going in, these initiatives are intended to be in RS zones as well, where we have a significant amount of character homes.
Councillor Carr just has 10 seconds for response staff, if you could.
It's Susan Haid. I'm sorry. We'll follow up further with you on that. I know Edna outlined some of the measures in Kits and Cedar Cottage that have been amended in the SRP to respond to character homes and multi-conversion, or the RS7, the RS7. So we'll follow up with you further, but there are some amendments that protect those character homes in Kits and Cedar Cottage.
Okay. We'll have to leave it there. Thank you very much, staff.
Yeah, and actually, Chair, if there's no one else on the list, I would move the amendment, the recommendations.
You were the last person. However, Councillor Hardwick is now on the list. So for a second round of questions potentially. So I'll just check.
No, actually, I was going to move the motion together with, if I'm able, amendments that I sent in.
Councillor Carr has just moved the report. Councillor Hardwick, I was just checking to see if you wanted to ask follow-up questions.
5:33, but I guess not.
It is the right of a councillor to move the report at the end without having time on their clock, given that was the next step in the process, Councillor Hardwick. So with that,
yeah, that's what I was trying to do as well. So if that's the way you're going to approach it, that's the way it's going to be approached.
all right, the report's been moved and is now on the floor, and I'll invite councillors to put themselves on the queue for debate. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to move an amendment, which I have circulated.
Okay.
I guess I'll just wait for
I will
staff
take
to bring
us
that up.
to an amendment queue. And I see that is up on the screen.
Not on the public screen that I can see, Chair.
You may, I have it on mine. It may just require a quick refresh for councillors to make sure that they can see it. Clerks, could you confirm that the language for the amendment is up on the public screen?
Chair Bligh, yes, we're just confirming that. Councillor Carr, if you need assistance, we can remote and help.
I just want to thank you very much, Kirk. I just want to make sure the public can see it. I can see it in WebEx, and I have it, but I just want to make sure the public have it.
Great. I see it there, so I'll advance you, Councillor Carr, and you have 5 minutes to introduce your amendment.
Great. Thank you. And my amendment, as you can see, is actually making some changes specifically to the MERP, the Moderate Income Rental Housing Pilot Program, Quick Start Action. And I know that this has been a subject of much debate amongst councillors in terms of questions and answers to and from staff, and I know it's a subject that that it has public interest as well. So my amendment actually takes us back to or reaffirms the current process that we have in terms of determining the affordability of the units that are the below market, below average market rental, and retains the fact that they will have vacancy control. And the reason why I'm making this amendment is because even though I've heard very strong arguments on the part of staff that this might be problematic in terms of getting more of these projects in, I recognize that we have basically 8 more projects left in terms of moving forward. When I made the amendment that I did last term to the MERP project program when it was first established, I really deepened affordability at that point, and I remember staff being very nervous about developers' uptake. And it turns out that there was uptake, and maybe there's not huge uptake at this point. But what is amazing to me is that there's been significant enough uptake that we have got hundreds of units that are really protected in terms of the affordability of their rents. I mean, into the future, these are going to be those kinds of really affordable apartments, like we've seen when we sit at public hearing and council and we hear circumstances in some of these older rental buildings where there's been long-term residencies and the people's rents are so affordable. It's because there hasn't been the turnover and the matching to continuously increasing market rents. Vacancy control achieves that same thing as stable, long-term renters in those older apartments that I think all of us have been in awe of in terms of the real affordability there. And we may have fewer projects, but as I say, these will be the most affordable rental units into the future of the city. And I think it's really worth making sure that we offer the opportunity for developers to provide that kind of long-term security. And I also want to note that 80% of the units still will be, I mean, and staff just confirmed it was almost all the projects kind of landed on that 20% deeper affordability. So 80% of the units still will be at market rent, offering them the opportunity to make sure that they can maintain their buildings and recoup their investments.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I support this amendment. Not only does the proposal make the MERPs less affordable by about $200 a month, it gets rid of vacancy control, which I think is bad. We desperately need to maintain affordability and not tie affordability to the market if we can help it, and we can in this case. In the case of MERPs, we have developers who get DCL waivers, CAC waivers, often they get government financing, parking waivers, unit size waivers, and they have an appreciating asset, namely the land. So I don't think it's too much to expect them to keep on with the current way of providing 20% affordable with vacancy control. You know, there's a tried and true, what do you call it? It's a mechanism that people who own and manufacturers and corporations use, and is called a capital strike. If a government won't give a corporation all the profits it wants, then they decide, okay, we're going to stop doing what they think the government wants. I saw that back in the 70s when 7 people a day were dying in SRO hotels or 7 people a year were dying in SRO hotels from fires. And I worked at the Downtown Eastside Residents Association, and we said we want sprinklers. And the hotel said, oh, we can't possibly put in sprinklers, we'll go bankrupt. But the city held fast, and they did put in sprinklers, and they didn't go bankrupt. And as a result, we've saved, I think, about 7 people a year since then. So I think we have to stand up to people when they push for wanting more and higher profits. And I think this motion is a way of doing that. And as Councillor Carr said, we're only talking about 20% of the units. The other 80%, they can have the rents start as high as the sky. They can raise them as much as they want. I'm sure they can deal with increased property taxes or whatever other expenses they have by with the other 80% where they can charge whatever they want. So that's it for me. I think it's a good amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on the queue, Mayor Stewart to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. I'm opposed to this amendment, and I'll let you know why. First, I have to say I'm disappointed by the conversation that proposing this is eliminating vacancy control, because it's not. This still maintains the connecting rents to the units. And in fact, it's the only vacancy control we have in the entire city. So what we are hearing from staff, though, is that the 11 projects that we've approved, that's it. There's no more in the pipeline. And so we need to have an adjustment in order to get more of these proposals into the pipeline so we can complete the pilot project and try to hit the 20 project target. For me, this amendment is the end of MERP. And I think that's what we're voting on here. If, you know, many councillors have supported MERPs, many haven't, but this will be the end. This will be the 11 projects, and that'll be it. So that's why I can't support this. In fact, I think this is the best program we have for affordability in the city at the moment. All the other stuff doesn't deliver this level of affordability. The maintaining vacancy control and showing the rest of the region and the province and the country that this can work is an essential program that we have to maintain. So I'm not going to vote to kill MERP. I'm going to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. Actually, the mayor said a number of the things that I was going to say. I'm also very concerned by this. I want to say that in another councillor's preamble, and I'm not going to put words in anyone's mouth, but what I heard was that they through an amendment, had deepened affordability. But then, if they're going to take credit for that, they should also take credit for the increase in density that staff had brought to us that needed to offset the deepened affordability, because there's no way to do this without some trade-offs. And I think that MERP shows us that. MERP is an option. It's one of many options. And we have to look at many options if we're actually going to make sure that the missing middle is no longer missing, or that it's not so much of an issue that we have to consider this. So if we had gotten to that point where we had so much housing for the missing middle that we no longer needed MERP, I would be able to support this amendment. But right now, I think that MERP is a tool. People may choose not to use MERP as the tool that they want to move forward through their application in the City of Vancouver, but at least it's there. And I think more options instead of less is better. I also don't think this race to the bottom where we have to look at housing on a continuum. And that's everything from shelter rates all the way to market housing. And that includes single family detached homes, that includes duplexes, fourplexes, as we heard, sixplexes, that includes, buildings with higher density in neighborhoods where that's appropriate, and on major transit thoroughfares and corridors. But I don't think that, and it's something I've heard here often. Oh, well, it's not going to house someone at these rates, so let's get rid of it. But it will work for some people, and I'm not going to be the person that kills another option for missing middle housing. I'm really impressed with the work that our staff have done on MERP. And just as STIR eventually turned into something else, and before that, there was another model. I think that this will move forward in certain ways, but I'm concerned with the consequences that we will see through this amendment and the unintended consequences. And I guess the best example that I can think of right now is, for instance, when there was concern that I heard from this council in a public hearing that's concluded about a 13,000 square foot mansion versus townhomes that weren't affordable enough. But by council's decision, by way of that, 13,000 square foot home was what we were going to see. So I'm using that as an example in hopes that we can take a moment to pause here and think about the unintended consequences of this. And also, if people are having so many issues that we have to have so many amendments to the Vancouver plan, maybe it's better just to send it back to staff, because they've done a lot of work on this. And I think that if we amend this to the point that looks completely different, instead of really considering this, instead of just throwing this out 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there, through our time here today, that we could change this plan in ways that are detrimental and that don't honor the community and neighborhood feedback that we've heard from our staff, and that they've worked so hard to this date and will continue to work on. So I'd be very concerned if this change was made without having feedback and input from neighborhoods, which I understand is the next phase of this. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting it.
All right, thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I think I'm going to reflect some similar sentiments. I think we have to be really clear and realistic and straightforward about what this means. And what it is, essentially, I think it might look good on paper, but I think we're going to have a tool that's not workable, not usable. And we are hearing from staff that the MERC program has stalled for a number of reasons. One of the key factors that was identified in success of the previous construct of the program was the access to senior government funding and CMHC financing. That is not an endless pool and supply. There are, regular seasonal calls for that. A lot of those have gone through. A lot of that money has been awarded, and we're hearing that we're not going to see other projects coming forward. I think that council would be better off to simply stand clearly for whether they support the program or they don't, but to suggest that this program is going to continue to deliver on those levels of affordability, I don't want to mislead the public on that, because I don't think that it will. To the comment around, there's a couple ones that were raised that it would be, I think Councillor Swanson suggested, well, the increasing costs or whatever that come forward can be picked up by the other 80% of renters. Well, the other 80% of renters are also desperately in need. They're not earning high incomes in the city. They are middle income. They desperately need rental housing, and they are also trying to make ends meet in the city. So I don't think that increasing housing costs for the middle or the less than the middle and the workers who are trying to get in that sort of middle bracket, trying to keep a roof over their heads and have secure tenure on rental housing is a good outcome either. And also with respect to the comment around some of the older units and the walk-ups and that where we see lower rents, we see them because you often have long-term tenants and you have older buildings and that's what they're worth relative to value, not because they had vacancy control. That's not something that we've had consistently. So I think we just have to be really clear about it. I appreciate absolutely the desire to achieve the higher level of affordability. I think we all share that goal and that sentiment. And I will also say that it's really difficult to try to come forward with programs that are going to chip away at living in a really expensive city and make a difference. And that is a progressive effort that requires retooling and adjusting in response to changing market conditions and the realities of the economic environment. And that it's far better, I think, to continue trying to progressively improve things than it is to sort of try to put an ideological stake in the ground for something that is not going to be workable and yield the results. So for all of those reasons, I think, and I hope I've articulated them, I think the goals are shared. Again, I'll state that in terms of affordability, the goals are shared in terms of increasing rental housing. The goals are shared in terms of giving people that stability of tenure. But we also need to have a program that people are going to pick up on and utilize. And this is pretty small in the scheme of things. I think the mayor said we're at 11 projects approved to date. The cap is up to 20. We're talking about another 9. And all of these trials feed intelligence into developing and streamlining future policies to try to get it right. And we're going to need a whole lot of tools in our toolkit in order to make a meaningful impact on these massive challenges that we have ahead of us. What we don't need is cutting something off at the knees and not giving it a chance to help kind of be part of that positive shift moving forward. So for those reasons, I will not support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato, to the amendment.
Thanks, Chair, and appreciate the opportunity to comment. And I'll pick up a thread there that Councillor Kirby-Young was on, and that this program was designed as a pilot. And in essence, when you undertake a pilot, it is to undertake learnings and then adapt. And from my perspective, what staff have presented today is an adaptation based on what they're observing in the market in terms of interest in this program or lack thereof. And I think the mayor and Councillor DiGenova took the words out of my mouth. From my perspective, if you want to go down the route of supporting this amendment, then you may as well just be moving an amendment that cans the program entirely. And I don't support that. I think it has merit. I don't think it's perfect. I think it's had lots of criticism. But I would rather support a pragmatic approach, which is, I think, what staff are trying to present here, is to still enable below market rents and affordability within these projects, but done in a different way. As Councillor Kirby-Young pointed to, there was a different construct in place when it was started in 2017, and staff are recognizing there are some challenges with that, and including those who want to build homes and affordable homes in the city are also saying that some that even have projects in the queue that this isn't working. And so I would like to see something that still delivers affordability. It is still vacancy control, as the mayor pointed out. It's a slightly different construct and formula. But I'm not prepared to support this amendment. I think we need to have a variety of tools. And as was pointed out, this is one tool in the toolbox. It's not a panacea. But I am comfortable and supportive of what staff have proposed, and I won't be supporting this amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I hearken back to some of the very first days of this council. It was maybe in 2019, and Councillor Swanson had asked a question of a developer who basically, in a very matter-of-fact manner, explained that the quick turnover of the units was key to the success, because the initial rent was set at whatever, and they needed to turn over those units to get new tenants in so they could jack the rent, because that was sort of the financial viability model of their project. And that didn't sit well with me. I know it didn't sit well with a lot of us. And that's in no small part why I've been supportive of these MERP projects, because I believe that vacancy control kind of really gives opportunities for so many folks who we know are just hanging on by their fingertips in this city. And we know that the market rent benchmarks that we often apply have absolutely no bearing to the median income in the city of Vancouver. They are far beyond the median income of Vancouverites. And so I do think that the vacancy control does afford a real lifeline to certain people in our city, and I do support it on those terms. I can appreciate that the affordability piece may need to be tweaked as time goes on, and that the original affordability numbers were provided in 2017 or whenever it was that was formulated, and yeah, sure, inflation increases and stuff. So perhaps that first initial rent might have to change as time goes on, and I think there should be flexibility in the pilot for that kind of thing. I also think that where this pilot is now contemplating operating exclusively in C1 zones, which, as Mr. Garrison alluded, is demonstrably more expensive to purchase that land than any other kind of zones for the most part. And I do appreciate that there is an amendment forthcoming from another councillor that's proposing to open up the zones so that we can see MERPs in other than just what was it, CD1 as contemplated. So I will support this amendment because I do believe that vacancy control is a critical part of the affordability, and I do think that with this other amendment, there will be an opportunity to make MERP work. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you. I will support the amendment, bearing in mind what the intent of the pilot program was in the first instance. I'm struck about a pilot program consisting of 30, or sorry, even 20 distinct developments, which I think is an incredible number for a pilot. But anytime I've done pilots and pilots have failed, we look at that and go, okay, maybe we need to go back to the drawing board. In the movie business, again, if we'd call it trying to fix something when it's fundamentally flawed, trying to put lipstick on a pig. So this, in my view, needs to go back to the drawing board and be rethought in its entirety as far as MERP goes. But in terms of this amendment, it seems completely consistent with what the intent of the MERP program was intended to be in the first instance. So for that reason, I'll support it.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Mayor Stewart, you have 3.5 minutes.
Thanks. I have a point of information to staff.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just wondering what the difference is between vacancy control in the current MERP program that we have and what vacancy control will look like if we go forward with the staff proposals. What is you can just outline for us again, what is the difference between the two types of vacancy control?
Okay, I will allow that point of information over to staff, perhaps Dan or staff that are on the line that would like to respond.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. To respond to the question, under the current MERP program, the vacancy control would apply so that upon, while a tenancy is in place, the Residential Tenancy Act and annual allowable increase would be the rate at which rents could increase on an annual basis. Upon unit turnover, there would be a 0% increase. So the unit would have to be rented at the same amount that it was vacated at, that the rent was when it was vacated. Under the new proposal, the rent would be set at a 10% discount to the average market rent. It would then be inflated with the Residential Tenancy Act annual allowable increase during a tenancy. Upon unit turnover at the end of a tenancy, the rent could be reset to the same discount to market rent as it was on day one. So to a 10% discount to the average market rent.
Okay. So we have vacancy control in both proposals. There's just a slight adjustment to allow for inflation for the maintenance of the unit. That's my understanding here. So again, it is the only form of MERP is the only form of vacancy control we have in the city at the moment, and it's proven too strict. The 0% increase in the turnover of the units is proven too strict. So this is an adjustment to allow more proposals to come forward. So staff, I still, or sorry, not staff, council, I haven't changed my opinion on this. I do think we have to vote against this amendment in order to keep this program going. It is a pilot. We would do all our learning at the end of it. And we've got 9 more proposals that we need to complete the data we need to make the best assessment. So again, I would urge councillors to vote against this amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, I have 2 points of information. The first one is to staff. I did hear that there was 1 or 2 in the pipeline for MERPs that could still continue if we went with the current program. Is that correct? Because I just heard that that is not going to happen.
Yes, Councillor, through the chair, we do have 1 project that is still in application, proceeding through the process, and I'm aware of the remaining 9 spots, 1 or 2 applications that are still considered by staff to be active, or 1 or 2 inquiries that are still considered to be active, though they haven't submitted formal rezoning applications yet.
Okay, so just for clarity, my second point of information is on vacancy control. Isn't vacancy control meaning that there is no change when there's a change in vacancy? So isn't the new terminology should be changed with the current staff report recognizing the clear definitions worldwide on vacancy control?
Councillor, vacancy control essentially refers to a control or a limit on a unit when a unit is vacated. It doesn't necessarily mean that that control or that limit is 0% increase. In many cases, there are vacancy control provisions, and some of the most famous ones, for example, in New York City. In New York City's vacancy control provisions, the rent between tenancies can't increase more than 19%, which I think we would all consider to be quite a lot. And so there is a wide range of what vacancy control is considered. If you compare it to what is currently allowed under the Residential Tenancy Act, where there are no vacancy control provisions, there is rent control that applies to an existing tenancy, but upon unit turnover, the landlord can re-rent the unit at whatever the market will bear, so it can reset to full market. Vacancy control essentially refers to a control on that ability to reset the rent to full market rent.
So it's a different version of, okay, that's very helpful. I will be supporting the amendment. I think that we really took into account as council the reports that came before us and made some tough decisions on some of the MERP projects. I do feel like some of the MERP projects will come back to council to try to take advantage of the changes we're doing here. I think if we wanted to move forward, we should move forward with a different project and not allow for this change, because that affordability is critical. One of the main reasons I voted for a lot of these projects was because over time, there'll be a significant decrease and increase affordability in the city, which is critical to the livability. And I think that it's difficult to vote on something midstream that's going to change prior decisions that I think are critical to this council's wants to ensure that we do create a city that has places for people to live. So I can't not vote for this. I really appreciate Councillor Carr bringing this forward, and I will be supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Carr, you are welcome to comment, perhaps closing your amendment, but also Councillor Boyle is on the queue if you'd like to be the last to close. All right, Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks. I'll be really brief, but just to say, absolutely, as others have said, in fact, as I think we share, there's a commitment to getting as deep of affordability as we can in all of these projects. I am very conscious that people can't live in imaginary housing, and if nothing gets built because the requirements aren't possible, then we're in a worse situation. So, you know, well, ideologically, and theoretically, I absolutely support tightening all of these kinds of requirements. I really feel like when it comes down to votes, I need to, and I hope we all vote based on the real world and what actually is possible for folks. That's our responsibility as we make these decisions. The calculation for me is that if we're able to get 100 new moderate income units by making these changes, or we get 0 new moderate income units with vacancy control, I would choose the option where we still have 100 new units. The calculation being proposed by staff isn't as good as what we've seen so far, but it is a significant improvement upon just market rent. It's the model that Burnaby's using, and we often lift up Burnaby as an example. Pegging those moderate income units below the CMHC average is actually a significant reduction from market, because the CMHC average already is below what a new market rental unit would go for. So I still think this is worth doing as part of a pilot, and as the mayor said, learning from it and moving forward rather than not seeing any of these market rental, moderate income rental units being built, especially because, quite frankly, we're not trying other things at this point. So I don't think we can continue to shut down every option and expect the housing situation to get better for people who are struggling in the city. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Over to you, Councillor Carr, to close on your amendment.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. I'm very grateful that we had the conversation about what vacancy control is. I think that Councillor Weeb was right in saying, well, this is not the definition of staff in terms of this as being a form of vacancy control is accurate on a global scale, for sure. But I think our understanding within this council, the way we've used it, has been around no increase on the unit on turnover. And I think that's the common understanding of what vacancy control is. The kind of vacancy control that staff are proposing here is one that's still tied to market. It's a 10% discount to average market rents. After a good number of years, when a tenant may vacate, that rent may significantly increase because the market has changed significantly over those numbers of years. So the kind of vacancy control that we currently have in the program is the only one that mitigates the market conditions and increased rents that would increase the rents on these units. Some people have talked about the fear that we won't get anything built. That was exactly what was said when we started this program last term. There was a fear that nothing would get built, that we were asking too much of developers. And I guess I just want to take a moment to say thank you to every single developer that had put forward the MERP projects that we've passed as a council to date, because they are the projects that have the deepest level of affordability. I mean, obviously, notwithstanding the incredible social housing that gets built, but in terms of market rental, they are the deepest affordable market rental housing that's not social housing, and that is through this program. So I just want to appreciate them and say that I absolutely have confidence that there will be more developers who will come forward in terms of this bigger stretch.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. So seeing no others on the queue, we can go to a vote on the amendment. Okay, Council, so that motion has passed with 5 in opposition. Councillor DiGenova, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Dominato, Mayor Stewart, and Councillor Kirby Young. Thank you, Council. Going back to the report recommendations as amended, Councillor Hardwick, you are next on the queue. And I will advance you now. You have 5 minutes.
Chair Bligh?
Mm-hmm.
We're in the wrong queue. If you could move us back to the main queue.
Thank you very much, clerks. Sorry, Councillor Hardwick. you are, yeah, okay, great. So Councillor Carr, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm going to take myself off and I will get back on near the end, but thank you.
Great, and thank you very much. So over to you, Councillor Swanson, to the
Yeah,
amended report.
I sent an amendment in.
Okay, so we will go back to an amendment Q1. So whilst clerks, I'm also going to clear this queue. And clerks will be bringing up that amendment on,
So this is just an amendment to see.
Councillor Swanson, may I ask you to put yourself on the queue so that we can start your timer and you can speak to the amendment? Thanks.
Sorry.
Councillor.
So should I speak, or it looks like Councillor Boyle is ahead of me?
Yes, I'm thinking maybe that was a holdover. So Councillor Boyle, if you could indicate. Yes, okay, Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, so this is just an amendment to see, to try and get some more affordability provisions in Appendix B, and to also keep land value from increasing, hoping that staff can come up with some stuff that will actually do that. You know, I like the idea of more rental housing, but I think it has to be matched to the incomes of the people that need it. And so far, the rental housing that we've been getting is way out of proportion for people who have higher incomes and not so much for lower income or middle income. And I'm just hoping that this will work in the direction of getting some more affordability.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Swanson. If those are your comments, we'll move to Councillor Fry to the amendment.
Yeah, maybe point of information through you to the mover of the amendment. I'm having a hard time understanding the language here. Is it the and 80K mixed up?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Fry. I had flagged that. Councillor Swanson, can you just double check the grammar and if there's a typo, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, there is a typo. It shouldn't be and there shouldn't be a comma after under.
So, I mean, I think that's a reasonable edit if the clerks wouldn't mind making that adjustment so that the amendment reads more clearly.
And that would be kind of under 80K, comma, and keep land value from increasing?
That's right.
Okay. Other point of information, and I'm generally supportive of this. I just, perhaps if I could, through you, Chair, ask of the city manager, how does staff interpret mandate rental housing affordability?
City manager?
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you to Councillor Fry. Yeah, that is a question for us in terms of what the intent of this motion is. Obviously, staff have provided an outline of a set of changes in Appendix B. As you heard from Dan Garrison, there's more work to do to come forward with bylaw amendments for referral to public hearing, and staff are continuing to do work and looking at affordability. But if the intent here is to fundamentally change what's presented in Appendix B, I don't believe we're in a position to actually be able to come with bylaw amendments. My recommendation would be this be referred back to staff for more work, if that's really what the intent is. So I think that clarification would be helpful for us. Is this a substantive change to what's in Appendix B or kind of indication of intent? We're not clear on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Fry, back to you.
I'm gonna chew on this for a second. I mean, I support the intent, but obviously the use of the word mandate does, as the city manager alluded, create some significant complications and possibly legal complications at that. So I'm not going to put staff in that position with that specific language. Perhaps Councillor Swanson might consider an amendment to the amendment, or I might chew on it, but listen to some of my colleagues here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair. And if you'll allow a question, I'm hoping to ask a question of the mover of this amendment for that clarity that staff articulated they need, which is, my question is, is the intention of this to shift the focus of the streamlining rental initiative pretty substantially?
Councillor Swanson?
What I was hoping is is for them to go back and come forward with something that actually did have some affordability for people earning under 80K. I didn't say like 100% affordability for people under 80K or even 50% for people earning under 80K, which for me is being exceptionally mild. So yeah, I was just hoping they'd come back with something in the direction of affordability for people earning under 80K, and something that hopefully the more affordability we can get, the more that will keep land value from increasing, which would be good.
Okay, I appreciate that answer. I am in agreement with that goal. And as I said to the last amendment, not every project can meet every need. I'm sort of struck by the fact that what we would be asking here sounds a lot like what was being proposed as an adaptation of MERP, which we just possibly killed. And so to now try to shift this streamlining rental initiative into what staff were proposing out of MERP meets a need we could have met there and possibly kills the streamlining rental initiative. I remain very concerned that out of all of this, what we're going to get is a continuation of the status quo, which is, as we know, condos and very high cost detached housing. And none of these projects on their own are going to solve that, but all of them are needed to move away from a housing status quo that is failing people. So again, while I really appreciate the goal of shifting toward more affordability, we can't kill every project and possibility to meet that goal. We do need to, I think, actually find some projects that are, or some initiatives that are workable and result in rental housing, stable rental housing for people. So I'll get off that soapbox, but I appreciate the goal, but I don't think that this language is gonna get us there.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And like Councillor Boyle, I appreciate the intent around addressing affordability, particularly for those earning under $80,000. My concerns lie with, I don't think this amendment is very clear. I don't think it's going to achieve the goals or objectives that maybe are set out by the mover. I think it's already contemplated in the existing 10-year housing strategy, as well as what was included in MERP. And I'm actually at the point where I think we should be referring this entire report back to staff, because there's so many amendments coming. And if we're going to start to make all these changes on the fly, I'm not sure why we're considering. So I'm not going to support this. I think it's really unclear. I don't think it's going to hit the mark. And I think it's actually already captured in our existing housing strategy and housing programs. And so I'm not going to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Swanson, you can close on your amendment, but also Councillor Kirby Young is on the queue, so I'll leave that with you. Councillor Swanson?
I'll close.
You'll close. Okay, Councillor Kirby Young, over to you.
Yeah, can I ask a follow-up point of information through you to staff? Because I'm also a bit confused about the intent and the ramifications of this. And I just want to reflect back to make sure I heard correctly that staff what I'm hearing is confusion a bit about what it means, concern that it could impact what's proposed. And is it also fair to say that there's already a recognition that delivering housing for households under 80K is a goal that's already identified in our housing strategies, and that staff look to try to bring that into different policies wherever they can?
So that sounds like a point of information, perhaps.
Yes.
Over to you, and then you can direct that if you choose.
Thanks. So certainly, Councillor, and through the chair, thanks for the question. Yes, I mean, we certainly understand Council's objectives with respect to affordability. Absolutely, that's what that's the driver behind all of this. as the staff had indicated, there's a lot of work that's gone into developing these options, both in terms of the economic analysis and relative to land values and heights and densities. Again, there's math in here that's immutable. So I think, given the scope of the types of changes that are contemplated in the appendix and that were in the presentation. So again, heights and densities and rents and the economic analysis that's been done. Our concern here is that if the intent is that there are mandatory affordability requirements layered into this, that is a substantive change. And we're not confident that we could come back with bylaw amendments to actually deliver something. So we would see that as a significant shift. Again, as staff had indicated, they'll continue to do everything that they can around affordability, but it's this question of, is council expecting mandatory affordability requirements in the Streamlining Rental Initiative? That we see that as, if that's the case, that is a significant change.
Okay, thank you for that. So my comments on this is similar, I think, to Councillor Boyles and Councillor Dominado's. And again, I'll affirm what we have in common, I think, is the end goal. But I'll just say very clearly, we are getting criticized as a council for not doing enough to try to tackle this massive challenge that we have on affordability and housing. And we're bringing forth, attempting to play policy architects, amendments that are essentially shutting down the avenues that I think staff are trying to bring forward to open up opportunities for more delivery of rental and or affordable housing. And as I said earlier, we need a lot of different tools in the toolkit, and these are all pieces that layer on towards trying to move the needle and move it forward. If we tinker with them to make them not viable or shut them down, then I think we deserve the criticism as a council that we're not doing enough on housing. And I think that there is a really clearly stated goal to sort of honor the spirit here of this amendment. There's a very clearly stated goal in the Housing Vancouver plan. We hear it with every rezoning we come forward. We've heard it on the past projects around how many units will be below market, how many will be targeted to certain incomes. It's well embedded, I think, as a motherhood principle for that. But what we're trying to do now, and I think it was said earlier, was to level the playing field with respect to rental being a viable alternative on the C2 zones from strata. So if this makes that not viable, then we retain the status quo, which is building more 4-story strata, and home ownership is not affordable for most people, with 52% of Vancouver households and growing being renters. So we will get more of that. We will not get more rental, which is what we need. And that on its own is a good thing. You add MERP to that, that's a better thing. You add new policies coming forward in the Vancouver plan and additional things, that will be even better. And then so it will get, that's my point around progressive improvement, but let's not stub our toe and shoot ourselves in the foot, so to speak, to use a metaphor. So I won't be supporting it for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Swanson, you're up next. Of course, Councillor DiGenova just jumped on the queue there. So if you'd like to allow Councillor DiGenova to make a comment.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, over to you.
Okay, I think I'm entitled to make a comment, but I'll try and keep it short. I just felt that it's important to say that aside from talking about rents and excluding people, I want to talk about as we talk about workforce housing, the types of people we would be excluding in this. And it would be people who make, and we've heard from people, we've heard recently on the co-op decisions we made, we heard from people that were just barely above and wish that they weren't, but just a tiny bit above, thousands of dollars above the income thresholds that would put them in a different category, perhaps, from some of the comments that I did catch. I wasn't there for all of the meeting. For that one, I had a leave of absence, but I think it's so important to note that, because when I think about people who earn above 80K a year, I think about some of the people that we have considered and unanimously passed motions and staff recommendations to help to make sure that they live in the city of Vancouver. That includes executive directors of nonprofit organizations in the downtown east side. That includes people who work in our healthcare systems. That includes people who simply right now we can't find enough of that live close enough to the city of Vancouver to want to provide services, because instead it would be easier for them to live in Langley in more affordable housing and work close by. So I just want to remind council about those motions, and that what we have passed, and that there should be a home for everyone. And yes, those people who can afford more do in many ways contribute through their tax dollars more, depending on how they're taxed through our split assessment. And as we move forward with different tax policies, in some ways our hands are tied, because we have to adhere to the Vancouver Charter. And in doing so, there's things that we can't do. There's ways that we can't tax people, and I understand that. But at the same time, that's no reason to punish people who provide very good service and value to our city, and who want to live here, and who do make $80,000 a year and still don't believe that that Vancouver is an affordable place for them, that still struggle. I'm not saying that they struggle maybe as much as someone on income assistance, but that's exactly my point. Is I'm not willing to compare the two here, because we need a continuum of housing, or we won't have services for those people. That's just one example, and it's why I won't support this either.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Swanson, to close on your amendment.
Yeah, first, the amendment is kind of vague. It doesn't say that we need 100% for people that are under 80K. It doesn't say that we need 90% for people under 80K. It could be anything. So it isn't a very prescriptive thing. You should have seen it before I changed it. The second point is 76% of the people that we've been consulting with say they want rental to be affordable for people under 80K. That's got to be where we go, what our goal is. The third point is I have been pushing, and others on council have been pushing, for staff to come back with ways that we can, for example, make housing in the Canby corridor more affordable, have housing policies that align with the actual affordability needs of the people who actually live here. We haven't got those reports yet. So I'm trying with this amendment to push in that direction. The fourth and last point is that if we want to level the playing field with strata, the cheapest way of doing that is to zone for rental only, which the province has given us the ability to do now. So we don't have to level the playing field with financial stuff. We can just do it by zoning for rental only. So that's it. And I'm just trying, as is my want, to always push for more affordability.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. So we can now go to a vote on the amendment. And I will ask council to vote on screen. And that amendment, oh, actually, okay. Okay, I see we've got the votes in, so.
Bligh, sorry, I inadvertently clicked the wrong button, point of privilege.
Sure, it's within your right to call that right away, so you voted in.
I meant to vote in opposition, but my mouse was sticky and it hit the wrong button.
Okay, that is clear to me. I will ask clerks to adjust your vote. And when that's done, I will read out. Okay, I have confirmation from the clerks that they will adjust that vote. The vote has disappeared, but I believe, as I will read the vote as I recall it. In opposition are councillors Carr, DiGenova, Fry, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Kirby Young, Mayor Stewart, and also myself. So going back to the main queue, Councillor Swanson, you still have the floor. Would you like to continue?
No, that's good.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Point of procedure, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Hardwick.
I had been after Councillor Carr in the original request to speak queue. And you'll remember that she moved the motion, and I had been prepared to do that and move forward with an amendment at the time. But you advised that she would move forward, moving the motion with her amendment. I don't know how I have now ended up below Councillor Boyle on the queue.
I recall the order of that interaction, so I agree, but I'm not sure why you're not on. You were under Councillor Swanson and also Councillor Boyle. Clerks, do you have a record of?
I can assure you that I did not remove myself from the queue.
Point of procedure.
I'm just dealing with one point of procedure first, Councillor DiGenova, and then I'll move to your point of procedure.
Thanks.
So, Councillor Hardwick, I see that you are next on the amendment Q1. Is it possible that you had inadvertently put yourself back on the queue?
I just did that now, but that was because I was concerned that I seemed to be moving down the list, and it originally had gone right back to the end of the question answering portion, if you will recall.
Well, we are.
No, and I jumped again. I jumped on.
Yes.
So I'm concerned that I am seemingly moving my way down instead of up the queue.
So we're on the main queue now, which doesn't change. We've been going to the amendment queues and then back to the main queue. The main queue doesn't change. The amendment queue is where people are coming on and off it depending on the amendment. I didn't take you off the queue, Councillor Hardwick. I note your concern and I will certainly keep an eye on it. But in the fairness, unless Councillor Boyle is willing to cede, I have to move ahead with the way the queue is. The way the queue is indicating at this time.
Point of procedure.
I'm just going to deal with this point of procedure, as I already mentioned, Councillor DiGenova, and then I'll come back to you. Councillor Hardwick, does that satisfy your, I understand the frustration, but I have to go with what's on the queue.
Chair Bligh, if I could interrupt. I've just flipped over to the question queue earlier, and it is where Councillor Hardwick saw that she was right after Councillor Carr, but as soon as the motion was the recommendations were moved, you had to move us to the main queue.
Thank you for that clarification, clerks. So Councillor Hardwick, we were in the question queue when you put yourself on the queue, and that was the problem.
More nimble, I suppose.
Okay, appreciate your understanding. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. It's just a general point of procedure. This has happened a few times. I would assume that a councillor would need the floor to move an amendment. And then when we get an amendment queue, you can't even change yourself off a main queue. So should we, would it be helpful, Chair, to take a recess for you to review that? Because there is no possible way that Councillor Hardwick could have moved an amendment unless she had the floor. And then you as the chair are the only one or the clerks with the ability to return us to that queue. So it makes absolutely no sense that Councillor Hardwick wouldn't be first on that queue.
Well, as we move back to a main queue, it does actually show on your remote desktop what queue we're in, and then it would indicate whether or not you're on the queue. And if your name is not there, which I think is what Councillor Hardwick saw, you'd have to put it back on the queue. So at this time, I think it's resolved. We understand what the confusion is, and we're going to move ahead.
So my point of procedure is, could you ask the clerk to send something out in the future as to whether or not we need to be putting ourselves back on the queue, or from an amendment queue, should we automatically just be moved back by the chair to the main queue, which should be the same, and we should be able to continue our time and our lineup as we've been in order. Thank you.
That's a good point. We do chairs meetings. I'll make sure that's added to the agenda as a point of discussion.
I'm not sure when your chair's meeting is, so my point of procedure is, could we have some information from the clerk on how that should work today, in case there's technical assistance that needs to be considered, or maintenance?
Sure. I don't think it's technical assistance, but let me just check with the clerks. Are you clerks? Would that be helpful for all of council, do you think, to send out a clarification email?
Chair Bligh, yes, we can do that, or I can simply show council what it looks like on the screen.
Rosemary, or Deputy City Clerk, if we've got a lot to do today, I think what we need to do is actually move on and then have it in writing for clarification, and and that would be preferred. Thank you very
Okay.
much, though, for your willingness to explain. We're understanding now. So, Councillor Boyle, over to you.
Thanks so much, Chair. I circulated an amendment as well, which is to adjust the recommendations under D, as Council has heard. The
Councillor Boyle,
proposed-
Councillor
Yep.
Boyle. So this is, we're going to move to an amendment queue, and I'm going to
Great,
allow
great.
you, yeah, at that point, please go back on the queue and you can introduce your amendment. And then anyone who'd like to speak to it can join the queue again. Okay, over to you, Councillor Boyle.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for managing those lists. I circulated an amendment as we heard earlier in the presentation and in questions to staff. The proposed changes to MERP include restricting a number of places where MERP is currently eligible to be considered, among them the RS and RT zones. And one of the reasons is that the Streamlining rental program will look at allowing some rental in RS and RT, but in very still very close to arterials. My experience so far has been that these are projects that are worth considering across the city, and indeed Council has approved projects in different zones of MERP, including one, at least one that I can think of in an RSRT zone. So I think it's worth considering continuing to allow them to be considered in those zones moving forward. The last thing I want to say on that front is that I think we've heard very clearly and experienced in quite a devastating way in the heat dome the need for allowing rental and lower income rental off of arterials, that the heat effect is felt more strongly on arterials. Air pollution is of lower quality on arterials. In fact, the report that Council is receiving later in this agenda from the Vancouver Planning Commission includes a recommendation that we be looking at allowing below market, non-market and rental housing off of arterials. We can't continue to just focus lower income housing near streets. I think it's important that we look at it across all neighborhoods, and I think there's lots of interesting opportunities to build smaller, lower density MERP projects like the one Council approved at 2nd and Larch that are built into complete neighborhoods and allow a small number of moderate income renters and more renters to live within those neighborhoods and not just on major streets. So I think that this is a worthwhile consideration, and Council will see the language is to continue to allow for consideration in RS and RT, but to exclude C1 and C3A as has already been, as staff were proposing in the changes to MERP. So hope that that small change will be supported.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I support this amendment. In backing forthing with Councillor Boyle on this, I think one of the pieces to recognize is that for me, the priority in this program is around the vacancy control, and that's the vote that Council also went with. And I think if we heard from the the staff that really making these projects exclusively in CD1s was by far the most expensive sort of land use consideration, I think it stands to reason that we might want to sort of broaden the approach and look at other opportunities. And I also want to sort of reflect back when Dan Garrison had mentioned that future contemplation of rental only zoning to kind of even create a new zoning schedule also might sort of afford some different land
Point
use
of privilege,
economics.
Swanson, sorry.
Yes.
Can we get the amendment up on the screen again?
Well, yes, I will ask clerks to do that. What's happening right now is because Councillor Fry is speaking, his video is coming up on the public screen. There we go. There's the wording for the amendment.
Yeah, and I think otherwise I can't even remember where Councillor Swanson completely distracted me from my train of thought. Now I'm lost. No, I'm kidding, Councillor Swanson. It was a perfectly fine point of privilege. I think I made my point. I do support this amendment. Thanks, Councillor Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I just had a question through you to staff around their understanding of this. I'm a little confused by the amendment around the eligibility, and I'm looking at page. Sorry, I'm gonna have to flip back to my screen here. So looking at the amendment itself, but then I'm looking at Appendix D, page 4 of 6, and the currently under the current program, the eligible zoning districts that are included and what staff are recommending, which is removing C1, C3A, RT, and RS. And I'm hoping staff can address what they understand that the amendment is proposing and also the rationale for removing C1, C3A, RT, and RS as eligible zones.
Okay, great. Thank you for that point of information. Staff, over to you.
I'll defer to Dan Garrison on that question, or Edna.
Hi, thanks, Councillor. Yeah, I mean, the primary rationale for the removal of those zoning districts was that there are going to be other planning programs that would address them. So the C3A would be addressed through the Broadway plan, and the RS and RT would be covered by the streamlining rental and the updates to the secured rental policy. As Councillor Boyle asked earlier in the day, and is correct that there is a provision in the moderate income rental pilot program as it currently stands to allow for the consideration of special or larger sites off of arterial streets in the RS districts, and so that would be a gap that would be created. And so what I think staff understand this motion to be would be to simply reinsert or include the possibility of MRP projects coming forward, primarily in those RS and RT districts that staff have currently proposed to remove from eligibility.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I just wasn't clear on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I just have a point of information.
Go ahead. You can ask your point of information, and I'll help in directing it.
And my point of information on this amendment specifically is, would this mean that in excluding the eligibility and the addition of C1 to, I mean, all of the zones, I'm not going to spend my time listing them all the way through, outlined in Appendix D and E, would this actually take them out of now being subject to the amendment that Councillor Carr had made, that I suppose if they're not taken out of here, then they would not be able to move forward with the current MRP model that we have? Is that correct? So by moving forward with this amendment, technically that would exclude them from this. I'm hoping the answer is yes.
Well, let's see what staff have to say. Staff, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Again, I'll defer to Dan.
Sure. Yes, I think that's correct. It would take them out of MRP. Our understanding is that the previous council vote or earlier would have amended this motion already to not go with the new approach to rents and affordability, and so that would be factored in there. And then what this motion would do would be to continue to exclude C1 and C3A as staff had proposed, but otherwise include the zoning districts that are listed, which includes the RS and RT districts as per the current MRP.
And then, so the RS and RT districts would still be excluded, but we would at least get back the zones that Councillor Boyle has outlined here, which I think are C1 and C3A.
So, Councillor, my understanding and reading of this motion is that we would exclude C1 and C3A from the MRP pilot program, but this would add back in the RS and RT zoning districts. So RS and RT, as per the current requirements of the current MRP program, would still be eligible for inquiries and applications under the moderate income rental housing pilot program, but C1 and C3A would be excluded if council approved this wording.
Okay, and then another point of information I have is this redundant because we've just passed an amendment that essentially kills the MERP program.
Staff, if you haven't answered there, I think that's not an outcome that staff have confirmed.
No, I'd like to know. I need this to vote on this. I
So
mean,
could you please reframe your question, Councillor DiGenova, that's germane to the outcome of that actual amendment?
I just did. So my question is, would this matter anyways? Because from a previous amendment that we passed, I understand that the MERP program cannot move forward in its current form if council approves it at the outset, or approves it in the final vote on this. So would this, considering the amendment already that Councillor Carr put forward, and fair enough, I voted against it. I'm just wondering if the process here is asking us to do something that we can't do because of an outcome on a vote that we just had. And I came prepared, Chair, and I read my package, but these amendments aren't in the package, so I have to consider them on the floor of council. And thank you for indulging me in that question, but it's an important question that I need to consider before I vote.
Staff?
Oh, I would say in looking at the amendment that's proposed, the previous vote referred to specifically and exclusively the affordability requirements that staff were proposing, or the amendment staff were proposing. And this amendment that's proposed right now deals with the geography. So my interpretation would be that those are different issues within the MERP program.
Thanks. And just another point of information, sorry to put you on the spot, Tan, but a follow-up is this is looking to exclude eligibility, but there is nothing here that is going to increase the eligibility. By excluding this, we're not increasing something else. Is that correct from your reading of this?
I think that my reading of it would be that what this motion actually serves to do is we were going to be excluding, staff's proposal was to exclude from eligibility more zoning districts than those listed here. And so the intent of this is actually to reduce the number of zones that would be excluded. So I guess it's just a way you phrase it. This motion, or this proposed amendment would remove RS and RT districts essentially from the list of excluded zoning districts. Another way to say that is it would now include them.
So it would now include them, but we're not allowed to do MERP anyways after the last amendment. Is that correct?
Councillor DiGenova, nobody said that we're not allowed to do MERP, so I think we're venturing into a bit of a rabbit hole here. I wonder if you can tighten up your question. You've only got 30 seconds left.
You're using up my time, Chair. I'm just wondering, can we, with the last amendment that passed, even do MERP any longer?
Okay, that is the question. Staff, over to you, and that will be the end of the time.
MERP projects would still be eligible in the zoning districts that are still on the table. They would have to meet the affordability requirements that council outlined and approved earlier in the meeting.
So I'm not going to exclude any eligibility, and I will not be supporting this.
Over to Councillor Swanson. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I wonder if you could put up the motion again. I have a question about the first clause about that we modified, or that we changed in a previous vote. And I'm wondering if that can be excluded. Can we exclude that from this because we already changed it, the part about the affordability?
Okay, got it. As a point of information to staff, Dan?
Sorry, Chair, it's Paul Moker here. I just want to make sure we understand Swanson's question.
Where it says update the affordability requirements, we already amended that out. So if we pass this as it is, will we be unamending it?
So I think, yeah, there's a drafting question here. Maybe the clerk can advise on whether this wording actually reflects the current motion as amended.
Okay, I'm going to stop your timer. As it's a process question, Councillor Swanson, just one moment. If we have the latest wording up on the screen. Noting that the amendment from Councillor Carr did not strike out that, but maybe it's presumed that it would be redundant now that the affordability recommendations have been changed. So over to you, clerks.
Chair Bligh, we're just going to present the updated version. Give us a second.
Thank you.
Could I also, in the actual part that's being amended, where it says exclude eligibility in C1 and C3, that seems to mean that you're excluding eligibility in those areas when actually
Councillor Swanson, I see what you're saying. I think we just need to let staff get the most recent wording up on the screen, and then perhaps Councillor Boyle will have a comment, or perhaps your point of information can be a point of clarification to the mover of the amendment.
Yeah, that would be good. I think Dan explained it well, but I'm still having problems with the wording.
Okay, so I think we have the correct wording up on the screen now. Councillor Boyle, can you clarify the word exclude in terms of eligibility in those zones?
Yes, I'm happy to, and I appreciated Dan Garrison's response too. I think the wording challenge is that it's a bit of a double negative. Staff had been recommending that we exclude eligibility in C1, C3A, RS, and RT. And instead, I'm proposing that we only exclude eligibility in C1 and C3A for the reasons that are still outlined in the report. So while the language I'm proposing says to exclude these zones, it actually, the functional difference it makes is to allow eligibility in RS and RT, which RS and RT are currently eligible for MERP. The original recommendation was that we take them off the table for MERP, and I'm recommending through this language, which I appreciated staff's interpretation of, it was in line with what I intended. What I'm proposing is that we keep RS and RT on the table for to be eligible to be considered for these projects, to allow considering moderate income rental in those zones.
Okay, thank you. That's good.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I may come back on here. Okay, I'll try to ask a point of information. I'm finding this whole process really frustrating with respect to this report. Can I ask a point of information to staff? Would this require a public hearing?
When you say, will this require, this amendment specifically, or this change overall in terms of the report?
The change with respect to changing the proposed zones.
Okay, so this amendment specifically is what I'm hearing, staff?
Hi, yes, thanks. This amendment would not require a public hearing. This is a policy amendment that a decision that council could make today. However, any projects that would be responding to or coming in these areas would be required to go through a full rezoning process, and that would result in a public hearing.
A follow-up point of information, if I can. Why did staff exclude the RS and RT in this original report?
We primarily excluded them because much of the RT and RS zoning districts that would have been eligible areas under MERP are included in the Streamlining Rental, Secured Rental Policy Initiative, where we did financial testing and sort of figured out a below market affordability form, which would be similar to MERP. So that's why it was originally excluded, because essentially it was covered under a different policy area.
Okay, so commenting now, what I hear, and thank you for that answer, that was really helpful. What I hear is that the tinkering that is now taking place at council is now actually having knock-on effects for other policy work that is underway that is actually intended, speaking to the reference that Dan Garrison just made for the secured rental, rather than bringing forward below market affordability and new options that are coming to us. I also would say that we have, while we are in the weeds right now on a couple of the quick starts, the broader report that we have here with the Vancouver plan really is, I think, the big piece here, trying to focus back on, which was around zeroing in to get a plan done that had a tangible outcome within a period of time. That was a land use plan that everybody could understand how growth would happen in the city, and then expect sort of more neighborhood level engagement to take place on that growth. We are now, I think, really compromising, which is the other challenge I've heard of this council, not just that we're not doing enough on housing, but that we are ignoring the community engagement consultation. So we have an open survey going with respect to secured rental policy and the other work. We have a report, an initiative coming back from staff on that. We have a Vancouver plan that we're now asking people to engage on, but we are compromising that engagement. We have coming back in the fall a report on missing middle housing to fill in the gap on some of the lower density areas, such as a single family. But we're like, no, let's ignore all that and tinker on this. And no wonder that the residents of Vancouver are feeling that their input is not heard. They came to speak to a report that had some significant components to it. If my recommendation would really be, if council thinks it's problematic, we don't have to be policy architects on the fly that have all these knock-on and unintended consequences. We can simply refer it back to staff and vote for or vote against it. But I think we're going down rabbit holes here that have consequences on some of the other really good policy work that's coming forward within relatively short periods of time. And I actually want to get to that so that we can have some actual policies under our belt that we can point to, that we did some good work with this council and actually brought some solutions forward. So that's my concerns with this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I just have a point of information through you to staff, and it is just to confirm, is that prior to this report coming to council today, is that the MERP program initiative included all the zoning districts, C1, C2, C3A, MC1, CD1, RT, RS. They're already in the existing program without anything that's come forward to us today. Is that correct? As eligible zones?
Staff?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So this really has been triggered. This conversation was because staff were recommending some changes in light of current policy work as part of the Vancouver plan. But if we were to do nothing, the program itself today has all of these zones in there as eligible zones. Correct?
That's correct. The program has all of those zones today. Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all I have for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. And I really appreciate Dan Garrison's patience in responding to all these questions. I have more for him. And I just want to know if the changes that staff have included in the B section, appendix, covering those zones would end up being sort of conflictual with this particular amendment by Councillor Boyle. So it would become confusing for applicants, developers, etc., or whether you think it just would be complementary, like offer another set of choices.
Through the chair, Councillor, it's a good question. We are in a period of time where the secured rental policy, which would enable a below market option on arterial streets, particularly in RS and RT zones, has not been adopted yet. And there are a number of, it is going to go a number of months. So there would be that period. Once it is adopted, it could be, I mean, I think it would be, I guess the interesting way to put it, I'm trying to figure out how to say this. The interesting way to put it would be that what is allowed through a rezoning policy right now through MERP in these districts, which is a 6-story building with 20% of the units secured at the below market rents, is what we're envisioning and what is included in the proposal for the secured rental policy in these areas. So it would essentially be almost redundant in a sense if that was adopted, in that it's would allow the same thing through a sort of more complicated process, if you will.
Got it. Yeah, this is all pretty complicated. I agree. So in terms of the public consultation that's going on right now about secure rental, is the proposal that staff have already in place, so not this change, but the change that's in this report, is that what's out for consult right now? So is that what the public is responding to until July 31st?
Yes, that's correct. The range of options, including the C2, the RS and RT on arterial and off arterial proposals.
Okay. And do any of these proposals, but let me just be specific. I'm talking specifically about this amendment right now. So would this in any way pose increased risk to the affordable rental housing buildings that are currently in those zones?
Over to staff as a point of information.
Sure. I mean, it's a complex question with the number of zoning districts, but if I zero in on what the intent of this motion is, just in relation to including the RS and RT districts, there are very limited number of sort of purpose-built rental buildings in these zoning districts. They tend to be typically primarily single-family houses. So you may run into a situation where some of those houses have basement suites in them and whatnot, but there is a limited amount of purpose-built rental housing to be put at risk by this policy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's it for my questions, but I'm going to make comment on the amendment. Based on the responses from staff, I feel, particularly because of the fact that the proposal as we've got contained in this report, that we're going to, it's a proposal that's out for public comment right now until July 31st. And we are going to be considering this again later. And it covers those zones which this amendment by Councillor Boyle would change and duplicate in terms of two parts of this report. I am finding that conflict is a difficult one, and I mean that those zones would be duplicated in two different sections of this report. And secondly, I'm finding it I don't feel good about supporting that change, given the trust I think that the public has in the legitimacy of their public comments until July 31st on that change. So for that reason, as I say, I won't be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, I think we can go to a vote this time. And this is voting on the amendment, Councillor Boyle's amendment to the report. And that motion, Councillor Dominato. So that motion fails with Councillors Carr, Councillor Hardwick, Weeb. Clerks, the vote has been cleared. I wonder if you can please read out the vote. Okay, I have it here. Apologies, Council, it was deleted off of the screen, but I will read it now. So in opposition was Councillor Carr. And Councillor Weeb. Sorry, bear with me, everyone, because this is not easy to read at all. Councillor Carr in opposition, Councillor Hardwick in opposition, Councillor Weeb in opposition, Councillor Kirby, the Mayor Stewart in opposition, Councillor Kirby Young in opposition, and myself in opposition. Okay. So we'll go back to the main queue. And Councillor Boyle, you still have the floor.
Thanks. I would just like to make a few closing comments on the citywide plan report as a whole, which are that I am frustrated at the speed at which we're moving on housing. We have been in office for 2.5 years. All of us were elected to address a housing crisis, and we have in large part weakened or delayed every possible proposal and option that's come before us to tackle that crisis. I hear regularly from renters, from residents across the city who are frustrated at the speed with which we're moving. And I want to be really clear that I think that is on council. We have received a number of policy options, suggestions, and we have not been nearly as courageous and forward-thinking as the housing crisis requires us to be. I will support the recommendations in front of us. I'm disappointed that we may not see any more MERP proposals. I'm disappointed that the streamlining rental that came to us more than a year ago and was sent back for more feedback is on the timeline it is, but I hope it continues to move forward in the fall. So I will kind of cautiously and conditionally continue to support this Vancouver plan, but being very clear that that I continue to hear people feel that the plan is just stalling out the kind of housing action that we need, and I share that concern very deeply, and that will continue to be a focus for me. People need housing options. People support housing options across all neighborhoods, and we need to be taking a much more systemic approach to making that housing possible. Otherwise, we are not adequately doing our job, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. I have put in an amendment. I tried to integrate Councillor Carr's approved amendment into my amendment. Hopefully staff have that version.
Great. So Councillor Hardwick, we will move to an amendment queue, and I'll ask you to go back on the queue, and then that will start your time to introduce your amendment.
Sure.
And we can wait for staff to pull that up. I see it's coming up shortly. Here we go. So over to you, Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks. So again, I have been pushing for 16 years for a reboot of the citywide planning process in order to address our housing situation. And, you know, I want to be clear that the objective for me is that before we are making policies and decisions that we know where we are. And every time I hear that we are, you know, we're building policies around aspiration versus evidence, it gives me pause for concern. That said, as far as this motion goes, I'm happy with A. On B, I would like to strengthen the neighborhood-based planning and public consultation. My, you know, my emphasis on the citywide planning process was on bringing together the long developed community plans. And I think the importance of neighborhood-based planning and public consultation cannot be overstated. And I remind us that the 100,000 points of contact that were held in the city plan previously were in person pre-internet, not just likes on Facebook pages. In C, I'm saying that council directs staff to report back after recalibrating those housing targets based on actual data, not aspiration, as directed by council in May 2020, and providing information for neighborhood-based planning and public consultation on reconsidering the points that were included in the original motion from staff. Then in D, again, I don't believe that we should be going forward with immediate quick start action, but rather that we pause accepting proposals and evaluate whether the program justifies the scale of project, the amount of subsidies, the impacts of land inflation, which every time we rezone does have that effect, to be clear, increasing area rents and pressures on local amenities. Again, we need to be looking into all of this, doing a deep dive, but based on evidence. And then I'm fine with E. So that is pretty much what's in front of you, or should be in front of you in this amendment.
Point of privilege, Chair.
Yes, please go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
I don't see an updated amendment on my email, and given it's long and not all viewable on screen, I wonder if it could be emailed to council.
Yes, I think that's a good idea. Councillor Hardwick, if you wouldn't mind sending that to all of council. I understand you've added in your amendments to the recently amended recommendation. So if you could send that version out, that would be great.
Not right now, please.
No,
No, somebody just opening my door.
Okay.
Bad timing, sorry. I thought I had provided that to the clerk. Clerk, can you double check for me? Because I thought I had provided that for distribution.
You sent it to the clerk, but it needs to go to direct all mayor and council. So in the meantime, I'll ask. Just a second, please, Councillor DeGenova. So thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. I hear your request and have made that. We'll make sure that it gets emailed out. Point of procedure, Councillor DeGenova.
I'm just wondering if this was an email that was circulated to council at, I believe it was 1:24 p.m. from Councillor Hardwick. That's what I've.
No, this is a revised version because of the recent amendments in the last 2 hours to the report.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So I'm going to move to Councillor Boyle to make comment. Councillor Hardwick, and I just ask if you could just circulate.
It seems to me, though, that it just the clerk routinely inputs amendments that have been passed into other amendments. We have what has the replacement D from Councillor Carr, and so I guess I'm looking for help from the clerk rather than doing the.
Okay, I will, the clerk has heard those comments, and we'll move to Councillor Boyle to make comment while we distribute this. Clerk, so are you able to do that relatively quickly? Okay.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, we'll
Wonderful.
do that.
Thank you very much, city clerks. Okay, over to Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll be really brief just to say I won't be supporting this amendment. We are already moving at a snail's pace on housing, and this would significantly slow down that pace already, and mean that we don't see any real action in any form, certainly in our term, and I can't possibly support that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'd like to move to sever the clauses, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. And I know that the email can take a second to come in, so clerks, actually, Councillor Carr, I'm going to just actually pause us, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hardwick, the challenge with your amendment is it does not incorporate the amendments Councillor Carr made to D. And as per the procedure spoken to at the beginning of our meeting today, the amendments in their full and final form need to be into the clerk before the amendment is moved. So
I have been going back and forth with the clerk because this has been a moving target. I had submitted my amendment early on and gone through back and forth with the city manager to ensure that it was in order and in order with legal. And then I've tried to send it back again, integrating Councillor Carr's amendments, which I supported. So it's.
The issue is that the final draft of your amendment does not incorporate Councillor Carr's changes, which is part of our procedure, is that as the recommendations are amended and those recommendations or those amendments are approved, then that needs to be in your final version of the amendment. So if you could just attempt to work on that now, and if we can't get it done, we'll have to recess. But the amendment cannot move forward without submitting it in its full and final form to the clerk. And the reason is so that the clerk is not misinterpreting your intention with your amendment. That's why it's on the councillor who's moving the amendment to submit in final form.
Okay, I just want to be clear that I have been endeavoring to go back and forth with the clerk.
They just need clarity on D, Councillor Hardwick, just D. So if you could just do that, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I'm assuming that I can ask a question of staff, or is this, if this amendment is not on the floor, should I just not ask any questions?
It's not a complicated change, so if you're okay to ask questions, I think we need to move along, and it's quite clear.
Okay. All right. Okay. Yes. I have difficulty with the changes in C and D, and you know, pushing pause, and you know, like Councillor Boyle, I feel like we do need to move on, and we are moving on with housing. We've actually produced more housing than I've seen in previous terms that are truly affordable, especially in the social housing area. But my question is really around B, because I did ask a question early on around the neighborhood-based planning, and staff said that this is happening. So to staff, what direction do you take from this? This change, if it were to pass, what concerns or not would you have with this language?
Over to staff.
Through the chair. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Susan. Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Carr. Yes, it's a good question, because we anticipate that throughout the fall we will engage at citywide level and also at the local level, including neighborhood level, including workshops and really the wide range that we outline in the report. We would certainly take from this amendment greater emphasis on neighborhood-based planning. We do note that the program and the scope we put forward is really the best scope to achieve the objectives of council within the timeline and deliver this by 2022 in July. So we would have to evaluate the feasibility of that. It's very aggressive as it is, and we will do our best, but I don't know if it is in keeping with the level requested in the amendment.
I take from that it's hard to understand what that level is, but I just want to get some confirmation in earlier questions and in your presentation to us. It was clear to me that there is going to be neighborhood-based planning, or there are going to be neighborhood-based workshops or opportunities for public input. Did I catch that correctly?
Yes, absolutely. That is correct.
Okay. Okay, well, on that basis, and because it's difficult, I think, for staff to try to discern what more might mean, and that there is going to be more than we've had in the past already articulated in this report, I won't support either.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young.
I can't find or see the email, and I can't see the amendment. So unless I can get them or we can get a break, I will not be able to vote.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think what we're going to do at this point is call a 3-minute recess to 3:35 and ask Councillor Hardwick if you could please expeditiously correct this. And going forward, we have to follow the procedure and make sure that they're in their full and final form.
Thank you for your patience.
3 minutes, we've got 3:35. appreciate your support in that. So we can start when we're ready. City clerks, you want to just let me know when you're ready to go ahead?
We're ready.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, Council, we are back and we do have the emailed amendment from Councillor Hardwick to the report in its final form as requested, rightfully so, by Councillor Kirby Young. So Councillor Kirby Young, you do have the floor. You're on the queue if you'd like to make your comments.
I'd like to state clearly now that I don't want to move to sever when we get to the vote on this. And I guess my comments would be specifically that I think we're deep in the rabbit hole because we've essentially hamstrung the MERT program, and now we're just saying that we're going to pause it. At this point, it's like 6 of one, half dozen of another. We have an ineffective tool that people may not use, but we're going to pause it anyway. So I just feel like we're getting into kind of that territory right now, into sort of silly territory. So I have challenges with respect to this process overall, actually. But I do support the engagement in terms of neighborhood-based planning, and I think that we've heard that the intent will be to move towards neighborhood planning, and those community plans will still play a key role. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor DiGenova on the amendment. Councillor DiGenova, we're not able to hear you. Clerks, are we confirmed that Councillor DiGenova has rejoined the meeting since the recess 2 minutes ago?
No, she's not online.
Okay. We will have to move along then in that case. So that takes us to the end of the speakers queue and to a vote on the amendments. And as has been indicated, we have 2 requests to sever, so we'll do that. Now, so voting first on amendment 2B. Please go ahead and vote on screen, councillors and mayor. And that amendment fails with councillors Carr, Fry, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Mayor Stewart, and myself in opposition. We will now go to just giving the clerks a chance to reset the vote. We will now vote on Resolution C, the amendment to Resolution C. And I'll ask our clerks to start that vote when you can. Thank you very much. And that amendment fails with councillors Carr, Fry, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Kirby Young, and Mayor Stewart and myself in opposition.
Chair, it says I haven't voted, but I voted. So I'm not quite sure why.
Okay, you're back in the meeting, which is great. So we'll.
Yes. I'm sorry, I had to.
Would you like to clarify your vote, please?
My vote on this one, I will be voting in opposition this evening.
Okay, so your vote is in opposition. The clerks will adjust your vote since you brought it to our attention right away. And then we're going to vote on the amendment to Resolution D. Clerks wouldn't mind bringing that up. And that motion fails, that amendment fails with councillors Carr, DiGenova, Fry, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Dominato, Kirby Young, Mayor Stewart, and myself in opposition. Okay, council, that takes us back to our main queue. And Councillor Carr, or Councillor Hardwick, I apologize, you do have the floor with time remaining to make your comments if you wish.
Thank you very much. No, just again, having actively lobbied for a reboot of the citywide planning process for a good 16 years, and having been involved in city plan in the 90s, I am a great supporter of the need for comprehensive citywide planning, but planning that reflects the nuance of neighborhoods and not a one-size-fits-all model, that's for sure. I would rather that we be making our plans and our policies based on evidence rather than aspiration. I'll just keep repeating this as long as I can, because decisions based on incomplete or flawed data will only lead to flawed policy. And you know, I had great hopes for this plan at the beginning of the term, but I have to confess that my faith in its direction has been seriously challenged. So we'll see where we end up in the fall, and I seriously hope that the residents of the city are going to have a meaningful impact and input on this plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wheaton.
Yeah, I'm excited about the themes coming forward: equitable and complete neighborhoods, diverse, inclusive, and shared prosperity, healthy, connected ecosystems, all embedded in reconciliation, equity, and resilience. I think the actual themes and direction are exciting. I look forward to what's coming in the fall. I was really hoping that today we'd be talking about some of these big initiatives and moves and where we're really going. Obviously, COVID has pushed some of the timelines a little bit further than I think a lot of us wanted, but I'm excited to see what happen in the fall. I look forward to seeing the Indigenous engagement and what that looks like, and how we partner with community and neighborhoods to move forward with a plan that really pulls us all together and gives a direction and vision for the city. So really excited about what the themes are and excited about where this can go. So thanks for all the work for staff, and I look forward to seeing how this team can pull together an amazing October, because that looks like when really things are getting going.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Weeb, over to Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair. Want to thank staff for the continued work on this, and really racking their brains to do the best they can and give proposals for us to consider that are very reasonable and actually very outside the box and innovative. Just to bound our conversation about what we can do within the city, the overall demand is for more supply of affordable housing. That's what people are asking for. They can't find places to live, to buy. They can't find places to rent, and they find themselves on the street without housing. So that leads to supply in all types of areas, and that's what staff are going to continue to come back with in Vancouver Plan. Is that staff are bounded by the realities of our housing situation here in Vancouver. We are one of the most privatized markets in the whole world. 92% of our housing is residential housing is owned by private interests, and 99% of the value of all the housing is in the hands of private interests because of government underinvestment, and that we're a new city. We don't have traditional stock. So we can't live in a fantasy land. Like, we have to realize that if we're going to build more supply, it has to be with market developers. It has to be with those folks, either private individuals or firms, who are going to build housing. If we don't embrace that and realize that reality, then all we're going to get is single detached homes and condos. For me, MERP was, the best experiment that we had going. The only thing that combined vacancy control with bending the market is to build rental housing on private land, not city land, that allowed deep and long-term affordability for a good proportion of the units. In fact, lots of cities across Canada think, wow, this is amazing. But now they're going to look at it and say, well, it's stalled out because it was unrealistic. So I just think as we go forward, what I don't want to have happen with Vancouver Plan is this: that council comes back, staff come back with having done all kinds of public engagement, and then bring forward similar proposals that are based on the realities of living in Vancouver with the market, and then we just reject them all, because that's kind of how I see where this is going. And I think that would be tremendously disappointing for people. So I guess to ask council to think, what do you think the proposals are that are going to come forward that are different than what we've been seeing? I don't think much different. I mean, you know, if you don't want development in the city, if you want to keep things the way they are, fine. I mean, that's great. But I think the vast majority of voters and residents in the city don't think that. So again, you know, this stuff can be a bit nerve-wracking because you're trying something new, but I just worry that next year when staff comes forward after all this work, after almost 4 years of work, that we're going to reject most of the stuff that they're coming forward with. So I would ask you to kind of really think about the boundaries, the realistic boundaries by which we're trying to address the housing crisis here. So thanks again to staff for all their work.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart, for your final comments on the amended report. Councillor Fry, over to you for 5 minutes.
Oh, I wasn't expecting it that quickly, but thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'm obviously there was a few curves today. I am somewhat disappointed that we are limiting the MERP just to the CD1 for now, but I am confident based on some of the comments that we will be exploring these opportunities through new rental-only zoning coming back in the fall to actually look at how we can change some of the economics around this. And I also appreciate that there is a lot more work coming on this in the fall, and a lot more reporting back to the public. So I'm still very excited about the outcomes of the Vancouver plan, and I really want to express my appreciation for all the staff who have joined us today and spoken to this, and done so much work getting us to this point. And I do, you know, again, really, I guess want to just focusing on the one MERP piece. I do really appreciate how they're trying to make this work. I do hope that the signal is sent that I think the vacancy control is really one of the winning pieces, and the hinging this way below, not hinging this to market rents, but to median incomes are really kind of critical considerations that we need to start embodying in our housing targets and in how we plan for it, and hopefully through rental only zoning as contemplated, that we'll actually be able to take some of the speculation out of the market and really focus on that kind of housing that we absolutely desperately need to deliver. And I know we have a lot on the agenda, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I have a point of parliamentary procedure, and it just concerns the final recommendations that have been circulated and whether there's any way to sever out D into pieces, because as I voted in opposition to the affordability piece around the changes that were made from the staff recommendations, I support extending and having more proposals, but I still have concerns around the shift around the how we figure out rents. Is there any way to sever that?
Yeah, it's a fair question. I'll defer to clerks if we can vote on the D and the subclauses separately.
Thanks. I can wait to hear back that question. I don't have any comments at this time.
Okay, that's great. I just want to give the clerks a second to come off of mute if you'd like to comment. Otherwise, we'll move to the next.
Yeah, we'll get
I
back.
don't have any comments. Oh.
No, I just looking for a response from clerks to your question, Councillor Dominato. Go ahead, clerks.
We'll get back to you on that.
Great. Okay, thank you. We do have a couple other councillors on the queue. Councillor Carr, over to you.
Oh, I was going to close because I had moved it, so I'll just go back from the bottom.
Okay. Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, I think we really have to think outside the box if we're going to solve our housing crisis. I think one of the things I heard today was we may get a development cost expectation for the whole city. That's encouraging. But we have to figure out how to get more non-market housing. We have to use rental-only zoning. We have to think about how we can depress land values. What we've been doing is encouraging the market to supply whatever they'll supply, which won't be for anybody that's making under about 75 grand a year, which is about half the people in the city aren't going to benefit from it. We also desperately need to end homelessness. So I don't know, we need to get a progressive tax so that we can get more housing that is really affordable. Or let's at least get the data so we'll know what the gap is. I'm glad that we're not tying MERP to the market and that we've tried to preserve the vacancy control. I think that's a really, really important precedent and that we shouldn't give up on vacancy control. We're losing affordability in thousands and thousands of units of rental housing in this city every year. About 11% of our rental housing units, we're losing affordability of about 20% every year. And it's dire. It's absolutely dire because we don't have vacancy control. So those are the things that we need: vacancy control, more non-market, rental-only zoning, depressing land values. We need to be really, really pushing on those things and not relying so much on how can we incent private developers to build rental housing for people earning over 75K. So that's where I'm coming from, and those are the kinds of things I would like to push for.
Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson and Councillor Carr. You indicated you'd like to speak last as you moved the report, so I'll advance Councillor Kirby Young.
Thanks. I'll make a couple of brief comments, and I was putting myself down the queue because I was working on an amendment and waiting for some feedback from staff. So I'll keep some of my time, but I'll make some general comments with respect to the overall Vancouver plan, which I actually think, separating out the quick start detailed discussion today is really the big piece here. And this was something that this council had embarked on. And I think the notion of providing a roadmap for the city moving forward is a good one. And the reference was made to the fact that Vancouver is the only city that doesn't have sort of that high level aggregate plan and sort of that official community plan. And so that's a gap for me in terms of aligning with metro planning. And I think to provide some certainty and understanding for all of Vancouver as to, it's not, is our city going to grow, it's how we want to grow. And how we engage our neighbors in that, and how having people understand what that looks like and bringing that forward. So I heard loud and clear that we're seeing growing inequity in the city. That was really clear. That people really want to see more housing affordability and choices coming forward in all areas of the city. Particularly excited about some of the work that will be coming back in the fall with respect to middle income housing. I'm looking at different types on that sort of 52% of land that only houses 15% of homes, to look at sort of that infill and gentle density, which we have tremendous capacity to do in a way I think that can feel neighborly and have different housing types, fourplexes, sixplexes, row homes, townhomes, so we can provide a wide variety of choice for people. And as we fill that in, affordability is needed at every level of the housing spectrum. From single family all the way down to supportive housing. And so I think that we need to be conscious of that we are looking to fill in a diversified basket of options here, so that all kinds of folks can live in the city and in our different neighborhoods. So that's important. I'm glad to see the diminished, I wouldn't say diminished, I should say focused scope and nature to really define this tangibly as a land use plan and a deliverable before the end of 2022. I think that's really critical. Quite honestly, if we hadn't seen with new leadership at the city manager and planning a real sort of fresh approach to the Vancouver plan, I was seriously contemplating bringing a motion forward to cancel the initiative altogether, because I think it was becoming It was ethereal. The scope was too broad. It was expensive, and it didn't have tangible deliverables in it. And it became the kitchen sink where everything was getting thrown into it. So I was deeply concerned about that. I'm very happy to see the emphasis on complete communities, which I feel is a drum I've been banging for some time. It's really important. We're not just building housing, we're trying to build homes and communities for people. And as the city densifies and people live in increasingly smaller spaces, it's really important that we provide the livability, which is the things that Vancouver has been known for, the green space, the parks, and we need the amenities. And that's another big nut we have to crack, is how do we afford the amenities to keep pace with development, so people have the community centers and the services and the neighborhood grocery stores and all of those things that are really important. So those are my comments on the overall plan. Looking forward to the missing middle housing piece, looking forward to the secured and rental housing work that's coming forward. Disappointed with, I think, just the scope of tinkering and amendments here that I think really start to have knock-on effects for policies. I'm concerned about the outcome for the MERT program. Concerned about trying to diminish public participation when we have open surveys that are happening with things like secured rental. I know that didn't pass, but I think that the public loses faith every time, council tries to do that and sort of chip away at some of that. So I'll leave it there because I want to save a little bit of time in case I'm able to get an amendment in, but I do appreciate where we're going with on the overall Vancouver plan. And I think honestly that council needs to keep trying as many things as we possibly can, and we need to keep moving forward, and we need to see the council of yes and how and not of no. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato, over to you. If you have comments, I am working with the clerks right now to establish if it's possible to separate on the three parts of D.
Okay. Thank you. I'll certainly wait to hear that. I'll make some comments once we, well, I guess I'll make them in advance of getting that information. I just to reflect a couple of things, and I'll comment specifically on that section. First of all, just to say thank you to staff for the work and on the citywide plan. I actually support this. I supported it when it was initially brought forward to council as a motion. I think it's important, and we see this in other cities' official community plans. And I think that there has, over time, there's been consternation around planning, and it does look different from neighborhood to neighborhood in our city, and we have many overlapping strategies as well that inform our decision making in the city. So I see a lot of value and merit in developing the Vancouver plan, and I appreciate there's going to be further engagement, and certainly it's been challenging to do that as part of COVID. And my comments will be just largely around the quick starts, and specifically the one I'm waiting to hear back on is that back to my point around the quick start around the moderate income rental housing pilot program. I was supportive of what staff proposed because I thought it was pragmatic and reasonable and would enable us to have more below market rentals in the city. I didn't support the amendment that stripped that away, and that's why I'm waiting to hear back from the clerks as to whether I will simply abstain on that. And I want to just be really clear on that, because I do support extending the pilot to have more proposals. I fundamentally am opposed to what's in the first clause around excluding the proposed changes to affordability requirements that staff had put forward, because I thought it was a viable way of delivering below market rentals in this environment, because we're hearing that even with some of the ones that we still have in the queue, that it's just not feasible, that that the builders are going to walk away. And I think Councillor Boyle and the mayor spoke to that, and Councillor DeGenova as well, and Kirby Young quite well. And so so appreciate the update from staff, supportive of the overall, the planning process and the engagement with the community and engagement with neighborhoods, and appreciate Councillor Hardwick's point on that amendment. But we'll certainly wait to hear back from the clerks as to how I may be able to vote on Clause D, because I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato, and I will let you know that the request to sever D is possible. However, it ties D with the exclude eligibility in certain zones, because the preamble makes the second part make sense. And then we can vote on the second part, extend the opportunity for staff to consider applications, as a separate vote. That said, yes, so that's where we're at with the severing, and I see that there's more to happen perhaps, so I'll leave that with you and maybe come back, okay?
Thank you, Chair.
Great, all right, thank you. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I have an amendment.
Okay, I'll take us over to an amendment queue and ask that you put yourself back on that queue, and I'll advance you to speak to your amendment.
Yeah, thank you. And I apologize for the late hours trying to work with staff on it, or still providing some advice and guidance, but I'm hopeful I captured the principle here of the intent. Perhaps I can just confirm clerk's going to bring that up on screen.
Yes. Clerk, so it is up on screen now. Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Over to you.
Okay, so if you note the language in bold here, this takes the amended clause D that was amended earlier, leaves that as is, and adds the additional language here that is in bold. Based on my understanding that the MERP rents, the original MERP program, were set on 2017 rates, and yet it might be years until those projects are actually built and occupied and completed. And so the language here recognizes that in an effort to at least keep pace with the provincial increases in market rents, which, as council will know, for the last couple of years have been set at 2%, for example. And so the additional language says, as well as amending so that initial rental rates for below market units, and that's specifically for those that were previously based on 2017 rates, be increased to the by the allowed provincial amounts, missing the word by, each year up to time of project completion. And that is the addition.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Carr to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. I can support this. I think this is a logical amendment that is based on. It doesn't change the vacancy control aspect, but it simply changes the starting point of those rents, and so I will support.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, through you, could I ask a question to staff? I thought that the initial rates were based on 30% of an income between 30 and 80K, rather than a CMHC rental rate or something from 2017.
Over to staff.
Thanks, Chair. I have Dan's on. I'll defer to him on that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, they did initially. It wasn't linked to anything specific. We looked at a number of factors. It was approximately a 30-35% discount to market rents, and was intended to link to people's incomes, with incomes between $30,000 and $80,000 a year. So they were fixed rents that were put into the MERP pilot program policy at the time. And there is no rent inflator or ability to increase those rents based on the current policy.
So is it based on 2017 rates at all?
It wasn't based on 2017 rental market rates specifically. It was based more around looking at 2017 incomes and that specific range of $30,000 to $80,000 a year.
So if we wanted it to be based on 30 to 80,000 a year, isn't that what? Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I'm going to vote against this. I think it's better to keep the 30 to 80,000 as a model for, 30% of 30 to 80,000 is a better way to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I also have a point of information through you to staff on this. I'm just, as we're all just seeing it, and it's one very long sentence. Now I'm just trying to wrap my head around it. So if you'll allow, I'm hoping to clarify with staff that this would maintain the form of vacancy control that that had been on MERP for the first 2 rounds of the project, but allow the starting rate when the at completion to increase each year over time. I'm confusing myself in how I'm describing it. I guess my question is the feeling from staff that this amendment would make it more likely that we will see proposals come forward in this 3rd round, having heard that the previous amendment might reduce the number of projects we'd see? Will this make it slightly more financially viable for more projects to come forward?
Over to staff. Maybe Dan, you could jump in.
Sure, yeah. There were two sort of challenges with this construct of the MERP program. One was that the initial starting rents were fixed in time in 2017 with no ability to increase, and the other is the 0% vacancy control as discussed earlier in the day. I think that what I would understand this proposal to be is that it would address the first issue, which would be to allow the starting rents to inflate, but it would maintain after the project was completed and occupied the 0% vacancy rate upon unit turnover that council was interested in earlier in the day.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate that. So I'll just say I'm willing to support this. I don't want the MERP project to die entirely, and if this means we continue to see some projects within that pilot that we can learn from as we continue to shape the project, I'm comfortable with supporting that.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I have another point of information. I don't have any amendments, but I have a point of information on this amendment and D, because it technically would change D, and that is through the chair to staff. And I would assume that probably, Dan Garrison, who had answered my previous questions, would be able to maybe answer this. But I'm just wondering where it currently says extend the opportunity for staff to consider new proposals until January 31, 2022 to enable up to 20 total rezoning applications. Even with this amended wording that we'd see now, do you think that council's actions in this, if we vote on this amendment, will actually have applicants come forward with more relief, or is there concern that, considering some of council's other decisions on MERP, that many applicants may be too nervous to move forward with a MERP application at all?
Over to staff. I guess it's a point of information for you, Dan.
Sure. I think all I could say, Councillor, and through the chair, is that we didn't test this option when we did our review and financial analysis. We did test the different option that staff had proposed, and we tested the current MERP construct. So this is a bit of a hybrid. I think we would interpret this as making it more likely that we would see proposals, but I can't really comment on how much, because we haven't the extent to which it would incentivize projects, because we haven't really done the testing on this specific construct.
Just to follow up to this, and I base the question based on what we've heard from staff before, where applicants get nervous or concerned when council makes these type of changes and puts an end date on a program that they may choose not to even enter that program. So I'm just wondering if these are concerns you've heard before. So we're going to have a program that people may be too concerned to enter into just because of the concerns you've heard in the past. Can you answer that? If you can't, I understand, but we've heard this before at council, and I'm just wondering if it applies here.
Well, the only thing I'd say is it is a pilot program, so it's not unusual for a pilot program to have a sunset involved in it. We are talking in the construct we've put forward for council consideration here, for it really to be the timeline is not to get your full rezoning application in. It's really around getting through the inquiry process, and so that's what we'd be looking at for that time limitation.
Okay, but with a pilot program, we would already see an end date attached to that pilot program. When staff come back to us and say we're going to either recommend that this become a permanent program, or that in fact council considers other recommendations. Is that correct? We would have done that regardless of the amendments coming forward under D today.
I think that's correct, and that is the opportunity of the link of these as sort of quick start actions to the broader Vancouver plan process that's underway, which will give us the chance to look at, you know, the more permanent changes, longer term changes that could result from this.
Okay, so thank you very much. For that reason, I won't be able to support this amendment, although I appreciate that this amendment by Councillor Kirby Young tries to bring us back to a place that would make it a little more palatable for applicants who wanted to move forward, because otherwise their performance might not work. But I'm concerned that there might not be any applications considering the changes we've made today, and we haven't actually waited to the end of the pilot to make those changes. We've decided as a council, before hearing the outcomes, before staff report back to us on what those were, that we are just going to make these changes today. So for those reasons, I can't support this, and I won't be supporting any of D, because I think that it is redundant, in my opinion. May not be redundant in the chair's opinion, but I'm concerned the changes that we've made today will change applicants' abilities to make their performance work, or to even want to put forward an application in this program, regardless of it's before 2022. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, another question to staff. So the current MERP rents, I think, are $950 for a studio and $1,200 for one bed. So if this passed, what would they be if, say, the building got completed this year?
I'm going to ask staff to respond to that point of information, recognizing that those may not be numbers you have at the ready. Go ahead, staff.
Yeah, apologies. We don't actually have the numbers in front of us. It's probably some math we could do relatively quickly based on the RTA annual allowable increase, but I don't have them in front of me today.
Would it be like $950 plus 4% from 2017 plus 4% for 2018 if that's what it was, plus 2% for 2019 if that's what it was, plus frozen in 2020? Is that what it would be?
Yeah, I think my interpretation of, I mean, that it's not specifically laid out, but my interpretation of if we followed the intent of the motion would be to apply the annual allowable increases to the rents from that date forward to completion, and so that would be the formula we would apply.
But based on the 950 and the 1200 and whatever it is for the other bedrooms?
That would be my reading. Yeah, so that the initial rents for the below market units that were previously based on 2017 would be increased by the provincial amount.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Fry.
So I did just do the math, back of the paper math, and based on 2017, 3.7% increase, 2018, 4% increase, 2019, 2.5% increase, and 2020, 2.6. That would come out to, for a bachelor, and again, back of the paper math, 1080, which is, you know, fairly similar to what staff had initially proposed. And I appreciate that this is sort of an opportunity to try and meet some of those objectives from staff's initial overture to make more effective. Recognizing that we're still, you know, grappling with a median household income of around 50K in the city of Vancouver. This isn't a silver bullet, but I do appreciate it. It's a compromise, and I'm going to support this amendment. Thanks, Councillor Kirby.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to come back on. I have an amendment. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr, just make sure that you're
I'm on mute. You're right. Thanks. So I did forward Amendment 2, but I want to do a precursory set of questions to that as to whether I table it. That is what I understood, Dan Garrison, from your response to a previous question, was that the rates are based on not the rental rates, but the income rates. So the initial starting rates were CMHC income rates that were linked to average market rental at the time. So I'm just wondering if the language is more accurate to say to base it on the 27 instead of the 2017 CMHC income rates, that they be increased to reflect the CMHC income rates at the time of project completion. I just need clarification. Is that more accurate, or is the language that is tabled already by Councillor Kirby Young more accurate? Because I was confused by the by her language.
So over to staff.
Okay, I'll try to answer the question. I don't think that CMHC doesn't produce income data. So what we did when we did the initial MERP rents was to identify incomes in the city that can't afford, that are in that range where they don't qualify for social housing, but they can't afford in the market. And then we tried to design a program that specifically targeted rental rates to those incomes. So I don't think there's data that exists from CMHC related to incomes that would be useful to peg the rental increases to. So for that, you either sort of have two options, I think, and one of them would be a CMHC rental market link indexing, and the other would be the RTA annual allowable increases as are proposed in the current amendment from Councillor Kirby Young.
Okay, so thank you for that. That is clarifying to me. So did the calculation back of envelope that Councillor Fry did, was that the appropriate kind of calculation that would go on? I mean, I know, yeah. Is that so in the ballpark of the 1,080 a month for a bachelor?
Yes, through the chair. That's the, I haven't done the math myself, but the process that Councillor Fry described himself going through to come to that was the same process we would go through, which is the annual application.
Fantastic. I'm not going to table my amendment. Then I'm satisfied that this at least is a logical and not egregiously large increase, but does offer some respite. And so I will support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Seeing no other councillors on the queue, we're going to go to a vote on this amendment to the amended D clause of the report. And that amendment passes with Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thank you, Council. We'll go back to the main queue. And
I'm fine for now. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. And I've circulated an amendment to Council. Just been listening to the dialogue on with respect to recommendation D and the quick start, and increasingly feeling uncomfortable. I'm not in a position personally where I can do back of envelope calculations, and there's been a lot of questions, and so I am recommending that we refer recommendation D back to staff for further policy work and considerations. There's been a lot of amendments tabled. There's been concerns raised by councillors that the MERP program is essentially dead in the water. And so I think it would be wise for us to refer this back to staff so they can do the necessary analysis necessary. And as we know, they're still doing the consultation and the work on the Vancouver plan, and they could easily come back with an update in the fall around based on all the dialogue that took place today. But I think that we are have taken this way too far. So I would really urge council to refer that part of the report back, and we can proceed with everything else in the report. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will move us to Amendment Q1 and ask councillors to put themselves back on the queue. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you.
Chair, I wonder if I can ask a point of information through you to staff.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm wondering, I share Councillor Dominato's frustration, but I'm wondering how quickly staff could come back on this work, because we would effectively be pausing, even though it's a watered down program, any type of program, and Q4 could be the end of December. And then originally there was a proposed extension to January. So can staff provide, based on the discussion they're hearing today, some sense, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it is germane, to when you would be able to come back on that?
Over to staff. I'm not sure, Paul, you want to take a first crack at that and then defer?
Yeah, I obviously just seeing this now, if Dan has any inclination or indication that he can provide.
Well, Councillor, we could probably turn around some work on this by the end of the year. I would say it's a fairly significant amount of work to go away, given the scale and extent of the pilot program and the opportunities available. So that's just a point around it. Staff have done some pretty robust financial analysis and economic testing to date to support the proposals we've put through. So I would just say we can do that analysis by the end, but it would take a number of months to pull it together and bring it back.
So the end of the year, just following up on that, so the end of the year, then maybe not having a pilot extension happen until January, February, new proposals coming in, not necessarily considering or getting any projects to rezoning next year, basically, like we could stall out for 6 to 12 months, is that right? And when does the current MERP expire?
Well, we currently don't have an opportunity to bring proposals in through MERP unless council approves the proposal or the motion, so that that would be correct. There would be a significant gap.
We'd have no tool in the short term, and it could be 6 to 12 months, right?
That's correct.
Chair, if I could just add one additional, I appreciate Dan's comments, but I just also want to acknowledge the significant other demands on the housing team right now. And obviously this would be more work that would displace lots of other things that are in the queue that this council has expressed interest in that team delivering. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I really appreciate the perspective of staff. I absolutely share Councillor Dominato's frustration, and I understand where she's coming from. I'm trying to, at this point, look for the silver lining to the cloud and the lesser of the evils. And I would, if we don't approve a project today, we refer it back to staff. We have no program and we have other things coming forward in the fall, but we have a gap. And that gap could be 6 to 12 months, and we're not getting some of those projects in the pipeline. We're not learning from them, et cetera. I think that the amendment that council just supported, for which I am grateful, helps to sort of try to rebalance a bit between that discussion that we had from the original staff proposal, the subsequent amendment, and then trying to land somewhere in the middle. And I'd like to keep being able to be open for business and learning on that. And so for that reason, I'm not going to support it. And because I think we need to keep some tools out there, and I just am really concerned about having such a long gap based on staff's response, and also compromising the other work that's coming back in the fall on secured rental and on the Vancouver plan itself, which we are trying to reframe, allow staff to focus on, and bring us back a big piece of work that will actually, I think, help alleviate a lot of these pressures by actually starting to have a plan that can really guide some of this work moving forward, which is the big challenge we have, is that we're doing stuff outside of sort of that bigger context. So for that reason, I won't support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Carr.
I disagree with all of Councillor Kirby Young's points. In case I'm not clear, I just agree with, so I don't need to repeat them, and won't be supporting this referral.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Sorry, I let Councillor DiGenova comment first.
Okay, Councillor DiGenova, go ahead. You also,
I haven't spoken on this referral, so I'm not sure why my timer is.
I think it's just from the last one. Go ahead.
Thanks. I will support this referral because it's 6 of one, half a dozen of another, and I think that the actions to unravel the Vancouver plan, unfortunately, and that's what I have to call them today, because I think Councillor Kirby Young actually said it well. The number of amendments and piecing this apart, I hadn't seen them ahead of time. Many councillors, could have circulated this. This is something I've heard before. In relation to amendments I brought forward before, but they didn't circulate theirs before. And something as significant as really altering the MERP program, to see that and really try and understand that in points of information in 5 minutes, it goes beyond fairness. I really have to try and calculate, and I don't think it's a numbers thing. I can calculate pro forma. I have a computer here with a spreadsheet up right now. On my desktop on something completely different. But it doesn't come down to that. It's about what kind of message is this going to send to people who are considering developing in Vancouver versus other communities. And are we saying that our doors are open and we want you to come to Vancouver? Or are we saying we're going to make it even harder and put more hurdles in front of you? So I appreciate this referral by Councillor Dominato, and I think that this really refers it back to the experts, our housing staff, to see if this is even viable. Because I feel bad for the questions that I've had to ask on the fly and putting our housing staff, on the spot. But I do think this is important. And I am going to ask another point of information, and that is there any chance that in tandem with the work that is coming forward on the Housing Vancouver strategy that comes to us in December of every year, that this could be incorporated?
So as a point of information
Yeah.
to staff.
I'm sorry, Councillor, could I get you to repeat the question?
So sorry. I'm just wondering if this could come forward, this referral that Councillor Dominato had put forward. Would there be any way that this work could come in tandem or fit in with work you're already doing in the Housing Vancouver strategy for the update that usually comes in December?
Well, I think to the point that Paul Mokry made earlier, the housing team has an extremely full work program. So adding this work, whether it's part of existing work or whether it's a separate work item, would either take time or would be bumping other work we're already doing. So I'm not sure that there's any way to sort of speed it up or do it differently that would change that fact.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a tough situation. I'd like to support the fact that I know Councillor Dominato is trying to save an option through MERP, but on the other hand, if not, we have MERP, but it's a program no one may choose to apply for because of the changes we've made. We've really made it difficult here, and the goalposts. And Councillor Fry, I can do back of napkin math here too, and the numbers don't add up. And I'm concerned about where this will go. So I'll leave it to Councillor Dominato to make some comments while I decide what I'm going to do to try and save some missing middle housing here. Thanks.
Well, I don't see Councillor Dominato on the queue, so I think we're actually going to go to a vote on this referral. And so, councillors, go ahead and you can vote on screen. Okay, and that motion fails with Councillors Carr, Swanson, Wiebe, Boyle, Kirby Young, Mayor Stewart, and myself in opposition. So thank you very much for your consideration there, Councillor Dominato. You have 13 seconds.
I have nothing further, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor DiGenova.
I would just like to ask in my time that we sever out all of D specifically. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I'd also like to sever. Are we getting a copy of the final motion, Chair?
The final motion was sent, but I guess it's since been amended with your amendment, so I can ask clerks to resend.
Thank you. That will allow me to identify which clauses to sever.
Okay, did you have any other comments at this time?
No, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carr, closing on the report as amended.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. And may I just start off by saying, you know, every municipality in this province has to have, by law, a community plan, except us. We're under a different charter. And I can hardly wait till this is plan is in place and there's a regular update process, because I think it is an important guiding document that sets forward the vision for a city, and I really believe in it, and I want to take a moment to just thank the staff for their work on this, and thank council. You unanimously supported it to begin with. And I'm still hearing your support, although I know it's like a bit of clenched teeth at times. This is a frustrating process. And I don't think creating any community plan wouldn't be if you've left such a gap and are doing it in such a challenging time. So I am, I really appreciate the support council is giving to this and the work that staff is putting in, and the involvement of the residents of this city, the people who live here and work here, in terms of inputting it into the plan. It's been hugely challenging with COVID, and yet still, despite that, there's been 20,000 what do they call touches? I'm not sure. I don't think that necessarily means people, but I'm hoping it's close to that in terms of people. And so thank you to every single person who has provided input to the plan to date. I'm very excited about the upcoming process. We needed an update. COVID required it. But we needed an update on our actual plan process. And what's happening this fall is the key theme of complete connected neighborhoods. You know, like Councillor Wiebe, who earlier stated he was really excited about the themes, so am I. I mean, the themes of complete equitable, climate smart neighborhoods, of an increasing jobs and economic prosperity. Restoring and connecting healthy ecosystems, all, as he said, within the framework of reconciliation, equity, and resilience. I mean, this is a really fantastic vision. And those ideas came from the input that the public gave at the very beginning of this planning process, and that our staff have articulated ever since. We have a role to play as council in the fall workshops. The staff have clearly outlined there's going to be 5. They are looking for the involvement of council in them. I am very keen to see us work together, council, to make these workshops a real success for both the public and our city. In terms of the quick starts, the streamlining of rental housing is out also for public consultation. It is in a draft form. The input of the public, I encourage people to respond back, will shape the actual outcomes on that. On MERP, I am very happy also about the vacancy control. It's been slightly modified in terms of starting rent, and I appreciate that that change by Councillor Kirby Young. I'm very optimistic, actually, that it won't be, as some councillors have framed it, sort of a dead program or stalled out. It's being stalled out to some extent, but I really am going to count on and trust the development community to take up the challenge to provide the deepest possible level of affordability, which is what this program does, that is so desperately needed in our city. Finally, I just want to say that this is a continuous process that's going to go beyond this term. Maybe some members of the public are unclear about that. As staff said, we're not going to get to actual zoning map changes this term. It is going to be a higher level plan. That work is going to continue after the next election. But the outcome will absolutely depend on the public getting involved. And as I say, I look so much forward to our fall engagement.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to go to a final vote, and just in the request to set, just a second, please, Councillor DiGenova. In the request to sever, as from Councillor Dominato, we can sever the preamble of D and then the first subclause, and then the second subclause of D. So that's how it would be severed. So we'll have one vote on D in the first subclause, and then a vote on the second subclause. Councillor DiGenova, was that a point of privilege?
Yes, it was, so that you didn't go to the vote without allowing me to sever A and D and B, C, and E.
So all of it. Let's just do all of it.
Okay. I mean, that's not what I asked for, but if that's what you choose to do, that's, yeah.
It's sort of deduced. Yeah, anyways, yes. So we'll sever. So we're actually going to have, let me just pull this up. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 votes. So I just want to prepare everybody for that and follow along there. So first we'll be voting on A. You can vote on screen. And that, Councillor DiGenova. Okay, so A passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor DiGenova. Now we will move, and I'm just going to go pace ourselves to allow the city clerks to move to the next vote, which would be Clause B. And Clause B passes with unanimous support. Moving to Clause C. And Clause C passes with 1 in opposition, Councillor Hardwick. Now we'll move to Clause D, including the first subclause, exclude eligibility in certain zones. And please go ahead and vote.
Chair?
Yes.
That doesn't look like the correct version.
As Councillor Dominato, I was going to say the same thing. That's an earlier version of D.
Let me just see what's on screen here. I'm looking at the email that we were sent, but as I look at this one, okay, I think it's correct now. Can you look and see?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for flagging that. And that motion, that resolution, that clause passes with Councillors DiGenova, Hardwick, and Dominato in opposition. And next, our 5th vote is the second clause within D, second subclause within D. And that's highlighted on screen, and you can go ahead and vote. And that passes with Councillors DiGenova and Hardwick in opposition. And then the final vote is Clause E. And that passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much. This completes this item, and just want to thank staff for the work and for answering the many questions, and also for council's diligence and consideration of the report. So with that, we're going to move to the next item. I just want to let councillors and mayor and council know where we're at. We do have a presentation from staff, and this is referring to item 3, issues report, consideration of rezoning proposal at 1477 West Broadway, South Granville Station. We also have speakers on the line. We have 2 speakers on the line for this item currently that we could hear from out of 5. We have 2 out of 5, and we have a staff presentation that's approximately 12 slides. So I'm going to put it to council whether or not there is a desire to waive the presentation.
To waive presentation?
No,
I'd like to hear the presentation.
Okay, great. That's great. Thank you. So we'll hear the presentation so let's go ahead with the presentation of staff, and we'll see where we get to, and if we have time to hear from speakers ahead of the dinner break, recognizing there may be issues around childcare and other commitments at 5 o'clock. So with that, staff, may I introduce Teresa O'Donnell, General Manager, Planning, Development, and Sustainability, along with staff from the Broadway Planning Team, to go ahead with the presentation.
Thanks, Chair. I think Teresa may be just away from their computer right now, so I'll just turn it over to John Grottenberg from Planning, who's going to deliver the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to John.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chair Bligh and Council. It's John Grottenberg, planner with the Broadway Planning Team. I'm just going to get the presentation loaded up. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you great. Thank you.
So I'm going to provide a brief presentation with an overview of the report recommendation, background on the subject site at South Granville Broadway subway station, the policy context, and the rationale for consideration of a rezoning application as an exception to the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy. The recommendation contained in the report is as follows: that Council instructs the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability to consider a rezoning application at 1477 West Broadway, proposing a mixed-use office, retail, and rental housing building at a height and density above what is permitted in the C3 District Schedule and Guidelines as an exception to the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy. The subject site of 1477 West Broadway is located at the northeast corner of Broadway and Granville Streets in the Fairview neighborhood. This is the location of the South Granville Station for the new Broadway subway. At this site, currently, a 5-story retail and office building, including full integration of the South Granville Station, approved as a development permit application under existing zoning, is currently under construction by PCI Developments. Staff recently received an updated rezoning inquiry from PCI proposing increased height and density for a mixed-use rental housing development at this location. 3 years ago in 2018, PCI had submitted an earlier rezoning inquiry anticipating council approval of the Broadway plan in late 2020, enabling additional height and density for the site. However, due to the challenges and delays with COVID-19, the anticipated timing for council's consideration of the draft Broadway plan is now Q1 of 2022. Over the past few years, PCI has worked closely and in good faith with the Broadway Subway Project Office led by the province to incorporate a well-integrated station in this new development. A significant delay in construction between the current approved development permit and the proposed rezoning application, if it was submitted after approval of the Broadway plan in early 2022, could cause access and circulation challenges for the new subway station opening in 2025. In terms of the zoning and policy context, as shown on the map, the site is currently zoned C3A. In this location, the C3A zoning permits a choice of residential and commercial uses up to a maximum of 6 stories in height and 3.3 FSR in terms of density. As the site is within the Broadway plan study area, it is currently subject to an interim moratorium on rezoning applications for the Broadway Plan Interim Rezoning Policy, or IRP. Earlier this year, in February and March, through Broadway Plan engagement, the emerging directions for the plan were shared with the community and proposed some specific policy directions applicable to this site within Area A of the Granville Broad Slope sub-area. The emerging policy directions include consideration for increased height and density for station area mixed-use affordable housing, such as secured rental, or commercial development, such as office, requiring a minimum job space component for mixed-use development, for example, several stories of office above retail, supporting integration of the New South Granville Station with active commercial uses and public space improvements, and as well as fostering Broadway as a great street with wider sidewalks, street trees, continuous active commercial, and places to gather. Given the circumstances, staff are recommending consideration of a rezoning application for 1477 West Broadway as an exception to the Broadway Plan IRP. The preliminary proposal generally aligns with the Broadway Plan emerging directions and deliver additional office space and retail, including a grocery store, which is an identified need for the area, as well as rental housing with moderate income units fully integrated with the new South Granville Station. Commencing a rezoning process earlier than adoption of the Broadway Plan could facilitate construction by at least 6 months if the rezoning is approved by council following a public hearing, helping to minimize impacts to the station when the subway opens. Council approves the recommendation of this report. Staff would work with the applicant through the rezoning application process to ensure the height and density are compatible with the Broadway Plan policy directions for the Broadway and Granville area. The rezoning would have a full public engagement process, including mail notifications, meetings with local stakeholder groups and other meetings as necessary, at least one city staff-led open house, public feedback forums, a dedicated webpage, and a formal public hearing as is required for all rezoning applications. In conclusion, staff recommend consideration of a rezoning application at 1477 West Broadway for mixed-use retail, office, and rental housing development as an exception to the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy. That concludes the presentation. We have staff from PDS in the Special Projects Office and the Rezoning Center, as well as the Rapid Transit Office available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, staff. That's great. So councillors, I do see a number of you on the queue for questions. As I said, we do have 2 speakers who have been waiting to address council on this issue that we could hear from them and then defer hearing from the rest of speakers and also ask questions of staff after the dinner break. I would need a motion to do that.
Move to hear
So moved.
First.
Okay, I heard Councillor Hardwick first. So all those in favor, is everybody clear on the motion? Hear from speakers and then defer the rest after dinner break. So that is the motion on the floor. All those in favor, say yay.
Aye.
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 And all those opposed? Great. Thank you very much, Council. So we will move to hear from our speakers. So just give them a moment. The first speaker on the line, actually, let me just make sure I have the correct. So the first speaker we have on the line is speaker 2, Sean Nardi.
Hello.
Hi there, Sean, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Mr. Mayor, councillors, my name is Sean Nardi and I live in Fairview. I oppose the consideration of the rezoning proposal at 1477 West Broadway, South Granville Station. In 2019, my neighbors and I learned about the development permit for 1477 West Broadway. We were concerned about the 6 stories of parking containing 332 parking stalls beneath the building and could see that the applicant was preparing to build a much taller building above. Staff were aware of this intention. Shortly thereafter, the Georgia Strait reported that someone had found plans of the dumpster behind the old RBC building and that a tower between 20 and 40 stories tall was planned for the site. During the public hearing on 2538 Birch Street, we raised concerns that, if approved, 2538 Birch Street would set a precedent for height and density in the Broadway plan area. Staff vehemently denied this, but clearly they were wrong. And unfortunately, the chickens are already coming home to roost. I've analyzed hundreds of pages of city documents in relation to this proposal and the Broadway plan. This analysis reveals 3 serious problems with the proposal. Staff's claim that this building aligns with the Broadway plan's anticipated policy direction is incomprehensible. Staff's justification that this consideration under Policy 3 of the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy is spurious and sacrifices the integrity of the plan. And City and Subway staff's concerns regarding a longer construction period are both flimsy and inconsistent. These problems will have the effect of prejudicing the outcome of the Broadway Plan, undermining council, and eroding the public's faith in the integrity of city processes. Let's take a closer look at these problems. Problem number one, during recent Broadway Plan workshops and in a letter from Teresa O'Donnell, the public was told that no decisions have been made on heightened density changes in the Broadway Plan scope area. And yet, in their defense of this proposal, staff claimed that the inquiry aligns with the anticipated policy directions for heightened density in the plan. Interestingly, Gil Kelly made a similar claim in his responses to your questions concerning 2538 Birch Street in July 2020. These are conflicting. Either decisions have been made with respect to heightened density for the Broadway plan, or they have not. Either way, staff seem quite confident about what the heightened density outcomes of the plan will be, even though it is many months from completion. Problem number two, the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy restricts rezoning to protect the integrity of the planning process that is underway. In this proposal, staff used Policy 3 of the IRP, which allows rezonings to leapfrog the plan under nebulous, exceptional circumstances in order to expedite the rezoning of this site. Staff have provided flimsy justifications for this proposal, stating that the applicant asked for more height in the past, has worked in good faith with the subway project, and that staff are concerned about the impact of extended construction. This is a concerning trend because it is similar to what staff did with 2538 Birch Street, where they interpreted Policy 1 very liberally without council's consent to ensure that 2538 Birch Street could be considered during the Broadway plan. Staff's actions demonstrate that developer wish lists, good behavior, and inconvenience trump the integrity of a 30-year plan, and that council policy is open to interpretation and manipulation. Problem number three, to advocate for this proposal, staff solicited Lisa Go, Executive Project Director, Broadway Subway Project, for her opinion on the impact of two-phase construction at 1477 West Broadway. Go expresses the flimsy concern that if rezoned later, a longer construction period may interfere with passenger flow in and out of the station. Conspicuously absent are Go's concerns about the same challenges that will inevitably happen at the Emily Carr, Mount Pleasant, VGH, and Arbutus stations. These stations are all standalone, one-story stations. Given Vancouver's housing affordability crisis, the city will certainly build above these stations, and at that time, these stations will be subject to the same problems raised by staff and Go. So if Go's concerns are so serious, why isn't the city expediting buildings above these sites as well? And why didn't both staff and Go provide a balanced opinion expressing the same concerns about future development above these other stations? If the concerns are valid, they should apply to all other stations as well. The arguments sound impressive, but it is inconsistent because it is a convenient, imbalanced narrative manufactured to advocate for this proposal. In summary, there are three significant reasons why you should reject this proposal. Staff's claims that this building aligns with the Broadway plan's anticipated policy directions is incomprehensible. Staff's justification for this consideration under Policy 3 of the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy is spurious, and it sacrifices the integrity of the plan. And City and Subway staff's concerns regarding a longer construction period are flimsy and terribly inconsistent. The preceding information is not my opinion. These are irrefutable facts that all come from City and Council documents. They show that this proposal is flawed and of questionable merit. Based on this, I ask you to reject this consideration of rezoning. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
Thank you very much, Sean. You do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes, thank you. That last part went very quickly.
Councillor Hardwick, can you just speak closer to your microphone? It's hard to hear you.
Still?
It is hard to hear you. Okay, please.
I am right in front of my computer. Thank you.
Go ahead, that's better.
Sean, you said there were three reasons why, and the first one was the statement that this aligns with the Broadway plan is incomprehensible. Can you just take a little breath and tell us 1, 2, 3 a little bit slower what those 3 points are?
Absolutely. So the first reason why you should reject this proposal is that staff's claims that this building aligns with the Broadway plan's anticipated policy direction is incomprehensible. Not only is the plan at least 6 months or more from completion. But we've been told, the public has been told by Teresa O'Donnell, that no decisions have been made on height and density for this plan. Gil Kelly said the same thing back when staff were trying to justify moving ahead with 2538 Birch. So I'm a little bit perplexed and baffled why there seems to be some idea that height and densities have been figured out, and yet the public is being told otherwise. The second item is that staff's justification for this consideration under Policy 3 of the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy is both spurious and it sacrifices the integrity of the plan. I sort of look at Policy 3 as the building on fire approach, and it just doesn't seem applicable here. And when you look at the justification that staff is giving for moving ahead and considering a rezoning on this building, none of the justifications really hold up to scrutiny. The third item is that city and subway staff's concerns regarding a longer construction period are both flimsy and inconsistent. I struggle to understand why staff would solicit Lisa Go for an opinion on the matter, and then secondly, why Ms. Go and staff didn't provide council with a fulsome response to this and a full idea that these problems are going to occur, and these interference with passenger flow, et cetera, that Ms. Go specifies are going to happen at 4 out of 6 other stations when the city builds above them in the future. So to isolate them for this particular site and say that they're exceptional and that they justify throwing aside the integrity of a 30-year plan just seems, like I said earlier, quite incomprehensible. And I'd like to point out one other thing, Councillor, if you don't mind. I find it quite. Just 20 seconds, Sean. I find it quite ironic that while staff trumpet the C3A rezoning as a MERP project on page 13 of the Vancouver Plan Update and Quick Start Actions discussed this morning, staff recommended excluding C3A sites like this one from the MERP program, in their words, to avoid conflicts with the Broadway Plan. So as I said earlier, either these projects conflict with the Broadway Plan or they don't. And as demonstrated by 2538 Birch.
Sorry to cut you off. We do have to leave it there. There's 3 minutes to ask questions of speakers. Yes. Okay, thank you, Sean. Those are all of your questions. We do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a nice evening.
Thank you. So council, actually, the motion that we passed to hear from speakers did not clearly stipulate that we were willing to go past 5 o'clock to do so. I will let you know that we have 3 speakers on the line, but I will need a motion to extend past 5 to hear from the speakers.
So moved, Councillor Dominato.
Okay, I heard Councillor Dominato move a motion, and you're allowed, it's debatable, Councillor Hardwick, so you can ask your point of information relatively quickly because we just have 2 minutes.
Is this all of the speakers that would be entertained, or are there other speakers that would be on the list?
It's a fair question. There are a total of 5, so there's 3 on the line right now. The 4th is not on the line. Doesn't mean they won't join. So if I could, that's the point of information.
I'd be inclined to wait till after dinner, but that it was my point of information, because if it's going to be a lot, I'd rather break.
Right, so depending on questions, it is a minimum of 15 minutes. So I'm going to take us to a vote. All those in favor of extending past 5 to hear from speakers say yay.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, we have to do an electronic vote. If that is possible, please everybody vote on screen. And that I need, Mayor Stewart's left the meeting and Councillor DiGenova doesn't appear to be there. So I'm going to say that motion does pass with 1 in opposition. We need a 2/3 affirmative, and we have that based on who's present at council. So Councillor Hardwick, we're going to move ahead with the speakers. Hopefully you can stay for the majority of that. Over to our next speaker. Speaker number 3, Sean Barclay Donovan.
Hello, and thank you very much for delaying your dinner to allow us to make our submissions. I will be very brief. The prior speaker pretty much said everything that I wanted to say, except he did not, I guess it's 2 points. The reasons given by staff to advance this rezoning application are I think the other Sean said flimsy. I'm going to tell you what they are. Basically, Lisa Gao said, or was asked to opine on what reasons might be, and she said customer service may, not will, but may be impacted by a restarted or extended construction window as follows. Protective hoarding may, not will, but may, remain along sidewalks and plaza areas of the new station entrance during building construction, affecting access to and experience of users at the newly opened South Granville Station and Broadway subway service. That's number one. Number two, protective hoarding may, not will, but may result in the relocation of transit bus stops to areas outside the hoarding, further away from the station entrance, which will be less than optimal for riders transferring to the South Granville Station from buses. That's all. And with the utmost respect to Ms. Gao, especially for a development like this one, these are flimsy in the extreme. Protective hoarding is around buildings frequently under construction, and I would bet that a lot of the construction along the Broadway corridor is going to have hoarding up on the street. And it's not a reason to sacrifice the integrity of the Broadway plan. And the other thing that I'm concerned about is the application is completely devoid of any specifics of what is being proposed by the proponent. There is the prospect that was in the Georgia Strait that it could be 40 stories. And that can't possibly go ahead until the Broadway plan is concluded. And the Broadway plan is still under consideration. It's not going to be concluded until the first part of 2022. So my submission is that this application is completely premature and should not be permitted. That's all.
Thank you very much, Sean, for coming to speak to council and stating your position so clearly. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you coming. Next, we have speaker number 4, Janice Hamilton.
Yes, hello.
Hi there, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes and your timer starts now. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Janice Hamilton. I'm a Vancouver resident. I've been renting actually in the South Granville area for about 20 years or just a bit more. I ask you to oppose consideration of the rezoning proposal from C3A to CD1 for the Broadway Granville subway station development, as you know, 1477 West Broadway. I understand the request. I've read all the literature that's been provided. The request is to open the door to a zoning application to construct a mixed-use tower of, quote, significant height, unquote. I understand the implications for adding rental and so on in MERC program, but that's not what I'm calling about. This approval to allow this as an exception under the Broadway Plan interim rezoning policy will undermine and circumvent the much anticipated Broadway Plan in which we residents truly have been diligently and trustingly participating. The moratorium on rezoning is still on, and PCI knows that increased height for this project would be considered once the plan is accepted, but we simply are not there yet. You have been asking our opinion, you and the staff, and we've been giving it in walkshops and workshops and all the other community engagement sessions that I and others have participated in, the emerging directions, complete neighborhoods, and for me, a session specific for renters. There is a consistent message from the people who live in my area. No high density, massive towers in our hood. You or the staff have told us as recently, literally as last month, in a session I was in, that the built formed height density structures for the Broadway plan is not yet known and that it would come forward this fall. Well, that's pretty soon. So from a timing and a process perspective, why then is staff asking for consideration of rezoning now? As an earlier speaker said, the 332 parking stalls we know are far too much for a 5-story building. Any thinking person figured that out. And future increased density and height will come. I acknowledge that PCI was granted a 5-story development permit with an option to increase it later with a, quote, vertical element, unquote. One has to assume later meant once the Broadway plan was developed. So I suggest also that the justification presented for waiting, those of limited delays in construction timelines and inconvenience for subway users, is simply not sufficient rationale to consider putting up or looking at putting up a tower of significant height that will be there for 50 or 70 years. Long-term impact ought to carry more weight than the short-term inconvenience of potential temporary boarding. It does not make sense to me to allow this tower project to jump ahead of the plan. In the end, I just want to say that you have assured us that no spot rezoning will take place until the Broadway plan is complete. A year ago, you told us that 2538 Birch Street rezoning was a one-off, and that there would be no more rezonings until the plan was done. We need to believe you. Your word is important because that's all we have to go on. I respectfully ask that you oppose this request and wait, as we citizens have been asked to do, until staff bring forward the draft plan, built form, as we have been promised. Then we can all weigh in together. To do otherwise is to go against your word, to grow mistrust, and to undermine your own planning process that will have a 30-year impact. Your word matters, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Janice, for coming to speak. You have no questions, but we do appreciate you laying out your thoughts in such a clear way. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, we have Nathan Davidovich, speaker number 1 on the line. Are you there, Nathan?
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, okay. Thank you very much, the chair and members of the committee. I do support the previous speakers, but I spoke at a development permit board meeting of February 22nd, 2021, about the Broadway subway station. They are not well integrated stations. And while Mr. Gil Kelly was very sympathetic, he's not anymore with us now. And there is nobody in planning or engineering that trying to upgrade our inferior stations to the same standards that they have in Ontario and Quebec. You know, there's no washroom, no bike parkage or bike runners ramps, no underground or overground overpasses from the station to the west side of Broadway or to the south side of Broadway. There is no proper seating. There is no platform screen doors. There aren't enough elevators, escalators. You need bigger size to hold the bikes. So while I do support affordable rental housing above transit station, the UBC bus loop is a good example, but overall TransLink has failed us as very few stations have housing above them. I don't know why they even needed any offices above this particular station. Why didn't we have it all for housing? You know, maybe one floor for commercial, you know. But overall, it's the same thing. You know, we have inferior station and nobody seems to care. Well, I mean, you did pass a motion for the washrooms, but you know, nobody seems to reply to you from the provincial government, and unless you go there and start banging on the doors there and request that the stations be proper stations and proper facilities and everything. Thank you very much for your hearing me.
Thank you very much, Nathan. We appreciate you coming and your ongoing advocacy in this work. So there are no questions, but I hope you have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Council. So that does bring us to the end of the speakers that we have on the line. So I would say now is the time we're going to break for dinner, and we'll come back at 6:10 and continue on with our evening session. Have a good dinner break, everyone.
Thanks, Chair.
Well, welcome back, everybody, from your dinner break. We are continuing on with item 3, issues report, consideration of rezoning proposal at 1477 West Broadway. And we do have speaker 5 on the line, Maureen Sharon. So we're going to start by hearing from Maureen, and then we will follow up with questions to staff. Maureen, over to you. Are you there?
Okay. Yep.
Great. Okay, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
You know, with all these online things, my internet is crazy. I can't find my notes. But you know, I must start by saying I'm constantly amazed at the number of hours you guys sit in hearings. Just got to say thank you for all the work and effort you guys put in. My biggest concern about Broadway and Granville, number one, I think when I hear that what was approved was 5 stories is, I must say, absurd in the context of that being a major intersection in the city of Vancouver. I can't believe that it was only approved for 5. I do think it warrants greater density there. I'm absolutely opposed to it being anything in the neighborhood of the 40 stories that some people are suggesting. But I do have a problem that we continue to put out reports and say very clearly that we're not going to entertain any rezoning in the Broadway corridor, and then we turn around and we do it for Birch and Broadway, and now we're doing it again. And as one of the previous speakers has already said, I don't think the inconvenience of having hoarding and stuff around the site, kind of when the SkyTrain is open, is that major a deal, and it's far more important, the long-term planning of the corridor. So I'm reluctantly going to say that I'm opposed to kind of having this kind of jump into the queue at this point in time, that it's not a major inconvenience for it to wait. Oh my. So many challenges, and I understand from a planning perspective how hard it is, but I really think that the city has to start looking at the comments it makes in the press and to the residents and actually keep to them. So this one should be waiting until the Broadway corridor plan is nearing thing and going to consider this. So that's my major comment.
Thank you very much, Maureen, and thank you for being clear on your perspective. There's no questions for you, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council. Oh, actually,
okay,
actually, Maureen, please stay on the line as there is a councillor on the queue here to ask questions. Go ahead, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much for coming to speak to us. That's great. I'm just wondering, were you involved or have you been involved in the community and public consultations regarding the Broadway plan?
Oh, very much so. Been on the Zoom calls and everything like that. And I will say that I was, and I mentioned it earlier today, that I was concerned when I saw the maps and stuff that talked about RS single-family zoning when the areas they were talking about were RT zoning. And I brought it up with the team. So, yes, very much so.
And was it explained through that process to you as a participating member of the public that at the time that we established the Broadway plan, there were qualifications in terms of exceptions, for example, for rental housing?
No, I certainly did not recall hearing that.
Okay.
That would have been a very strange thing to say, considering that the whole plan is about determining that very aspect for the area from 16th to the water, from Vine to Clark Drive. That would be very strange that would be an exception, because that's the whole point of the plan, is what are we going to do in that whole area, most of which is rental right now.
Right. Okay, I'll bring that up with questions to staff, but thank you very much for taking the time. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Maureen. Those are all your questions. Have a good night.
Good night.
Okay, Council, so we're going to, that's the end of the speakers list for this item, and we did hear from all 5 speakers, so we will go back to the main queue. where we now have questions of staff. So Councillor DiGenova, you are first on the
I'm
queue.
not sure how I got on the queue. I didn't put myself on the queue.
No problem. Councillor Fry, over to you.
Sorry. Thanks, Chair. I think I was double muted there. Curious from staff, there's certainly been a lot of speculation and rumors floating around this particular project. Some suggestions that the fact that the parking is 6 stories deep suggests a foregone conclusion that wasn't articulated to the public. As I interpreted it, of course, the depth of the parking was also accommodating an underground subway and retail components to an underground subway and mechanicals for an underground subway. I'm wondering if just you could sort of give an overview of why we're arriving at this now, and what was the contemplation when the underground was approved for this.
It's John Grotberg here with the Broadway planning team. So in terms of the underground parking and was approved for the development permit application, including the subway integration, PCI chose to proceed with that station integration back in 2019. In some of the materials at the time, there was reference to a potential future phase, additional height beyond that, but what was approved was under existing zoning, and any future phase would come through the Broadway plan process as a future rezoning.
Right. So the 6-story underground depth, though, does accommodate not just parking, presumably.
The 6-story underground depth accommodates the station entranceway, circulation, stairways, escalators, etc., as well as underground parking.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you clarifying that, because there's certainly been some sort of suggestions that it was a little bit more conspiratorial in nature, that it was approved at that depth. Does this staff recommendation contemplate anything in the nature of 40 stories, which has also been suggested?
Height has not yet been determined. If council chose to direct staff to consider rezoning application, we would work with the applicant to determine an appropriate height through the rezoning process. As well, the Broadway planning process, as we know, is underway. We will be coming out with height ranges in September of this year, and more details through the fall and into the early winter with the draft plans. So no determination on height has been made at this point.
And I really do appreciate these clarifications. I know that it's helpful for members of the public. Lastly, has there been any suggestion what we might anticipate for volumes at this particular SkyTrain station?
I think Steve Brown's on the line, so he might be able to speak to volume.
Yeah, Steve Brown, manager of the Transit Integration Projects Group, and yeah, through the chair, this station, I believe, is somewhere in the range of about 8,000 to 10,000 people per day is projected.
Great. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys taking care of these clarifyings. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Councillor.
Sorry. Okay, I think we're good. Councillor Dominato, over to you. You have 5 minutes, questions of staff.
Thanks, Chair. And yeah, one of my questions was actually going to be, and I'll put maybe a finer point on the question that Councillor Fry asked, was I searched throughout the report a couple of times to find what was ideally PCI was thinking of in terms of density and stories, and recognizing the report indicates that definitely what's in mind exceeds the currently what's permitted under the zoning there. Can we get any better sense of what's under consideration? Because presumably there is something in mind, a sense of how high and the type of density we're looking for here.
John Grotberg with the Broadway plan team again. So yeah, through the chair, in terms of height and density, we are looking at additional height and density beyond the existing C3A zoning. So more than 6 stories in 3 FSR, but again, we have not determined exactly what that is. We have not given formal advice back on a rezoning application because Unless council directs us to do that through this recommendation today, we cannot consider a rezoning application for this site. So that would come through the process with staff working with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. The other question I have is, how do you see this fitting in the broader context of conversations that are taking place with TransLink and other municipalities where there is a conversation around density around transit hubs, and that being a natural place to have greater density and height? And is that a conversation that you've been entertaining with TransLink as part of this?
John Grottenberg again. So the city does have what's called a supportive policies agreement signed between the city and TransLink. That was a requirement when the funding was approved for the Broadway subway. So that requires the host municipality to essentially create a plan that looks at increased heights and densities for housing and job space, particularly around stations. And so through that agreement, we have what we call a SPA, Supportive Policies Agreement Working Group. So we do work closely with TransLink on the Broadway plan piece. Beyond Broadway plan and the current subway, I'm wondering, perhaps Steve could speak to some of the other conversations happening with TransLink in that regard.
Yeah, Steve Brown, manager, Transit Integration and Projects Group. Yeah, the main discussions with TransLink would be just through the supportive policies agreement at this point. There's a broader discussion about funding, but that's sort of separate and still high level at the Mayor's Council.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So it'd be fair to recap that this that's coming forward is consistent and aligned with that supporting policy framework that we're signed on to as a municipality with TransLink.
Sean Grottenberg with the Broadway plan team. Yes, it would be fair to characterize it in that manner.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Kirby Young, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was going to ask a similar question to kind of the elephant in the room, or what's not in the report around the scale and height. So that's been addressed, but I want to better understand this coming forward as an issues report, because I know in the report it suggests that the proposal includes rental residential to provide 20% of the units as moderate income, so essentially analogous to MERP. And I'm wondering how staff square that with Appendix A, which is the policy on consideration of rezoning applications, which was updated in January 2021. It has been noted that suggests that applications might be considered only for 100% below market rental housing. And then there's other types, obviously. So can you speak to that?
Sean Grottenberg with the Broadway team. So under the Broadway plan interim rezoning policy, because this is coming forward as an issues report, it would be under policy 3, the exceptional circumstances policy of the Broadway IRP.
Okay, but it's not specifically kind of one of the identified desired forms when this council put on those additional criteria to sort of respect the Broadway planning process, but also to sort of stem land speculation, because those at that time, those really focused on things, like I said, like more 100% social student housing, things of that nature, right? That was the intent when that modification was made?
Certainly, that was the intent, and we do have a development contribution expectation policy, or DCE policy, as well for Broadway, and what that speaks to is the priorities for this area are job space and rental, and for rental to maximize the affordable component. So that would be direction for us in evaluating a rezoning application if council endorses the recommendation today.
Okay, and I mean, PCI obviously knew that this planning process was underway, and staff are coming back to confirm on the record. We're expecting that to wrap and come back in the fall. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Councillor, can you please repeat yourself?
The Broadway planning process and then the recommendations coming back to council, we're expecting, I just want to confirm those to come back in the fall. Is that right?
The timing for the Broadway plan to come before council for consideration is Q1 of 2022.
Q1. So we have maybe at best a 4 to 6 month gap.
That's correct. The next major milestone in our process is what we're calling the refined directions, when we come out with more specifics around building heights, forms, uses, etc. And that's in September for broad public engagement.
Okay, so and with respect to height, and I do want to ask this question clearly, with sort of the speculation or discussion, however you want to characterize it's happening, that this is 40 stories. Is it conceivable that it could be 40 stories?
It's really hard to speculate before an application has been prepared and submitted, and before we. So right now our team is undertaking very extensive built form testing, urban design analysis for that larger area. And so we'd be assessing an application, how it fits into the larger Broadway Granville context. So we're not there yet in the process, but we'll have more specifics in about 2 months' time.
Okay, and then presumably you would, following off through on that line of thinking, you would want to do the same for other stations to do that fit with respect to context and of each particular station and fit. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, but obviously that work hasn't happened yet, just given where we are in the process.
So we're looking comprehensively along Broadway in terms of heights and built form and uses. This just happens to be an active project with full station integration. So this is moving ahead sooner than some of the other station locations where overbuild may occur after the station is complete.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your last comment where you said overbuilding will happen after. How is this different? This could happen after?
So this is, and maybe Steve, if you want to add to this. So this, in this case, it's unique of the Broadway subway stations where the station is fully integrated in the new development. Essentially, it's one building. The other stations, for example, at Broadway and Laurel or at Broadway and Main, the station head house is built.
I get it. In my last few seconds, I understand that. But when PCI applied for the 5-story, they knew that that would be an integrated station, and they applied for 5, right?
That's correct.
If I could jump in for a moment, this is Juan LaClaire, General Manager of Engineering Services. I just wanted to mention that this project was the only station location where a coordinated station was going to be under construction at the same time as a station. Initially, both the builder and the both sides of the kind of agreement there were anticipating a fully coordinated opportunity here with the timing. Oh.
I'm very sorry. We're way past the 5 minutes. There wasn't enough. Yeah, sorry. When you jumped in, you can't see the timer, but you were just ahead of the 5 minutes. So I have to leave it there, and hopefully there can be a response perhaps coming forward. Councillor Hardwick, you're up 5 minutes.
Did PCI make an application or inquiry about putting a 38-story building on this site in 2018?
PCI made an inquiry back in 2018 for additional height and density on the site, but the specifics of that as an inquiry are confidential.
I see. And yet they applied for a 5-story, correct, in the end? We know the answer to that is yes. So the 6 levels of parking underneath, how many parking spaces does that contemplate?
It's John Grottenberg again, Councillor. I don't have that information handy.
Really? Well, then how could we make any kind of determination about how much height and density would be contemplated over that 6 stories of parking? We'd certainly expect it to be more than 4 stories, wouldn't we? Or 5 stories, sorry.
Correct, Councillor. We would be looking at more than the 5 stories and 3 FSR under the current zoning, but I would say that the amount of parking provided under the current BP would not be a driver in determining an appropriate height for potential rezoning.
The number of parking spaces under, you're not revealing the height and density, but let's say for the sake of argument, it's pretty close to 40 stories. You wouldn't have contemplated that in any kind of assessment?
We don't have an application to assess at this time.
You had an inquiry to assess. So it sounds like a tactic to me So why the rush? It seems to me that if you had an application or an inquiry in 2018 for a 38-story building, and then all of a sudden it's a rush now after they applied for 5 stories over 6 stories of parking, it's got to raise some eyebrows. What's the explanation?
Mr. Leclerc, do you want to expand on the construction coordination and the timing piece?
Sure. Yeah. So it was anticipated that this developer was going to come in with a building bigger than the one that they applied for there. Ultimately, the coordination opportunity presents risk on both sides. So this was a conversation that happened between the province and the developer so that they could be building a station and a building at the same time. At that time, it was hoped and expected that the Broadway plan would be finalizing about the same time, that they would have some certainty about what type of height was permitted. However, the COVID circumstance has delayed the Broadway plan such that now that coordination opportunity is at risk.
So with the precedent having been set at Birch and Broadway, will that be then used as a precedent for height in this case?
John Grottenberg with the Broadway team. So certainly that project would be part of the larger context, but we are undertaking detailed built form analysis, as I explained, for the larger area, and we'll be undertaking robust community engagement, again, picking up this fall, looking at heights, not only for this site, but the surrounding blocks.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I'm prepared to move the staff recommendations.
You're second to last on the list. So
I understand. I'd still like to move the staff recommendations.
that is well within your rights to do so. So unfortunately, that will preclude Councillor Swanson from asking questions.
Well,
Okay, so
points of, I'll just speak to it saying we can ask points of information. I don't want to literally slow down transit, and it's been done to me before. Also similarly, so
can we just get back to the process that we're in, which is you've moved the report?
I'm speaking to the motion right now.
Okay, well,
and my time is running. So if you'd like to speak, Chair, could you please turn my clock off? Thanks.
Yes, what I would like is just to be very clear that the report is now on the floor, and so that anybody who would like to speak to this report can now add themselves to the queue. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova.
Thanks. I support the staff recommendations here. I think that to not support this would be not to support the project moving forward and the station. And I just wanted to share with everyone, although I couldn't be here through some of the time that speakers were here on WebEx, I was listening. I also just wanted to note that I appreciate all of the work that staff have done on this and have put into this. I understand that there are concerns, but if we don't move forward with this, I don't think that we ever will move forward with this. And when I look at some of the great cities and their transportation, I think about cities in Europe, and I think about their underground, even across North America, especially in cities in the US. And I think that we have to move forward. Yes, is it expensive? 100%. Do we need partner funding? Yes. But right now we have those commitments. I'd like to move forward with that. And I think that especially looking at this application, this is a part of the puzzle. And when we look at that and how it's going to fit into the Broadway plan, I certainly see that the work that staff have done on this, everything from looking at transit to housing to how do we make sure that we avoid some of the mistakes of the past that we saw devastate small business on Canby Street when the Canada Line was built. That being said, that's just sort of an overall statement, and I'm going to leave it there because I'm hoping we can make up some of the time that we've lost this morning with all of the amendments. I'm going to cross my fingers and hope there's not any amendments here, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I don't have any, and I will be supporting this.
Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, through you, some points of information to staff. The presentation said that the rental would be moderate income units. So what's the definition of moderate income?
Over to staff.
John Grottenberg with the Broadway Plan Team, again through the chair. So it would be similar to the MERP program. That's how it's been characterized by PCI. Again, we would work with them to define exactly what those rents would be, what percentage of the units those would be through the rezoning application process if council supported the recommendation today.
With vacancy control?
Until we have an
That's still
application,
in
we can't determine.
negotiation.
We haven't started any negotiation, and until we can accept a rezoning application, then that would start.
So staff would attempt to get as much affordability as possible?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay.
Always, Councillor. Yeah.
Is that all, Councillor Swanson?
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
Well, I can't help but wonder why we even bother having policies or responding to residents, because we can change the rules as it suits us. From people we've heard today, words like incomprehensible, spurious, flimsy. When I look at how this, and it's clearly been a tactic in putting this deal together, and clearly PCI has been in, this has been going back to before we were elected. But here we are, and it's a big rush now, and unfortunately it makes me sad because I see no integrity in the process. And this is not going to build any trust with the public, and yet, you know, we'll use the same excuses: housing crisis, subway, but any obstacles, all policy can be overcome because of hearing this over and over again. So I'm not going to support it. I just see it as another nail in the coffin. Everybody can be excited about it, but again, there's no integrity in this process, and building the public trust with this kind of action is going in the wrong direction, in my opinion.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Over to you, Councillor Kirby Young, for 5 minutes to the report.
Yeah, thank you. I can be really simple and clear on this. So there's no ambiguity. This is a no for me. And it's a no for a number of reasons. I do not think that the Broadway plan coming back in Q1 next year is that far away. I think that the proponent has probably spent a great deal of time and effort studying and contemplating this and would be able to rally. And if they bring forward a proposal that has merit in terms of housing type and affordability, then I know that staff have provisions to support and try to expedite that in moving forward. I do not think that, you know, in reading the TransLink letter, that potential hoarding or, you know, potential sort of slight shifting of buses is enough of an imperative to overcome undermining public trust in the entire Broadway planning process. And I think that the integrity around that trust that has been given to us is really important. It is one of the most significant planning exercises, other than the Vancouver plan, obviously, that we discussed earlier today, but outside some of the larger areas, such as the Canby corridor. And it's going to affect a lot of people. It's really important. It's our busiest employment corridor, but there's also a lot of established residential neighborhoods nearby with residents that are participating in good faith in the plan. Fortunately, based on the nature of how it's been presented in our different policies and processes, it is devoid of detail. I did appreciate the comments of residents saying they have been duly and diligently participating and that they are expecting and accepting density, but I want this plan to be embraced by the community. I want it to be successful. I want people to believe that their input matters into a plan coming forward. I would also note that I think this council was working to strike a balance when that sort of the interim policy for the Broadway zoning area was struck and then was amended in January 2021 to identify specific real value type of projects that could be considered that would really hit the most needed housing in terms of that deepest level of affordability, and you know, whether it was social, whether it was student housing, whether it was 100% below market rental, which are all articulated in that document and explicitly under policy 2. And so I don't see enough preponderance of weight here to undermine the process and so the faith that's going there, and a really good plan. I think there's also a level of equity that needs to be considered for all proponents. And I do think that, you know, we're striving towards, same reason we're striving towards the overall Vancouver plans, we're striving towards some consistency here. And I think that, you know, at some point we have to sort of just stand on that. If we were years away or there's a big gap, then yeah, absolutely, I could potentially see it, but we're not. And I think that, you know, there are definitely ways to sort of make up some of that time. And I think that the proponent knew the lay of the land when they got here, and knew that there's some timing risks, and they did put forward a 5-story proposal they're prepared to move forward with, and then look to potentially layer onto that. So I don't think that it kills the project at all. And in fact, I think it will be better embraced by the neighborhood if it's done contextually within the planning perspective that comes forward that the community have been contributing so diligently to. So as I started off with, it's a no for me.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Bligh. I'm just wondering if I can ask, as a point of information through you to staff, what happens here if this project if this consideration is rejected today?
Yes, staff.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe Lon can address that first up.
Yeah, Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. The main result would be the public would perceive an uncoordinated construction project, just because the rezoning process, if it starts right now, it would proceed in parallel with the Broadway plan. If it waits until the end of the Broadway plan, then for them to proceed with construction, it would happen in an uncoordinated fashion with the station construction.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. So I'll just say I will be supporting this. While I appreciate that there's still a bit of time on the Broadway plan, I also trust that we can chew and eat gum at the same time. We know that we want and need more transit-oriented development. That's what we're seeing here. I live near the intersection of a couple streets that have been having road work for many years now, and I see the disruption, and I hear from all of my neighbors the frustration. It seems worth it to me to move this through the process, which, as we've heard very clearly, still includes a good amount of community engagement and consultation, a lot more discussion. We're not approving something right now, but we are saying, yes, we can move ahead on this one project for the benefit of coordinating these timelines, for the benefit of not creating an extended disruption along this pretty key area. And because it's in line with a number of our stated values and priorities. You know, at some point we have to juggle and balance these types of priorities around affordable rental in particular, and the timelines and consultation. And moving forward with this seems entirely reasonable to me, that we can do both of those at the same time, as I said, especially at such a key intersection above a significant transit station. I heard lots of public frustration when the Broadway subway plans came out, that so many of the transit stations were planned to not have anything above them, and the frustration from the public about what a waste that is, and some back and forth about, you know, yes, we could add something later, but of course it makes the most sense to be doing it at the same time for a whole number of reasons. And so I am comfortable with the balance that this strikes, and I think there's a lot to be lost in dragging it out and having these things happen at different times. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I won't take up too much time. I really wasn't even prepared to speak to this until Councillor Kirby Young's hard no. You know, I went by City Hall the other day, and wow, I mean, things are moving. Like the excavation, the construction, same at Main and Broadway. We really are building a massive subway system along Broadway, and you know, the Broadway plan's been lingering for some time. It predates this council. And this council approved the Broadway subway. So things are happening. It is happening. It's an inevitability. And I think we're not presupposing the outcome here by approving this, but we are recognizing that we have a bunch of concurrent systems going on. We're dealing with TransLink, we're dealing with federal funding, provincial funding. There are a lot of moving parts. It seems thoughtful to consider how we might do a little bit more at this particular intersection. You know, Granville and Broadway is not an insignificant intersection. It's literally Granville and Broadway. It is one of the major intersections in the city of Vancouver. I think this is a conversation that needs to happen. We have heard loud and clear, at least I have, from lots of folks who have, complained about the Broadway plan process is taking a little bit too long. There's a lot of stuff that needs to start moving. We know there's a lot of commercial and infrastructure development that is happening along the corridor. There's lots of moving parts. There's lots at stake here, and I think as we're moving forward with the Broadway plan, as we're moving forward with the Vancouver plan, it makes perfect sense to maybe expedite some of the work that has to happen at Granville and Broadway. It will be coming back to us for a subsequent rezoning. We haven't fettered that outcome. I think this just seems prudent and thoughtful and kind of responsive to the reality of what's going on in our city right now. So I will be supporting this, and thanks staff for the work that's gone in.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Seeing no one else in the queue, we can go to a vote on this report, this issues report. And that report passes with 3 in opposition, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Kirby Young, and myself. Thank you, Council. So we are moving on to report held, I believe, by Councillor Dominato. Item 5, contract award for the provision of parking meter equipment. We have Patrice Impey, General Manager, Finance, Risk, and Supply Chain Management, along with staff from Supply Chain Management and Engineering Services on the line to respond to questions. So, Councillor Dominato, if you would like to go on the queue, if you held the report, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct, Chair. Okay. Yeah, so I'll start with some questions around recognizing Council has been briefed on this, around the due diligence work related to this RFP and selecting the proponent. If maybe staff could comment on that, that would be helpful.
Thanks, Councillor. So just making sure that we've got Alex Ralph, our Chief Procurement Officer, on. He is on, so I'll defer to him for that question. Thanks.
I just want to make sure if staff, we can't hear you. Councillor Dominato, I just stopped your time. Let's make sure we can hear staff.
Yep, that's fine. Thanks, Chair.
We'll get in touch with Alex to see what's going on.
Okay, great. We'll just give our staff a minute to work out their mute, perhaps, or any tech issues. Respond to Councillor Dominato's question. So just pause this for a second, Council.
Alex, are you on the line?
Got a note here that Alex is having a technical challenge. So sorry, Council, if you can just bear with us.
Not a problem.
So I wonder if the other staff that we have on, if any of the team from engineering can speak around the question, just to confirm for staff, was around the due diligence that's been undertaken through the procurement process. Councillor, I want to make sure I've characterized your question properly there.
That's correct. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Kathy Palmer, Parking Operations and Enforcement. In regards to your question, you were asking about the due diligence that was performed in regards to the reference checks that were conducted. And so I just wanted to reconfirm that as we went through the RFP process, we confirmed through the number of municipalities that the vendor had provided to us their services and the performance therein. Just near the end of our procurement process, we were alerted to the fact that there had been an outstanding concern with the vendor. And on that basis, we went through and did some further diligence in questioning those particular municipalities again regarding the specifics of those concerns. And those concerns were alleviated as far as staff were concerned. We also then took the extra step of having a meeting specifically with the proponent to have them explain to us and provide perhaps more factual detail rather than the secondhand information perhaps we had been providing through media and other sources. And they were able to confirm with us the detail that I believe was provided to you earlier. I'm not sure whether we should be tabling all of that information in this particular forum, but certainly we were able to have the information confirmed for us that it still gave us the confidence to feel that we were able to go ahead in good faith with this vendor and not have the concerns that were raised going forward.
Okay, thank you. And yes, I know we have had quite a bit of information provided. I'll cede the floor to Councillor DeGenova, so I see she's on for questions, and then perhaps move the report after.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much. Just I had a follow-up to Councillor Dominato's question, and that's to staff. If we have had similar situations before where staff have heard, I believe it was a concern, correct me if I'm wrong, or there was a concern that came through this, so there was a process that remedied this where after learning of this through a reference, you would move forward with a process of trying to understand. Has that happened before, and has council in fact approved and moved forward with contracts before using this exact same process?
Okay, before we get an answer, Councillor DeGenova, I'm going to stop your timer. Just want to make sure that Alex audio is working. Alex, if you are able to hear us and would like to test your audio, can you please come on the line?
Yes, thank you, Chair. My apologies, my audio was not working, and I believe it's working now.
Great, we can hear you loud and clear, so we will continue with Councillor DeGenova's question.
I asked my question. If you could stop my timer until I find out if someone's going to answer it, that would be great.
Yes, I realize that. I think staff are probably organizing themselves to respond to the questions, so I'm leaving that with staff to come on, and I'll start your timer when they do.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I can answer that question. This is Alexander Ralph, Chief Procurement Officer. So, Councillor, we have not been encountered with a similar situation. We typically would follow our procurement process and would do our reference checks. And once that happens, we would put forward a recommendation to bid committee and therefore later on to council. And this was this situation at this point when we submitted a report to council. And as Kathy Palmer was describing, later on during that process, while we were waiting for the council meeting, we were advised of these allegations. So we have not encountered in the past a similar situation.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps I could ask a point of, a question. It doesn't have to be a point of information to our city manager. If City Manager Mokri is on the line, Chair.
Yes.
I was just wondering, in others, I understand right now we're talking about parking, but in our RFP process throughout the city, have we encountered things where we've had to confirm allegations, yet an RFP process has still moved forward once the due diligence work has been done?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. Not to my knowledge, again, we have Alex Ralph. He is our Chief Procurement Officer, so he sees all the procurements.
Okay.
I'm not aware of a situation like that, but I would.
I mean, with grants to nonprofit or like beyond this specific type of procurement, but for instance, with grants, would we have a similar process where we would do due diligence?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We would. As the process is different for grants in terms of a number of, I mean, there's a selection component to it and an evaluation. So in that respect, there are some analogies to a purchase agreement like this. And in the case where there were concerns about a grant applicant, we would go through similar due diligence to what has been described to you here.
My apologies if I didn't outline my question clearly enough on that one. That's exactly what I was asking. And have we gone through something similar on that? If I could ask the city manager, if there has been allegations that those have been investigated in a way that satisfies the process in looking at organizations for grants before staff would move forward with recommendations?
Thanks, Councillor. I haven't been involved directly in any issues that have arisen in the course of a grant application or grant adjudication process. There have been issues that have arisen in relation to organizations that we have issued grants to, and we have done investigations in that respect. I am familiar with that.
Thanks very much for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much. Over to Councillor Weep.
Yeah, my first question, understanding that this information came late in the process, it hasn't happened before, what are we going to look at in future procurements to ensure that we can find these type of concerns earlier in the process to ensure that they're dealt with at the appropriate stage?
Thank you, Councillor. This is Alex Roth once again. And as I've described for this procurement specifically, we followed our regular process, and obviously there's some just lessons learned in the sense that we make sure that we check further references if we are able to, or if we have, in this case, through our network, we've checked with additional references that were not provided by the actual proponent. And this is a best practice that probably we will continue if we know that a company or an organization through our network has dealings, reach out even though the vendor hasn't provided it as part of the procurement process references. That would be one specific lesson learned that that has served us well through this due diligence process, and we'll continue to do.
Okay, so our current process is just to look at the references provided by a proponent in the RFP process, but not to do due diligence and looking at speaking to the Easy Park CEO on why a contract would have been moved away, or former managers here in the city of Vancouver that have worked on parking in the last 10 years. So is our current process only to look at the references that the proponent provides?
Yes, and if we would have had that information beforehand, we would be incorporating it as part of the procurement process. We actually as well do obviously Google searches, and we actually have contact with our legal team to be able to make sure that the organization that is the lead proponent does not have a legal procedure with the city, or as well try to understand if they're in any type of court proceeding as well. So this is the type of due diligence that we would normally do. As well, we have a database related to credit checks. It's called Dun & Bradstreet, and we do checks with Dun & Bradstreet as well. So they're a large organization that provides as well information related to different companies.
Okay, so from your point of view, doing your Google checks, there was nothing that concerned you with any of the proponents that applied, and you felt that you've done your due diligence to ensure that this vote today by a council is safe and secure, and there's no safety concerns or issues in the future of this proponent or any other of the bidders on this RFP.
And that will be correct, Councillor. We did a Google search, and obviously there's news and things that come up, but nothing came as a concern. Many of these are just points of view and media articles that that we cannot take as a fact. We need to base our procurement decisions on facts.
Okay, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby, or Councillor Weave. Over to Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, I thought I'd shake it up and switch to a different topic on this. Is one of the functionalities that comes with the recommended vendor license plate recognition?
No, it is not. Actually, thank you, Councillor, for your questions. Kathy Palmer from Parking Operations Enforcement. They are two separate RFPs. There is an RFP currently out right now. In fact, we're just reviewing proponents for the LPR. proposal. So we will be able to provide you with further information about that in the coming weeks to months. But no, this is LPR is not part of the parking infrastructure ask.
So is that because LPR is not required for general meter style parking utilization and enforcement?
Generally speaking, parking infrastructure companies don't provide license plate recognition services. And so generally we need to go through a procurement process that seeks out those particular vendors.
How does that procurement relate to these services? Will they be integrated?
Correct. Absolutely. That is the process that we go through. And one of the requirements that we had in our RFP for the LPR process was that we were hoping to find current vendors that actually already have integrations with some of our existing software systems, such as our ticketing platform, etc., pay by phone. So we can already expedite our process when we go through with that particular vendor as they come forward.
And through that integration, why do we need it? What function will that provide practically?
Yeah, that's a great question. So basically, license plate recognition gives us the opportunity of making decisions about how we serve tickets. We can still manually serve them, so getting out of our vehicles and placing them on a vehicle, or we can actually go through an automated process where the vehicle drives by and it recognizes license plates based on the integrations of the information that already exists in our city software systems. So whether it's our ticketing platform or whether it's through pay by phone or whether it's through our parking meter infrastructure, all of that information about license plate is captured in those various places. And then it's all cumulatively put together so that when we have a license plate recognition system going out on the street, it can actually look for permits, it can look for payment, it can look for time limits, and it does that through its own software and camera integrations.
So I'm going to ask one question, if I may. I hope I can ask this. Is to clear up confusion and questions I've gotten from the public. That license plate recognition separate RFP, which the function I will link in here, the city is not putting that out in advance of assuming that the climate emergency parking program will be passed?
No, and actually that's an interesting piece that media unfortunately has likened to tag those two pieces very closely together. Certainly there will be some assimilation down the track, but right now what we're trying to do is replace some aged license plate recognition equipment. We've actually had license plate recognition used by the city now since 2015, and that's actually been used in all of our permit areas. The system itself is working, the camera functionality, etc., needs to be upgraded. So the actual proposal we have out right now is to replace that existing equipment with the addition of one extra car. We've learned the lesson that having just two vehicles without a spare, when it comes to maintenance downtime or any other issues where we need to have a vehicle off street, affects our program when it comes to the permit enforcement.
Okay. So can I just reflect back? Because I just want to clarify a couple points. So I heard is the city's using it now, but we're looking to upgrade the LPR functionality. Is that correct?
Absolutely correct.
Okay. And then secondly, my last question is, were any of these respondents to the call, none of them had integrated LPR? So it necessitated a separate RFP. Did any of them offer it?
No, none of them did. They're all parking infrastructure organizations.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kirby Young. Seeing no other questions, can I have a mover?
So moved.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. So we are now in debate and decision. Any councillors, mayor, council would like to make some final comments? Councillor DiGenova, we will start with you. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I'm satisfied by the due diligence that staff has done here and appreciate that there's a procurement process that was carefully followed and that we've gone through. I didn't feel a need to hold this report, but understanding it's been held, just wanted to speak considering some of the questions that I would be supportive of this and appreciate all of the work that staff have done on this, not only in checking references, but also following up on allegations and making sure that they provided all of the information possible in the report back to council to help us make our decision. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor DiGenova. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be brief in my comments. I appreciate that staff have addressed a number of my questions with the last number of days. I guess just briefly, a couple of things. One, appreciate the work that staff have done around the RFP and the due diligence. I have undertaken RFPs myself, and so I appreciate the amount of work that's gone into it. And that there certainly was some information I identified. Some of it's been raised in questions here related to the recommended vendor. I'm going to limit my comments for legal reasons, simply to say that I continue to have some concerns and doubts, and it ties to some things that I have read, and so from that perspective, I'm not willing to support this contract award at this time. I fully support having a better customer experience for our residents and those who visit our city in terms of parking experience and having more functionality and all of those things. But it is a contract for 5 years. It is $10 million. And this is in the public realm. That various media stories, including the municipality of Ottawa, that's where there was reservations by councillors there of renewing the contract. And so I simply am not prepared to take that risk on behalf of taxpayers at this time. And there's some other board experience that I have related to contracts that is informing my thinking and decision making on this. And so I will simply say that I still have some concerns and they persist, and some doubts. And so I will be voting in opposition to the contract award. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Councillor Wiebe.
I also want to thank staff for answering a lot of questions over the last couple of weeks on this procurement process. And just like Councillor Dominato, I'm not fully satisfied with some of my concerns. I still have concerns on some of the gaps that have kind of shown in this procurement process on this specific RFP. And obviously, due to legal reasons, I'll keep my comments brief. As a former director on Easy Park and getting involved in the understanding of the parking opportunities we have here in the city of Vancouver, and in the research and understanding of the process over the last few months, I had some serious concerns, and I also don't feel comfortable moving forward with the current RFP proponent, and so we'll be voting against.
Thank you, Councillor Wiebe. Councillor Fry.
I won't be voting in opposition to this recommendation, and I do appreciate the due diligence that staff have done in preparing this report for us, and indeed some of what my colleagues have expressed in some of their own research and my own research. But that said, I'm satisfied with the due diligence that staff have performed and their recommendations, so I won't be voting in opposition to this. I also recognize, though, that through the RFP process, we're somewhat obligated to, stick to what the RFP process has outlined. So I'm going to just abstain from this vote altogether, actually, because I fundamentally have issues with the way the RFP process works, and I recognize that RFPs are structured that way to prevent political interference. But increasingly, I'm finding that often in RFP scenarios, and not just in the city of Vancouver, we had this experience at Metro recently, that they're not always reflective of values that I feel I was elected to represent. And this isn't a comment on this particular case, but just that I feel the RFP process really sort of tokenizes our input. So I'm going to abstain on this vote, but I do really appreciate the work staff have done. Of course, an abstention counts as a vote in favor, but I do want to really articulate that I appreciate all the research and the work that staff have done, and moving forward, this seems like a logical progression in the parking infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks. And I am going to be very clear about this. I am very appreciative about staff's diligence in this procurement process. I believe that they went above and beyond in terms of their research, as well as following the RFP process and requirements. They also went above and beyond in terms of informing council of the research that they did around this. It was a thorough process. I know there were concerns that have been in the public domain and that councillors have raised, but I am very satisfied with staff's very thorough investigation and confidence in their recommendation to us. So I will be voting in support.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. You are our final speaker on this queue, so we are going to go to a vote on the report. And that report recommendation passes with Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Wiebe, and Councillor Dominato in opposition. Okay, so that concludes item 5 on the agenda and also concludes our staff reports for this committee meeting. We're going to be moving to referred items. We have 4 referred items on the agenda that were referred from yesterday's council meeting to today's standing committee meeting in order to complete the business. Another reminder that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to the clerk in final written form before the council member introduces them. So the next referred item is item 6, previously motion B2, supporting community-led public safety in Mount Pleasant, which was moved and introduced by Councillor Kirby Young and seconded by Councillor Dominato. So we do have speakers on the line. We're going to move directly to speakers. Our first speaker on the line is Jane Shee.
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you, Jane. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and there may be questions at the end of your at the end of your statement. So please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Mayor and council, thank you. I am speaking to you as a queer autistic Chinese settler from the unceded ancestral and traditional occupied territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. In recognition that council sits on stolen land and of the city's ongoing neglect of community needs in favor of profit, real estate, and genocidal criminalization, I speak against the motion for a new community policing center in Mount Pleasant. Prior to the pandemic, I frequented Mount Pleasant to socialize and for odd jobs where I stayed in the neighborhood. I am also one of many artists whose art is up on the Mount Pleasant community art screen. Notably, I am not able to afford to live in the neighborhood. I need to first address the deceptive, obscuring language within the motion. Local residents work together to create crime prevention programs and overall community engagement initiatives to address health and safety concerns in their neighborhoods. These services might be food, shelter, medical, or mental health assistance, as well as other services. If the community needs food, shelter, medical, or mental health assistance, it is illogical and wasteful of city funds to direct it towards a center that is still connected to the Vancouver Police Department. These services are a basic human right that shouldn't be tied to the condescending presumption that those accessing them are already committing a crime or could commit crime. The idea of working together in a neighborhood for crime prevention favors those who can afford to stay in the neighborhood in the first place, who has enough social power to be seen as a respectable citizen, for whom proximity to police isn't a threat. It encourages private citizens to perform block watch on people who use drugs, Black and Indigenous people, sex workers, houseless folks, and disabled folks experiencing psychosis or otherwise. For long-term residents who are low-income, disabled, and racialized, it is outlandish to expect them to trust that newer residents and businesses would truly have their best interest at heart. After waves of gentrification, the demographics of Mount Pleasant has significantly changed. Community touchstones such as Conji Noodle House, which served as a community hub where I have seen precariously housed people sit where they otherwise would be shooed away, are quickly disappearing. While I cannot speak to whether Conji Noodle House never turns anybody away, I imagine spaces like these as playing a crucial role in ensuring many racialized community members, such as myself, feel like Mount Pleasant is still a place they can come and go. Imagine being drunk or high after a night out at the Biltmore or Fox Cabaret, or just drunk or high, and there is a place to sit past midnight. None of the wait staff judge you. To me, that's harm reduction and community safety. In the neighborhood I currently live in Vancouver, there isn't anywhere I can go where I'd expect to see friends and strangers hang out past midnight. I live so close to a community policing center and feel nothing. I feel anything but safe. When I experienced domestic violence the other year, I was terrified to get help. In fact, I was even more terrified because the person who was harming me put a community policing center magnet on the fridge where the numbers 911 sat gleefully on top of the suicide and mental health hotlines. If there was a 24-hour or late-night congee restaurant near my place, I may have been able to escape briefly from the living situation. The fact that my neighborhood has already experienced gentrification means that I feel less connected to my neighbors and also feel less safe walking out late at night, which I know is an issue I have myself and others, particularly women, experience in Mount Pleasant as well. Police adjacency and proximity to mental health services endangers neurodivergent and disabled people whose moments of deepest crisis are most often interpreted as aggressive and violent. The police violence we are seeing today in Toronto is an amplified version of what the BPD has already been doing here for decades. There is no amount of so-called community bridging that can make racist armed officers safer for marginalized community members. So I ask Council to please fund community kitchens where low-income people can come and go free of judgment. Fund culturally informed mental health and anti-violence centers that are peer-led and rooted in consent and harm reduction. Please fund more affordable, accessible housing and peer-led resources for queer, trans, and disabled people of all ages. And most of all, ensure that beloved community spaces and low-income housing that already exist are not replaced by out-of-touch and patronizing spaces like community policing centers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You do have questions, Jane. So Councillor Swanson, you are up for questions. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jane, for coming in. I was actually going to ask you if you were going to provide community-led services, what would they be? But you kind of just said that right at the end. Community kitchens, meaningful mental health center, food, community spaces, no gentrification. Are there other things that you think could be done to provide community-led services that wouldn't be connected to the police?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there needs to be more of an encouragement of just people coming over and like coming together and sharing spaces. Like, I think that like there are, I mean, like you could basically open several pantries in the neighborhood. You can open ways for people to feel like they can just exist in the neighborhood and that it isn't just all business. And I think with regards to Mount Pleasant in particular, the gentrification, of course, really is exclusionary of racialized people in particular. Like, I mean, I think that one of the places that closed down that in the last couple of years was a Hong Kong breakfast diner. And so like when these kinds of spaces are no longer existing, when a lot of the businesses are mostly white upper class, it just feels really unsafe. And when I walk in the neighborhood, I feel like I just feel like I don't belong, despite the fact that I don't necessarily feel like I need to belong. Yeah, anyway, so what I'm trying to say is, like, there needs to be more of these kinds of services that prioritize low-income people and don't push houseless people away and don't make them feel unwelcome. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Jane, for taking the time to speak out on this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. Those are all your questions. We appreciate you coming to speak to council. Next, we have speaker number 3, Quinn Lawrence.
Hi, yes.
Hi, we can hear you. I do need to ask, are you a resident of Vancouver?
I am not, but I do work in Vancouver.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your timer starts now. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I would also like to begin by acknowledging that the council meeting is taking place on unceded and stolen land of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. While we discuss matters of policing, for example, on this land, I feel it's quite important to name that many of us are doing so without invitation to be here, and that conducting ourselves accordingly is essential. I am personally situated on the unceded land of the Stalo Nation of so-called Chilliwack currently. I am a queer, multiply disabled, disability, queer culture consultant for numerous organizations in Vancouver and across BC. And I have advised various policy matters for provincial and municipal projects. I mention all of that to point out that community safety and care is at the heart of everything I do, and that also extends to unpaid work. I would like to bring to attention some information that Luna Aishin shared on Twitter, which is that since the establishment of 11 community policing centers in Vancouver, anti-Asian racism has gone up quite a large percentage, 717%. And that includes or is in addition to the wrongful cuffing of Heiltsuk Elder Maxwell Johnson and his granddaughter Torianne, and the wrongful cuffing of retired Judge Selwyn Romilly. As Luna says, policing doesn't work, care does. I would really like to raise the question of who was consulted on the idea of this CPC. To my awareness, it was only the BIA, and I would really like to know how others were consulted, if so, and why they weren't, if not. That includes people in poverty, people of color, especially Indigenous, Asian, and Black people, and migrants, and also disabled people and queer people. If these people are have been consulted, then I would like to know what kind of conversations they brought to the table regarding safety and how volunteers, because to my understanding, CPCs are volunteer-based, how volunteers are going to conduct themselves appropriately when policing fellow marginalized community members, and how that actually creates safety or trust when it is embedding a culture of secrecy. I would also like to point out that recently Vancouver saw the removal of the SLO program via the No Cops in Schools movement. And I would like to ask why the city is moving police out of schools only to reinstate them in another part of the community. I am aware of the full recommendations of the removal of the SLO program and see them as falling short, which many community members, myself included, did state at the time. But again, that said, I would really like to circle back to and highlight why policing is still seen as this solution and why we're just moving them from place to place rather than discussing their role or lack thereof in the city. And I would just like to really bring that all back to imagining other things, things that are better for community wellness and community health. Jane really touched on this in a huge way, imagining community wellness centers, mutual aid centers, care centers, kitchens and pantries, as we're seeing so many grassroots-based mutual aid pantries and fridges coming up because those resources aren't in place. And why are we going to policing as the solution rather than taking care of each other and extending generosity to one another? Why are we creating an extended culture of secrecy and of fear? So all that to say, I am very staunchly against motion, and I would really like to see it opposed strongly.
Thank you very much, Quinn. Appreciate hearing your perspective today. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Next, we have Neil Wiles. Neil is with the Mount Pleasant BIA. Neil, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. You
Excellent.
have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Apologizing for going fast. I'm going to try and cover a lot of ground. I'm speaking here today in support of the community-led safety motion. The Mount Pleasant BIA feels that a CPC based in the Mount Pleasant area, which would also cover adjacent neighborhoods like Olympic Village, City Gate, and Cedar Cottage, is needed. We've seen remarkable growth in our neighborhoods, and we feel that we're at the point where this initiative will help our neighborhood. Technically, the Mount Pleasant area does fall within the Collingwood CPC's catchment, but we feel that this area is far too large and our area is far too dense for Collingwood CPC to effectively cover it. Collingwood was established decades ago, and as you know, the explosive growth of the Mount Pleasant area was not a factor back then. The Vancouver CPC program, as far as we understand it, is unique throughout the world in their structure and programming and has seen expansion as recently as the Strathcona CPC a few years ago. We think it's time to see a Mount Pleasant-based office established. The Mount Pleasant BIA has been doing outreach for months, and we've connected with all of the major service providers in our area. From the package I emailed you last week, you'll see that there's letters of support from the following groups. Coast Mental Health, which is also the newly named operator of the social housing units at 205 Kingsway, the former Best Western, the BC Drug Treatment Court, the Crisis Center BC, Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House, Mount Pleasant Family Center, Possibilities, People Living with Disabilities, the Mount Pleasant Community Center Association, as well as many of the local schools, churches, and other groups. We recognize that Mount Pleasant is a very diverse neighborhood, and we have connected with various groups in the neighborhood that reflect that diversity. Groups like the Native Education College, again, Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House, Rain City Housing, the operator of the Biltmore Social Housing Unit, Coast Mental Health, the Vancouver Aboriginal Transformative Justice Service Society, Ravensong Health, as well as various businesses and residential groups. It's this diversity that we would like to see represented on the board of directors of the Mount Pleasant CPC, as this will positively impact the CPC's ability to connect and engage with all of our community members. You've heard from speakers earlier with issues around the VPD and the word policing. I would be remiss if I didn't mention that some of our stakeholders and supporters have also expressed concern regarding the word policing in the name. We relayed that CPCs are not satellite police stations, but independently run not-for-profit organizations that report to a board of directors and work in a partnership with many groups, including the VPD. We're not in opposition to minimizing the use of the term policing. If the use of the term safety in place of policing would create a more safe and inclusive environment for this organization, removing a barrier for any individuals that might not otherwise seek help with the organization, even if it was just one person, we would support that. We're open to exploring new ways of how this program or partnership is developed and delivered, and how this model works to expand community acceptance. At this point, we're not aware of an alternative group with the support of the City of Vancouver that would be able to deliver the range of services and programs that a CPC delivers. Through our outreach and touring other CPC offices in catchment areas, we've seen a full range of programs offered in each area. Some of these programs are unique to a single office and neighborhood, and some of them are universal across the 11 already established offices. Some of the programs we'd like to see is a speed watch program, where people with speed guns indicate if you're going over the speed limit in the area. We have at least 10 schools in our catchment, as well as various large and high-use parks. The safety walks are an essential CPC program that support and connect with the community. Volunteers walk around the neighborhood and engage with community members, providing a helpful community presence and engaging with many members. The community cleanups and graffiti paint-outs and Project 529, the bike identification program, or other worthwhile projects. One of the most important aspects of the program is the CPC front office. It is important that it offers a welcoming space for community members to access CPC information services, in addition to providing a community space where individuals can rest, warm up, cool down, or grab a snack. It is our desire, as the MPBIA, to see this operate so people can access the resources and get information about the services that are available in our area, or at least point people to where they are offered. If established, the Board of Directors and staff, through consultation with all of the diverse members of the community, will identify things that the catchment area needs and move forward in delivering those programs. The CPC program is not a one-size-fits-all, and I believe it was designed to recognize the uniqueness of each area that they service and have the autonomy to develop and deliver whatever programs they feel are needed for their community. Establishing a new CPC is a big job, and this is just the first step in the process. There's plenty of time for people with concerns to come forward and express those concerns and have a meaningful dialogue as to how those concerns can be addressed and become part of the solution to build these programs. Thank you very much. I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Neil. That was perfectly timed. Mayor Stewart is on the queue for questions. Go ahead, please, Mayor.
Thanks very much. Hi, thanks very much for coming in tonight and all you do for the community. I really appreciate this. Traditionally, community policing centers are funded through the Vancouver Police Board. The police board would request funds from Vancouver City Council, and then the council would either agree or disagree and flow it back through the police board. And then the police chief would decide whether or not to provide resources to a community police center. So I know it's all kind of complicated, but I'm just wondering, are you suggesting that your center would follow this traditional route of funding through the Vancouver Police Board, or would you think that it would have direct funding from the City of Vancouver?
To be frank, I thought the first step in the process would be to get funding from the City of Vancouver, and that flowed through the police board. Not unlike the way the BIA is funded through the city. The police board, of course, is part of that process, but it's basically a city-led initiative.
It is.
I'm happy to correct it.
Yeah. So the police board gets an annual budget, and they decide what they're going to do with the budget. It's based on recommendations from the chief constable. And then the police board applies to the city for funding, and then that flows, if approved, it flows back through the police board for distribution. So I'm just wondering how you envision the center happening, and if you want to go the traditional route, if you'd be willing to come to the police board and perhaps talk to us first before funding requests are made, so the board would be able to have an input on that decision.
I would, of course, be happy to come to the police board and have this discussion. And if I'm mistaken as to the first step in the process, then you have my apologies.
Oh, it is a complicated mire of a process. So I totally get it. The other condition here too is the Vancouver Police Department. The chief constable is in charge of operational decisions. So in order to have any kind of a staffing attached to a new center, the VPD would also have to sign off on that directly. So are you thinking that there would be police officers also assigned as at least liaisons to the new center?
I've had that discussion. I had that discussion this morning. And as I'm sure that you are well aware, there are always budgetary constraints around anything to do with the VPD, especially right now. That being said, I think that this is a longer process than something that's going to be, it's not going to pop up magically overnight, and there's a bit of time here.
That's great. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mayor, that's the end of your time. Yeah. Thank you. Neil, there's more questions. Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks, Neil. I'm curious, what was, obviously Mount Pleasant hasn't had a CPC, despite the fact that there's a lot of activity and there's a lot of challenges. What was the impetus for bringing this forward now?
I felt there was some changes in the neighborhood. COVID has not been, great. I've dealt with some people that I feel that, frankly, need some help. And I don't know how to help people. My businesses are feeling lots of different pressures, and I don't think that anyone, is looking for a magic solution. But I think that this is a bigger neighborhood, and all of these people live here together, and I'm hoping to see them stay together and yeah.
Yeah. So I would assume you're anticipating further changes with the arrival of a SkyTrain station and that kind of thing, and even more changes coming down the pipe.
I do anticipate something there. That's not, it's a harder thing to quantify, and it's definitely, I think I'm possibly being proactive, but those changes are coming.
And I appreciate the backgrounder that you sent us, and certainly it's heartening to see that you have support from groups like the Community Center and the Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House and real sort of social serving institutions in Mount Pleasant. Obviously not everybody's a fan of this, and your survey is pretty limited in scope for number of respondents, given the number of people in Mount Pleasant. How do you contemplate sort of broadening this approach? Should we sort of greenlight this to the next step and broadening your approach to community consultation and bringing more folks to the table on this?
I'm happy to work with anyone who wants to come forward. I'll be honest. I hadn't heard a peep from anyone until Monday, or maybe Friday. One of the folks reached out. So I was unaware, and that's maybe a bit naive. But I was unaware that this level of opposition to anything attached to the VPD was coming down the pipe.
Yeah,
but we are happy with these conversations and move forward.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Neil, and thank you for the work you're doing in Mount Pleasant. It is appreciated, and you're really doing got a great, vibrant business area in Mount Pleasant. So kudos.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby Young, questions to speaker. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks, Neil, for being here. I just want to follow up on a couple of the points that were raised. And that was to the mayor's question about would you be willing to go to the police board, which is good to hear. And I think it's important to, engage all the different stakeholders. But I think also, is it correct that you sort of been bringing this motion forward and working with the community, you're trying to honor the impetus for these CPCs, which is really sort of the autonomy of operation that they have, right? And that was sort of the spirit of doing that and working with the different social service organizations because you wanted something that would reflect your community.
Correct. And as we've gone along in this process, we've learned a lot. I think initially, and again, maybe a bit naively, was like this was a multifaceted sort of service center, and people could come in and seek help from in any number of different ways, in connecting to social, health, medical, whatever, that there would be some sort of direction that you were able to sort of point people to, because we have so many of these service providers in the neighborhood.
And by having those service providers kind of potentially engaged in being your board, that could be an opportunity to synthesize and bring that expertise together as to how to better help people navigate through those services. Is that part of the idea?
Very much so. I sit on the Community Advisory Council of Biltmore, and one thing that I have noticed is there's sometimes a bit of a disconnect between people who are, they're based in our neighborhood, but might not necessarily be aware of each other.
Okay. And then another question, I just want to keep going for time because they give us limited time. And then, further to sort of the mayor's request to present to the police board, I just want to be explicit that what you're aiming for here is a clear show of support from council for a new CPC in Mount Pleasant tonight. Is that right?
Correct. Yes. Yes. I recognize that at some point the police board was going to be in play.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. But without sort of a show of support, it would be difficult for you to continue with planning towards getting something up and running, say, for next year, for 2022, without that, because you wouldn't be able to sort of continue doing the work and potentially engaging community members, looking at the formation of the society, all those pieces. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is there anything else that you wanted to say that you didn't have time for? I have a few seconds left if you'd like to use it.
I don't think so. I mean, I think some of the other questions have covered it, but we are so willing to, of all these people who have come forward, they're passionate and articulate and knowledgeable, and we want to work with them. We just didn't know who they were, but now we do.
Okay, I think that's my time, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. And thank you very much, Neil, for being here. Those are all your questions.
Excellent. Have a great night.
You too. Next, we have Sarah Day.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Sarah, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and I will start your timer now, so please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Day, and I'm opposed to this motion. And I'm coming to you as a resident for the past 8 years and as a member of the Mount Pleasant community. My main reason for opposing to this initiative of a new CPC is the strong connection to the VPD, which is already strongly distrusted by the Mount Pleasant community. Though the motion describes the CPCs as completely independent from the VPD, it only takes a few minutes on Google to find out that they're partnered with the VPD. Their staff include police officers, their volunteers are trained by the VPD, they liaise with the VPD to respond to crises, they use the VPD's data to inform their responses, and in some cases take immediate direction from the VPD. And as noted, CPCs are funded by the police board and therefore accountable to the Vancouver Police's mandate. As a member of the community, for me, this is a major concern. I previously worked in Mount Pleasant full-time as a barista, and I poured coffee and connected with community members on a daily basis. My time there included a walk to and from the bus stop to commute as a young, petite Asian woman, often walking in the dark in the early hours of the morning or late at night. I'm sure many of you can relate to the feeling of fear that comes in those kind of situations. So you would think that a CPC would address concerns for people like me who are concerned for their safety. However, in September of 2020, fears intensified around sexual assault in Mount Pleasant. There were many reports of attempted sexual assaults in Mount Pleasant, which were then reported and brought to the VPD for response. They put out a public statement, which I will read to you, which includes saying, "There doesn't appear anything to indicate a threat to public safety. If you see something suspicious, please report it to police." Rather than believing the victims and responding accordingly, the VPD completely disregarded this community's safety concerns. Unfortunately, this completely ruptured VPD's relationship with the community by clearly showing that they don't care about our safety, the safety of those who live, work, and shop in Mount Pleasant. The community responded by mobilizing together, by providing safe walks to each other and spreading information through informal channels. Though I no longer work in Mount Pleasant, I continue to frequent there and support the many amazing businesses throughout COVID. It seems that there is a need for a community hub for connecting folks to services that they need. Because of this distrust in the VPD, the community members, I believe, will avoid these services rather than use them. Nobody in my community that I know would go to the VPD or a community policing center in this kind of situation because of how they have responded. This motion has also noted that it hopes to address issues such as mental health crises and assaults, but it's shown time and time again that the VPD responds to houseless members of the community and those with mental health crises with forced evictions and arrest. Even if a CPC were to provide these services effectively, there is already so much distrust and frustration with the VPD that will prevent the community from engaging with a CPC at all. Clearly, safety and service connections are very important to address, but I firmly disagree with the BIA's approach to increase policing in the area as a solution. In conclusion, this would be a very ineffective use of the city's public funds, and if a community hub such as this is needed, then the funding should be directed to initiatives that are truly independent from any form of policing and therefore trusted by the community and will actually be engaged and utilized. Thank you, Mayor and Councillors, for your time tonight.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for coming to speak to council. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate you clearly stating your perspective.
Thank you.
Next, we have Luna Asian, the speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, we can hear you. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes to speak to council and your timer starts now.
Thank you, councillors, and thank you, Mayor. My name is Luna Aishin. I'm a resident of the Mount Pleasant neighborhood and also a professional community planner. I'm a disabled, queer, neurodiverse, multiracial person that also lives with complex PTSD and had very negative interactions with the police department. I'm calling in here today to oppose this motion on these stolen lands, of which I'm on, the Tsleil-Waututh, the Squamish, and the Musqueam Nation. Last week, I was looking at the agenda of today's session and found myself staring at surprise and disbelief that a motion to establish a new CPC in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood had been submitted for council support and funding. Upon learning the news, I went on to Twitter to express my disappointment of this motion. And by the morning of Monday, July 19, 2021, myself and several residents of Vancouver met with staff, specifically Neil Wiles, Edie from the MPBIA, and 2 other staff, to seek clarifications on why a motion was submitted without proper consultation from members of equity-denied populations such as ourselves. What I gathered from staff was alarming, unsurprising, and extremely disappointing. During this meeting, I learned that MPBIA staff have no knowledge of other alternatives of community safety mechanisms other than CPCs and policing. I find this very frustrating given the amount of knowledge out there today about police brutality and the global calls to defund the police and to put more money into care. And this knowledge, I think, if they had known about it, could have guided them to think of better alternatives than to rely default on the VPD. I note that at the time of our meeting, staff had expressed that they had not met with the VPD prior to the submission of this motion. I don't understand why the rush there is. If consultation with the VPD was in place, why couldn't we have waited until then? I also saw that staff wasn't clear on how CPCs were funded. And during our discussions, they showed that they were kind of confused, that they weren't sure whether it was funded by the city or by the VPD. But given yesterday's exchange during council, we also saw that being unclear. So I thank Mayor Stewart for clearing that up, finally, to let us know that funding for the CPCs do actually come from the police board and is tied to the VPD. I find this very disturbing because it meant that staff had not conducted adequate consultation before actually moving in a motion to gather financial support from council. Staff also did not know about any reporting requirements to the VPD in terms of their roles. They also shared that during the engagement, they had very limited capacity and could not reach everybody. The community survey that they mentioned in the motion could not be found online, and I have not seen this survey circulated in my neighborhood in purposeful ways that would have reached me and other people. Something I want to highlight with councils, and Neil had said this, is that they have expressed to me that in the interviews they conducted with several other EDs from other CPCs, that policing was a very big barrier for their centers. And I think that this is true for them as well. So I'm really curious. If policing has been a barrier, why are we establishing another center with the police in it? I also want to take note that the naiveness that Neil talked about and mentioned earlier in the call, while valid, is another classic example of how marginalized folks are forgotten, excluded, and forgotten again. The presence of policing as a centering force for the community-led safety creates immediate barriers to potential volunteers, as one speaker has said. And I kind of want to note that in the 2020 budget request to the city, the VPD noted that they received $1.2 million worth of volunteer labor through CPCs. According to CPC volunteers that I've engaged with, they don't consider what they do as policing work, whether it's traditional or community. Instead, most of these programs that they're involved in are geared towards health and well-being and community relationships. So I question why the VPD are direct beneficiaries of these CPC volunteer hours. In my opinion, we don't need more policing. We need more mutual aid, more community care networks, community elder centers, community safety hubs, and for initiatives like these to be allocated funding and resources that will otherwise only benefit policing. Policing has not reduced crimes. Community care has. When I was homeless, community cared for me, not the police. When I was a victim of abuse and assault, community made sure I was housed and protected, not the police. Let's put resources to good and culturally relevant care work that already exists in the community. Center community care and not police. Mount Pleasant could be the very first neighborhood in Vancouver to undertake a truly compassionate and humane approach to community safety and care by decentering the VPD's reach into the community. Thank you. I will take any questions.
Yes, I do appreciate that. You've expressed yourself very well. There are no questions, but we do appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next on the queue, we have speaker number 9, Mike Roan.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Very good. We can hear you loud and clear. So you have 5 minutes to speak to council. Please go ahead.
Perfect. I'll try to make this quick. I'm calling in to actually support the Mountain Pleasant Community Center, specifically because I actually live in Strathcona, and this last year, of course, I was living within about 100 yards of the entrance to the park with the encampment, and I found our Strathcona CPC were essential in kind of helping out the community without us having to call the uniformed police whenever we saw something. We've got a pretty diverse community here. It's like I used to live in Mount Pleasant as well, so I kind of have a feel for both communities. Right where I am right here is, we've got a lot of young families. We've got social housing with families. We've got Chinese senior communities. And I do know that, with the stuff we had happening around our area with, people passed out in doorways and all that, not everybody feels comfortable approaching people that might be in need. And I don't want to call 911 to check on somebody. So it was nice for us to be able to kind of contact CPC and have them check on them. I do know that the encampment kind of revealed a big need for us to have community naloxone training, as well as women's self-defense courses from a few incidents around here. And those were both put on by the Strathcona CPC, and I think they're still going on, which I think is just fantastic. It's nice to have them running those community safety initiatives as well. And that's pretty much all I want to say. Just short version, just wanted to support and say that, I'd like Mount Pleasant to be able to have the same kind of resources that we had through the troubling last year that we had down our way.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mike. There are no speakers or questions for you at this time, but we do appreciate you coming to share your perspective.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank
you. Next on the list, we have Joanna Gra.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Hello, you are coming through loud and clear. Joanna, just can you clarify, are you a resident of the Vancouver?
I'm not, but I work in Vancouver.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So you do have 5 minutes to speak to council, and your timer starts now. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So my name is Joanna, and I'm a white settler on the unceded territories of the Squamish, Tsleil-Waututh, and Musqueam Nations. I do want to thank the council for hearing from the public on this motion, as well as those who've shared their experiences, personal and from their work around these issues. And I'm here to voice my opposition to the motion for a new policing center or community policing center in Mount Pleasant. So while some of the goals of this motion, like connecting residents to food and shelter and medical or mental health services, are admirable, and there's something that the city should be striving to achieve, community policing centers aren't the way to do it. I actually have no idea where in the pursuit of achieving these goals police should play a role. So the function of police is not to help people acquire food or to attain shelter or housing or to access medical and mental health services. They aren't trained in these areas, and even if they have attended a seminar or a course or whatever on any of these issues, they don't have the same level of experience as the people in the communities who work or volunteer for the organizations whose sole purpose is helping people with these things. Police just don't have the same level or level of training or experience as those who do it day in and day out. What police do have training in and experience with is surveillance, criminalization, and harassment, none of which are needed to help residents attain the stated goals that I just talked about. And what's more, that surveillance, criminalization, and harassment is often disproportionately targeted at the very people who might require the services that this motion is aiming to offer. So people like people low income or unhoused folks. I mean, the city voted for and passed a motion that set records for how many speakers signed up to support it, a motion aiming to decriminalize poverty. And if the city's goal is to do that, to decriminalize poverty, there's no room for police, those who find criminals and charge criminals with crimes, to be involved in offering services to people affected by poverty. And so, yeah, I've heard the claims that community policing centers are independent of any police departments and have nothing to do with the VPD. But if that were true, why does community policing center funding have to go through them? Why not cut out that middleman and give the funds directly to the groups that are already doing the work? Or maybe start new networks of community care that could help residents access food, shelter, medical and mental health services, and so many others. Why does it have to go through the VPD? And why does each community policing center have a VPD officer attached to it? I don't see that connection. I just don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. And I'm gonna just add here that I would actually go a step further and say that the VPD should be actively defunded, not just have their budget frozen, but actually cut, and have those funds go to, again, those organizations that are currently doing that work, or to expanding those care networks. We need more of those networks, more of those workers. And I think it bears repeating, cops aren't the ones helping people find housing or shelter or better employment or education or connecting them to healthcare services that they need or keeping them fed and clothed. This work is done by those at the community organizations. I mean, what provides people with more security? Getting a ticket or having a place to stay and a stable income and healthcare services and food and clothing? So for those reasons, I oppose the motion to create and fund a new community policing center in Mount Pleasant. I think that by voting for the CPC, you'd really be doubling down on the harm faced by the very people that you're trying to help. First, by diverting funds from organizations or networks that could actually help, and then by subjecting them to the harms of policing, the violence that comes from it, when they do seek out that assistance. And so that's all I really wanted to say again today. So thanks for listening to the public.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to Council, Joanna. There are no questions for you, but we do appreciate hearing your perspective so clearly stated.
Thank you.
So Council, I actually have a request for a bio break. I think that's a very good idea. We've been going for 2 hours since the dinner break. So we are going to pause for a 5-minute recess. And in that time, I'm also going to relinquish the chair to Vice Chair Fry, as I will be participating in the debate for this item, and this seems like a natural place to do that. So we will come back at 8:06 for to continue with speaker number 10A, Amrit Randy. Okay, be right back.
We'll check on that and get back to you. Just one moment. Yeah, we're ready to go.
Great, thanks. Emrit Rende, you have 5 minutes, and apologies if I'm butchering your name there.
No, that's perfect. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. And if you can let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So I'm not from Vancouver. I did attend UBC for a few years, and I do have a lot of friends and family in Vancouver that I do care about. So, okay, so my name is Amrit, and I live in so-called Abbotsford, BC, on the unceded territory of the Stalo Nation. This meeting is taking place on the unceded and stolen lands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. We're uninvited guests here, and as we talk about policing on these lands, it's important to conduct ourselves accordingly. I clearly don't live in so-called Vancouver right now, but I did live here for 3 years while attending the University of British Columbia, and I have friends and family who live here that I care about deeply. And I also want to feel safe when I come down to Vancouver to visit. I'm South Asian, specifically Punjabi, and I know how police view me. They see me as a terrorist or a gang member, and the presence of police has never made me feel safe anywhere. So yeah, there are 11 community policing centers already in so-called Vancouver. Many are in oppressed communities that are visibly impoverished. And more policing and police funding is clearly not working. Again, this is from a previous speaker, Luna Aishin, from Twitter as well, where anti-Asian racism went up 717%. And then from Q as well, there was the wrongful cuffing of Haltsuk Elder Maxwell Johnson and granddaughter Torianne. There was the wrongful cuffing of Black retired Judge Selwyn Romilly. And then there were the multiple violent arrests and assaults by VPD on Indigenous women, femmes, Two-Spirit, and trans people of the Braided Warriors. Policing doesn't work. CARE does. Community policing centers, they require approval and receive funding from the Vancouver Police Department. Again, they claim to be independent and serve the community, but in reality, they function as another arm of the police. And then if, for more further proof on that, here's an excerpt from the 2021 VPD operating budget memo. The CPC initiative was started by the VPD in 1994 as a collaboration between the VPD and the community. And then together with VPD and other stakeholders, CPCs developed programs and projects. So there is that clear connection there. And they further mislead neighbors into believing the myth that police and prisons keep us safe, but they don't. We cannot direct more of our public money to the police. Cops in our communities legitimize surveillance, the criminalization and harassment of communities made marginalized and oppressed people, and especially our unhoused neighbors. And this is from Pivot Legal Society on Instagram, where the issues identified by Mount Pleasant BIA, specifically health, community, and social services, would be better resourced by creating peer-led services, supporting low-barrier 24-hour drop-in spaces, expanding health and harm reduction programs, and developing sufficient housing and social programming in the Mount Pleasant area. And we need real community safety. This is from Aaron Connors on Twitter. We need peer-led outreach. And how Jane mentioned earlier, we need community kitchens, spaces to just allow marginalized people to exist freely, culturally relevant mental health services and supports, barrier-free, safe spaces. And there's also initiatives that already exist in Mount Pleasant, like Mutual Aid by Mount Pleasant Mutual Aid. There's community-free fridges. There's also the space for community that Co-Food Collaborative Garden has built in Mount Pleasant. These all exist and could do so much more with some support, and none of these are policing, right? So just to reiterate, we also need to, decriminalize poverty. We need housing for all. We need a safe supply. We need to decriminalize drugs. We need to defund and abolish the VPD, and I do not support the creation of a new CPC. And I'm also demanding that Councillors Melissa DeGenova and Sarah Kirby Young recuse themselves from the vote on this motion based on conflict of interest. And yeah, that's it. Thanks.
Vice Chair Fry, we can't hear you. You might be on mute.
Sorry, Emrit, I did pause your timer there. Councillor DeGenova, you had a point of order?
Thanks. Chair, I'd just like to ask you to ask all speakers to be respectful and also to remind everyone that marital status is a protected human right. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. That is a helpful reminder, and I am definitely keeping an ear for disrespectful behavior. I think Amrit was within the bounds, but certainly thank you for highlighting it. And Amrit, if you could just respect the fact that, yes, marital status is a protected human right. Thanks. Please,
Okay.
and I'll start your timer again. You've got 2 minutes left.
Oh no, that was the last of my statement. I was done.
Oh, okay, sure. Great. Thanks, Amrit. I appreciate it. You don't have any questions, so do appreciate your time tonight, though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all. Bye.
All right, and so next on our list, I see we have Lara Therian-Boulos. And again, apologies if I've messed up your name there, Lara. Do we have Laura on the
Hello?
line? Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Laura. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you. I am. Hi, Council and Mayor. My name is Lara Therian-Boulos. I am a resident of Mount Pleasant, and I am calling this evening in opposition to this motion. I am also a professional urban planner, and so I'm speaking as both a resident and as someone with some professional knowledge around some of these issues. And I have issues with both the content of the motion and the way that it's been introduced. I believe that calling this a public safety motion when it's actually about subtle forms of policing is both dishonest and disingenuous, as it throws citizens off the scent that's actually being proposed here, and that's assuming people either have the time to comb through a council agenda in the first place to find out that they're being discussed. We know that meetings are not accessible. I work from home, and I was able to be on standby for 9:30 a.m. But anyone who is unhoused, does not have internet access, or has other forms of barriers or children to take care of would not be able to speak to this. About the lack of policy leading up to this motion in terms of non-business owners and non-organizations, because regular residents should be consulted this, and this space is not the place for fulsome community engagement and discussion. It's where things are approved once the engagement is done. According to the pivot letter that others have mentioned this evening, as in BIA's understanding is that it was not open to people who are not business owners or property owners. We don't know what the methodology was. We don't know how many people were engaged. And the transparency coupled with Pleasant BIA's unwillingness to pause on this project in the face of legitimate member up is very troubling to me. I'm not okay as a resident of Mount Pleasant for a business association to make a decision that has such far-reaching impacts without this community consent, as well as capacity as a reason for their low engagement. This is a really good example of how planners and other commuters can cause community harm despite their best intentions and are essential as well as research, not rushing, listening, pivoting when they know.
Sorry, 1 sec, Laura. Swanson, and I am having trouble with the signal as well, if that's what you're bringing up.
Yeah, it's hard to hear because you're cutting out, Laura.
Yeah, Laura, is there any way you can improve your signal at all?
Let me just try. Can you hear me better now?
It's still probably the same issue, but it sounds like maybe you're moving a little bit, or anyway. And let's keep going, and hopefully it resolves itself.
Okay, my apologies. I can also send written remarks.
Well, that's always appreciated.
I'm also concerned. Great. So I'm also concerned that, we're talking about community planning and community building, and I don't think that there has been enough rigor to this process from what Neil and the BIA have brought forward in terms of lack of research into other options and not slowing down when there is legitimate opposition. I'm also very concerned that the Mount Pleasant BIA was not fully aware of where CPC funding comes from and reporting requirements and the deep ties to the VPD that others in opposition to the motion have mentioned this evening prior to putting the motion forward. I believe this is backwards and irresponsible work, and that the City Council should consider rejecting this motion on these grounds alone, as it does not seem like proponents actually know what they've signed up for, and they're signing the entire community up for this. With all that said, I also have issues with community policing centers specifically, as others have mentioned, that the structure increases policing in neighborhoods, which we know does not increase safety. As a resident, I experience stress when the VPD is in my neighborhood, not an increased sense of safety, and I experience this as a privileged, white passing, and educated person. So I know that people who hold other marginalized identities have a very different experience, and that's even deepened. Council has also committed to shifting funding away from policing, and voting in favor of this motion would go against that. And so I think that that would be counter to what you say you believe in. I'd like to see more vision and more imagination from City Council to actually believe that alternatives are possible. Patrice Cullors of Black Lives Matter invites us to reflect on the system we currently have, which is a society that is invested in punishment, humiliation, and surveillance. And we've built an apparatus and systems around these values that include policing, prisons, border enforcement and immigration, neighborhood watch groups, and yes, CPCs are part of this too. We inculcate our children into police and surveillance culture as young as 2 or 3 years old with shows like Paw Patrol. So it's no wonder that as a society we find it hard to imagine alternatives, but they are there, and we know that police does not keep us safe. So I urge Council to consider all of the other more community and care-focused examples that others this evening have put forward that already exist and that are happening outside of the bounds of police, who have nothing to do with community care and everything to do with further punishment, surveillance, and humiliation of the most vulnerable people in our society that are structurally and unjustly left out of these conversations. So I urge you to oppose this motion and set a precedent in Mount Pleasant by tangibly moving away from funding policing-related measures. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Lara. That was very well timed at just under 5 minutes. You do have questions from Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you so much for taking the time to come to speak with us. I really appreciate it. So I'm wondering what your direct experience has been with a community policing center. I mean, what is it that any of the activities that they do, are you, I guess, negatively disposed to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's so much, specific activities and initiatives such as, supposed outreach. It's more that because everything is ultimately under the umbrella of the police, there's quotas that CPCs are asked to fill in terms of data that they're sharing and what they're actually looking for. It reinforces policing, and it prevents them from actually doing the outreach and the care-based work that they say they're doing or that they want to do. I think it also really prevents them from reaching the people that they say they want to serve. And frankly, I think that it's also often a mechanism for thinly veiled racism and classism to be enacted through volunteers when, for example, business owners or families feel like they have more of a right to public space than other residents that they don't feel, quote unquote, belong in the community. And so I think, we see a lot of people who might be well-meaning, but who don't fully understand that they are, in essence, a volunteer arm of the police, even if they don't see themselves that way, even if they don't think of themselves as that way. But I think that it's a big deal that, it's not a transformative justice organization that is training these people. It's not, a food provider that is teaching people about healthy food and access to land and care for the land that is training these volunteers. It's not even, neighborhood house people who are training these volunteers. It's the police. And that comes with explicitly oppositional approaches to being with people. And that's where I have issues with what CPCs are doing.
So I'm a resident of the West End, and I'm familiar with the activities of the West End Community Policing Center. So are you opposed to, for example, there's well over 100 volunteers, just community people. I've seen them hand out water bottles and food to people who are sleeping in doorways, checking on them to making sure they're okay. I've seen them, teaching kids how to ride bikes. They themselves are going around on bikes, not in the kind of black police cars. I mean, are these the kinds of things that you're either not aware of or that you don't support?
No, I absolutely support these things, and I think that our world would be better if all of us were doing more of that. I just don't think that an organization that is explicitly connected to police should receive funding to do that when people are doing that in decentralized ways or through nonviolent organizations.
And that's your time. for questions from Councillor Carr. All right. Thank you, Laura. No further questions. Next on our list is Zoe Luba. We have Zoe Luba on the line.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Sure can. Hi, Zoe. You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver.
Okay, I am a resident of Vancouver, or what's known as Vancouver, and I want to start by acknowledging the unceded and sovereign territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. And I want to recognize that there's an ongoing colonial occupation as spearheaded by Vancouver, BC, and the Canadian state. And I am speaking today in opposition to this motion to set up a community policing center in Mount Pleasant. And I also want to start by positioning myself as a white cis woman settler. And I believe that white cis women settlers, such as myself, are often used as a tool of moral panic around safety and violence against women, were used to further increase carceral regimes, such as policing and prisons. And I want to be clear that as a white cis woman, I do not feel safe with the police. And I also want to be even more clear that community police are the police. Community policing centers are police centers. The only thing I feel around police in any form, and police come in many forms, even if they're a neighborhood volunteer, the only thing I feel around these people is anger and fear. I've been thrown to the ground multiple times by the cops. I've been dragged across gravel, and I've only ever been treated with condescending discontent at best, or at worst, active hostility from the police, and this includes the VPD. And all of this when I have the structural power of being white, of being a settler, of being cis. I'm speaking in opposition to this motion, as I said, and as I was explaining, community policing is still policing, and policing in all of its form is lethal and completely unnecessary. Police all around the world brutalize and kill people who are facing some of the harshest violence of capitalism and colonialism. Police function to protect property and keep land commodified and stolen from Indigenous peoples. So I recently finished reading the book, Prison by Any Other Name, The Harmful Consequences of Popular Reforms by Maya Chenoir and Victoria Law. And I would like to recommend that all of council read the chapter they've written, a whole chapter specifically focused on community policing. And only then is council really even slightly informed enough to be talking about this topic. So the book very clearly outlines exactly how community policing is the same as policing. So I wanted to read out a quote from the book, if I have a moment. So Maya states, "There's a reason for the mainstream bipartisan consensus around community policing. It maintains and expands the status quo. As advocates call for fewer police and less policing and criminalization, community policing becomes a way to reshape the narrative, to position police as friendly beat cops who know everyone's names. But community policing doesn't make policing more effective, less hostile, or more accountable to the communities they serve in. Instead, it just allows police to further entrench their presence in neighborhoods and justifies increases in their numbers, and even mobilizes community members to participate in policing by surveilling our neighbors." So my point is, community policing is policing, and we do not need policing in any form anywhere in the world. I also wanted to, if I have I think I have another minute maybe, I wanted to quickly as well reference what was being talked about in the Strathcona neighborhood, with this talk about the need for women's defense after the encampment set up there. So I did some research and reported assaults, and actually mostly of what's defined as crime actually went down in the Strathcona neighborhood, in particular reported assaults. So there were less assaults reported in the Strathcona neighborhood after the tent city were moved there versus before. There's no need for women's self-defense just because unhoused people have found a safe community in a neighborhood. I also want to, if I have time, leave council and people listening with some thoughts about the whole idea of what the state defines as crime. So often rich people or people who own property on stolen land use lies about crime going up, or quote, crime, quote, going up whenever an unhoused encampment or unhoused people are around their neighborhood. And they do this because they do not want those people in their neighborhoods. So as I explained just a moment ago, crime in the or what's defined as crime in the Strathcona neighborhood overwhelmingly went a little bit down after unhoused people moved there. I want to finish off by pointing out that what the state defines as crime often is just a Black, Indigenous, or person of color existing due to how racist policing and the criminal justice, quotes, justice system is. Or it's a response to the violent conditions
Zoe.
to live under.
I give you a little extra time there to finish off, but thank you. You don't have any questions, but thanks so much for speaking to us today. I'm going to move next on the speakers list. Dylan Zrobeck. We have Dylan Zrobeck on the line.
Speaker 13 is not on the line.
Okay, thanks, Leslie. Speaker number 14, Azara Magowin Bannister.
I'm not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 15, Angie Gurney.
Hi there.
15, Angie. Hi, Angie.
Hi.
You have 5 minutes to speak to council, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver, and I'll start your timer now.
Great, thank you. Yes, I am a resident of Vancouver. I have lived in Mount Pleasant for 17 years. I was fortunate enough to be able to afford a one-bedroom condo 17 years ago when a postal worker could do so. Can you hear me? Am I breaking up?
Sorry, you sound great.
Hello?
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. In June of 2019, I had filed a complaint with the Office of the Police Complaint Commissioner against the Vancouver Police Department and my employer, Canada Post, for the warrantless searches and seizures of my emails, which had compromised my legal defense using an IMSI catcher. Now, mine is an eyewitness account of the IMSI catcher. I walked out the front door of my condo, and halfway down the elevated stairs, I could clearly see into the first of 2 marked Vancouver police cruisers parked right out front of my lobby, facing each different directions, parked right up against each other, driver to driver. And I could clearly see the very tall uniformed officer in the first car operating a high-tech computer housed in a big, black, bulky briefcase. I was immediately suspicious because all of my emails, which were my legal defense, had been remotely deleted from me. They were gone. They were not in my recycle bin. They were just gone. This had happened 7-8 times by this point, many more times since. At that very time when my legal defense was deleted from my possession, I was being threatened to be sued by a vexatious litigant and criminal known to the Vancouver Police. And this woman has dated a Vancouver Police female detective, a female RCMP officer, and a female BC Transit cop. So immediately after I had reported this, I have received incredible amounts of whistleblower retaliation. I have no criminal history. I delivered mail in Vancouver for 26 and a half years. I'm, post-secondary educated. But I recognized what this was right away because my criminology instructor from Mount Royal University in Calgary had warned us about warrantless search and seizure and how in the future that this would be rampant. Now, Section 8 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees us the protection against warrantless searches and seizures. This is being violated constantly. Ever since reporting this, I have had 2 phones hacked, one completely killed. I had to pay for another one out of pocket. Used to harass me, going off, even though it was unplugged and turned off, powered down, it would beep every 3 minutes all night long before a meeting at work where I was being disciplined over my whistleblowing. They never talk about it. They don't ever mention the IMSI catcher, because I imagine there's a non-disclosure agreement and it falls under the jurisdiction of National Defence. I have contacted my Member of Parliament, Jenny Kwan, about all of this. I have also contacted and written emails to Randall Garrison, who is the NDP critic of National Defence. They are not able to respond to my emails. I understand this because I was taught this by my criminology instructor, Roly LaHaye from Mount Royal University, who writes and influences legal policy. This is being heard in the secret courts, which are paid for by the taxpayers and yet which deny our access. Why I am opposed to this motion is that I have been relentlessly pursued, surveilled, and harassed by the Vancouver Police Department for 2 years since I made this. Aside from having my phone hacked, I have been followed everywhere. I would come home from work and they park in front of my place, marked cars, unmarked cars. One time I came home and there was nobody there. As soon as I walked out immediately to take the dog out, 3 big cops surrounded me, said nothing, did nothing, but just to intimidate me. A marked VPD van, a marked cruiser, and an unmarked cruiser. 3 big guys surrounded, and this has been happening. This has happened so much that I said to them, Section 8 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms guarantees us the protection against unreasonable searches and seizures. Tell your boss. This has been aggressive surveillance. I have no criminal history. I have 0 criminal history. I'm a contributing member of this city. Also, on December 11th, 2019, a few months after I made this complaint, I was a pit bull was sicked on me by an undercover cop. I have the dent in my left quadricep to prove it. He blocked the sidewalk and he sicked that dog on me. I love dogs. I have a dog. I love dogs. This dog was sicked on me. This guy.
Angie, I'm sorry you've run out your 5 minutes there. I do appreciate coming to speak to us though, and I also love dogs. You don't have any questions, but we do thank you for joining us. Okay.
Thank you for hearing.
Thanks, Angie. Bye. Next on our list, we have Sarah Sheridan, speaker number 16. We have speaker 16, Sarah Sheridan. Yeah. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. You have 5 minutes to speak, and please let us know if you're a resident of Vancouver. Thanks.
Hi there. I've been a Mount Pleasant resident for 8 years. I'm opposed to the community police motion. In Mount Pleasant, there are many areas where people live in dense spaces, but specifically people who have been excluded by government support and priority. People who are poor, live on poverty wages such as income assistance, disability, low-wage workers, disabled people who have not been approved for disability status, people who use drugs, mentally ill people, etc. Adding a community policing center or a CPC in Mount Pleasant would be yet another form of surveillance on these communities of people. I'm thinking of Venture, a mental health stabilization unit run by VCH where I walk by daily. I wonder how people staying there post-hospitalization feel about more surveillance by a VPD partnered program. There's a Lookout building. I worked for Lookout many years ago, and I later applied for housing with 2 people who later moved on into that building when I was a homeless outreach worker. Will Lookout renters want more surveillance on top of their already surveilled building? There's a Rain City housing building on 12th. For a year and a half, I was a regular community advisory committee member in a small, intimate group when that building opened. There were angry condo owners and members of the Mount Pleasant BIA in this small, intimate group. They were in that group with me, mad that poor people had moved back into Mount Pleasant. They wanted to know the reasons why ambulances and police attended that building. The BIA members felt deserving of the tenant's personal business. This building is surveilled by staff already, but now, and at the time, also the angry neighbors who live in the condos and the BIA who kept, and probably still do, I imagine, regular tabs on it, often emailing the manager, the city, the police about their ongoing issues. There's also Mount St. Joe's Hospital, There is already security surveilling people here. There's the library. It's a community space. There's already security at this branch. And as a library student, I take great issue with the possibility of an increase in police volunteers and VPD officers being present in the library space. Point 7 of the motion speaks to crisis intervention and suicide prevention. And as someone who lives with clinical depression and suicidal ideation when I'm sick, I have never, and I repeat, never wanted police or volunteer police involved in my care. In fact, most who work in social services will know that when the police responding to mental wellness calls is an enormous barrier to health care, and any risks of police violence is especially high for BIPOC communities. Point 8 says that Mount Pleasant BIA conducted a survey to residents, resulting in support for a CPC. As a Mount Pleasant resident, I never saw this survey. I was never asked to complete a survey. As a Mount Pleasant resident, I want to see this data if the city is making a decision based on these results. Where are these results? How many people are asked? What is the quality of this data? And as Councillor Kirby Young, is married to a police officer, I call into question her decision to put forth a motion.
I'm going to stop your timer there. We have articulated sensitivity around.
May I state my point of order?
Sure.
It's a protected human right. Chair Fry, if you'd like, I'll state the whole point of order. I'm just trying to save time, but I do feel that it is important as it's been violated several times in this body. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just mention, sir, I do think you're conducting this in a respectful manner, but I just do want to caution you around your next steps here on this with a minute to go. Please continue, Sarah.
I haven't been listening all day because it's been, it's 9 p.m. and it started at 9 o'clock. And so what is the point of order?
I'll stop your timer again. The point of order is around the notion of respecting marital status. The two councillors, Kirby Young and DiGenova, aren't police officers. They are married to police officers, and their marital status really shouldn't have any bearing on conversation.
Okay, so I'll just rephrase my point.
Sure.
There is a conflict of interest when we talk about police money, and there are people who work for the who are councillors with the City of Vancouver who have strong ties to the police, who are trying to increase police money. I'll say that.
Chair, it's Councillor Dominato.
Councillor Dominato.
I don't even have the order to cite on that. But again, the speaker is going down the same path. Again, identifying marital status associated with councillors, and so if we have to remind speakers each time, but I know that Councillor DiGenova has raised this more than once this evening, and it is protected against discrimination. So I'm just raising it once again because it's being reframed a different way.
Yeah, and Sarah,
I made my point. I won't say it again.
Okay, you've got 30 seconds.
Okay, thanks.
If you had closing comments.
Yes, I have my closing comments.
Sure.
Oh yeah. Motion 2 says, quote, CPCs aren't satellite police stations. The VPD's own website for CPCs, which means the VPD site has a CPC section. The cover page photo is a VPD officer with 2 volunteer cops at their side. The CPC logo has the VPD crest in the center with all CPCs surrounding it, clearly centering the VPD as the core of the CPC program. CPCs are rooted in the work of the VPD. They are extensions of the VPD. Vote no on the motion. They are the root of the VPD. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. You don't have any questions from council. Oh, no, sorry. Sarah, you still there? You do have questions from...
I am.
Oh,
Oh,
No, you.
no, sorry,
No.
Chair Fry. I was just
No problem, Councillor Boyle.
on to
I am
move
going
an
to just run
amendment.
through. We have a
Oh,
few
yes, of
speakers
course,
we want to
sorry.
just check on, but thanks, Sarah. Appreciate the time. You have no questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a nice night. Bye. Okay, folks, we're just quickly going to go through some of the speakers in case they're on the line now. And I am just sort of going between my phone and the jabber here. Speaker number two. Speaker number two is, do we have Rory Macklin on the line? Speaker number two, Rory Macklin.
Not on the
Do we have number
line.
two? Not on the line, okay. Speaker number six, Todd Michael Stewart. We have speaker number six, Todd Michael Stewart on the line.
No, not on the line.
All right. Speaker number 13, Dylan Zrobeck. We have speaker number 13, Dylan Zrobeck on the line.
No.
Okay, and last but not least, speaker number 14, Azara Magawan Bannister. We have Azara Magawan Bannister on the line.
Speaker 14 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you, clerk. That will close our speakers list on this, and we now have opportunity for debate and decision, and we see councillors on the queue, starting with Councillor Bligh.
Thanks very much, Vice Chair Fry. I would like to begin this debate actually with an amendment, and perhaps staff could bring that up and we could move to an amendment queue. I can introduce it. That's great. Oh, I can go on the queue. So I'll wait for you, Councillor.
Yeah, no, you're on the amendment queue and we can get going.
Great. Thank you. I mean, I want to start by acknowledging what we heard from our speakers. And what I heard from the speakers is real and real lived experience in terms of interactions with police that they've had. And as well as I understand more that we hear about in terms of the ways in which folks do not feel safe with police, traditional police. And we know that in the past year, there are many, I don't want to say stories because they're not true, but there are many true stories of those interactions that we read every single day in the media, including stories out of Toronto. And I would say that as a police force, the Vancouver Police Force is not completely innocent to individual interactions that fall below what I would say we would expect from a municipal police force. All that to be said, this motion is asking for established or the beginning stages of establishing a community policing office, a community safety office, however you want to call it, under that model in Mount Pleasant. And we know that the catchment of the Collingwood catchment, based on increased density over the past 15 years, to me, it makes sense that as a initial step, we take a look at what we could do in terms of proactive community engagement to be able to fill the gaps in some of the ways in which we know the system is letting people down. And I have worked for many years in a customer service driven community, hyper localized, community focused organization that did many things, including working with individual homes and all sorts related to community safety and security, if you will. And one of the things we got to do was work with the Kerrisdale BIA actually, going on 25 years now, in a response type fashion, so that they didn't have to call the police, and so that they did have an opportunity to call a first response, if you will, that could go and have conversations, direct people to where they could find services. We heard about the Conti Noodle House, ways in which they could get their basic needs met that does not require a armed, uniformed police response. But in the absence of another option, that is the call that is being made. So this amendment asks that council consider having the mayor as chair of the police board and our staff work with the Vancouver Police Board and their staff to report back on options within the existing budget framework. So not asking for a new budget, working within the existing framework to expand this program in general terms, including options to enhance community-based safety strategies as alternatives to traditional police engagement. And I just want to acknowledge that not all CPCs as they currently exist are created equal. There are some outliers for sure across the city. Just to name two, Hastings Sunrise BIA or Hastings Sunrise CPC, the West End CPC. I was down the other day speaking to the CPC as well as the executive director at the West End BIA, and really got to chat to speak to the volunteers out of that office in terms of how they respond. And it is absolutely, I see as an option right now, our best response to shift away from traditional police response. We hear so much from folks about we need this, we need better services, we need mental health supports. And I 100% agree. But what we aren't seeing come to the table is a model. And I know that staff are working on the decriminalizing poverty motion, and is it a bit of a standstill based on not wanting VPD to participate in that process and in the community-led panel process, even just as somebody to answer questions as a liaison. We have to recognize that when we need systemic change, we actually need all the players at the table, or you're just going to be constantly fighting against and working against a system that has been around longer than any of us, that's for sure. And so in order for us to actually make concrete, purposeful, meaningful systemic change, we need to have everybody at the table, and we need to consider all of the options. And all this is asking is we consider one of the options that already exists to make it more impactful than it already is in a positive way for the community. So that's the amendment that I have.
That's your time. Bless.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Swanson is next on the queue.
Yes, I sent an amendment to the amendment.
Sure. Let's move you over to an amendment 2Q then. Clerks, if we can move Councillor Swanson to an amendment 2, and please proceed, Councillor Swanson.
So yesterday we passed the equity report outlining an array of work using Indigenous a racial justice and an intersectional lens. And last July, we had almost 400 people sign up to speak to a resolution that we passed to replace police with community-led services. And in the last year, we've experienced the George Floyd tragedy, the discovery of graves of hundreds of Indigenous children. We just heard from a bunch of speakers saying they didn't feel comfortable as gender diverse, neurodiverse, racialized people having to interact with police. So the question is, have we learned anything from this? And we should have learned something of it. And what we should have learned is that we need to center the voice of racialized and Indigenous people, of women, of people with disabilities, gender and neurodivergent people. I'm so impressed with what the speakers said in terms of ideas of what we could do for community-led services instead of involving police. We could have a community-led safety service in Mount Pleasant and other places funded by money diverted from the police force and it could provide a lot more safety than a community policing center. And so what this amendment does is it basically tries to do that, ask staff to report back on options and possible funding sources to expand community-based safety services as an alternative to traditional police engagement. I'm hoping we can pass this in kind of to be consistent with the equity strategy that we passed yesterday, and to be in solidarity with so many people who have spoken to us about how police don't serve their particular need and in fact are dangerous to them.
All right, thanks, Councillor Swanson. Is that it? Yeah.
That's it.
Councillor Boyle, next on the list.
Thanks. I'm happy to support this. I heard very clearly from nearly all of our speakers that there is interest in exploring community-based models here. I also will be frank and say that I've heard pretty clearly that there are a lot of questions, both from the public and also from council, about how the community policing model works. And so I think that this ask of staff to bring back options and possible funding sources really rooted in that direction we've already given around community-based safety is a thoughtful and appropriate approach, and I'm quite happy to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. I'm just going to quickly, I got a memo from the clerks to Councillor Swanson. They added a verb to your amendment, Councillor Swanson, for council to direct staff to report back on options. I just want to make sure that's fine with you as a little grammar piece there.
Chair Fry, while I'm on the speakers list, I'll just point out it said ask in the second line, but they, so there was a verb there, but I suspect it doesn't matter.
I guess it got lost somewhere there. So are you okay with the addition
I
of
can
direct?
always do with a little grammar help, not to worry.
Oh, now they're saying, okay, they'll keep yours. So never mind.
Yeah, the ask was kind of hidden.
Yeah, fair enough. You know how it goes with these things. Okay, thank you for indulging me there. Councillor Bligh, next on the list. The amendment to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks very much. So yeah, I'm not supportive of the amendment simply because I think that we are speaking in generalities on this topic now for well over a year, and it's time for us to focus. And it may come back that a community safety-based approach, proactive, in this model or inspired by the current model, that just for the record are not police organizations. They are independent not-for-profit societies that have an assigned neighborhood police officer. But they have their own websites, they have their own bylaws, they have their own constitution. They are completely independent. But further to that this basically, again, sort of takes away the focus where we could actually get a report back and we could either say at that time, yes, this is a viable model, or no, it's not. And then at least it moves the conversation forward. What I'm seeing in the community is actually safety, no matter which way it occurs to you as an individual living in the city, is in the top 3 concerns of people generally across the city. CPCs cover the entire city. There may be very different approaches in areas that deal with proportionally much larger issues like the downtown east side or like Chinatown. So there could be an adaptive approach. But again, we don't know if we don't focus. So I'll be honest, I am exhausted at this topic because we're not actually moving it forward. And at least this is one way to move it forward, where the mayor can have a very direct conversation with the VPB board and the supportive staff and just simply report back on what the findings are. Maybe it's not viable. Maybe it needs a complete pivot. But again, just sort of creating a huge catch-all. We do not have a staff department right now that is funded through budget to be able to not execute on these programs, but manage these programs at the very least, or at least even start the work. And I would say we hear from counselors all of the time about adding staff resources to, or sorry, adding staff work to an under-resourced and quite frankly, a non-existent department that this amendment would then do. So I hear that that finding a better way to support people in the community in every way is less of a priority if we were to approve this amendment based on those reasons. So I'm not going to support it. It's time for us to focus and actually make some headway on this issue. That's it. Vice Chair Frye.
Thanks, Councillor Bligh. Mayor Stewart.
Yeah, thanks for the debate around this. Just 2 points I want to let the council know is that the police board was unaware of this motion, so we do happen to have a meeting tomorrow. So I have put this on the agenda for the police board to discuss in the public portion of the meeting. Whatever comes out of this, I think that is a place for this probably to go next. Secondly, just checking, it looks like almost about $2 million a year flow through to the current community police centers. So again, just a fact, I think it's between 1.8 and $2 million. I'm not quite sure if all that comes through council. Some of it may come from other sources, but I just thought council should be aware of that. Okay, thanks.
Right, seeing nobody else on the queue, if we want to, clerks can pull up in a voting panel. And I don't actually have, I don't have access to the Crest-On panel to see if people have voted or not, so I'm going to have to take cues from the clerk on this. Clerk? Do we have everybody's vote in?
Councillor Frye, I just wanted to confirm that you did voted in opposition.
I did, yeah.
And Councillor Bligh, yes, thank you.
And that fails with Councillor Bligh, Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Hardwick, Councillor Dominato, Councillor Kirby Young, and myself in opposition. Okay, so back to the amendment queue with Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato? Oh, no, sorry. Oh, my apologies. Councillor Swanson, you still have time on the amendment queue. So Amendment 1. You're on mute though, Councillor Swanson.
That's okay, I'm good.
Okay. Then on to Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of reflections. I was just trying to pull up the amendment that Councillor Bligh has put forward, and I just want to reflect a few thoughts. I really appreciate this amendment in that, to Councillor Bligh's points, and she was far more articulate than I will be at this time of night. But we have, I think, collectively as a council acknowledged that there are different ways of addressing public safety and community safety. And even in our submission that was made to the province, it articulated a number of different possible opportunities to explore. I included some proposals in there. They're rooted in models that don't involve policing potentially, and particularly around crisis response and so on. And I think there has been a robust conversation around this that that there are different ways of doing things that we maybe need to shift our models. But one of the things I really appreciated in Councillor Bligh's comments around the CPCs is it does provide us with an existing framework that can be levered, could even be changed, that is community-based, involves volunteers, they have their own boards, and I think it's a really interesting model. It's one that I've been really intrigued with since I've been on council and with my interaction with the CPCs. And I want to acknowledge, as Councillor Bligh did, is I do appreciate that there is lived experience, and I have friends and family members who had also difficult experiences engaging with police. But that is not necessarily universal. So everyone has different experiences. And when we talk about safety, it's about safety, everyone feeling safe, having safe, inclusive, welcoming communities for all people. And we do have different experiences. And I really think that not only the motion has been brought forward by Councillor Kirby Young, but the amendment by Councillor Bligh gives us an opportunity to further these discussions about how do we support community safety and different approaches to doing that. So I want to reinforce that. And then lastly, I just want to reflect on my last comments with respect to speakers, is that I think that I've been incredibly frustrated over the last year and a half, where I've watched two of my colleagues be named directly or indirectly as part of comments to council about policing because they are married to VPD officers. And I don't think I've seen that with any other councillor on this council. And we have, I think most of us are in relations of some kind and may have spouses or partners. And I have yet to see those partners or spouses named in commentary to council about issues, even though some may work in the development sector, the education sector, or the resource sectors. And so my comments around that stem from recognizing that my colleagues have received hate mail and have had their families threatened. And in any wonder why some people don't want to run for public office when they experience those things. And so I just want to articulate where I was coming from on that, is that I have been very clear that I think we should have really robust conversations around the future and how we support our residents. But I just think we need to acknowledge that this has been a lightning rod, and that our colleagues have been faced really targeted commentary, and it's been very difficult. And so I'm just going to close off there, but because I'm finding it very emotional. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks, Chair Fry. Just wanted to flag for council that just due to the structure of the Police Act, I have very little formal authority when it comes to the police board. So I may be chair, but I can't vote, I can't move motions, I can't even put things on the agenda without consent from the board. So I would suggest that perhaps it might be better if this was directed from council to the board to consider. I can raise it as information on the agenda, but that's it. I have no ability to direct the executive director. I have no ability to direct the police. So I don't, like, the best I can do is flag it for them and say, you might want to think about this. So there might be a better way to have this larger discussion. You know, if this is what ends up being, then I'll do my best. But I just wanted to let you know those are the kind of constraints on my position there.
Great, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Bligh, I see you on the list, but you're also out of time.
Oh, I am. I can take myself off the list. Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Sure. Okay. With nobody else on the list, then we'll move to a voting queue. Clerks. Oh, I'm sorry. I see Councillor Boyle and Councillor Swanson both just showed up on the list. I'm going to graciously allow them to.
I think that might be the original queue.
Oh, okay. Okay. Great. Clerks, can we move to a voting queue for the amendment, please? And again, I'm going to rely on you to let me know. And clerks, I see Councillor Dominato's camera's not on. I'm not sure if she's still here.
Um, Vice Chair Fry, Mayor Stewart still needs to vote.
Apologies.
Okay, and that passes with Councillor DeGenova, Councillor Swanson, and Councillor Boyle in opposition. All right, folks, so back to the main queue. Councillor Bligh, you still have time on the main queue.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just, I actually have a point of information, which I was going to ask on the previous queue, but I had no time. So my point of information is would be directed at the mayor as chair of the police board. If it is an option to, what I heard was it would be good to have council direct this. Of course, the amendment passed, but is it an option for councillors to participate in this discussion in some way if he sees that that would be an appropriate ask of the police board, and if so, I'd certainly be willing to participate in that conversation. So it's a point of information.
Mayor, would you be willing to answer that?
Yeah, if I can. Again, the board has a formal structure like we do here at council. So you know, we have two mechanisms for that discussion to take place. One is a formal presentation that could happen, and I know our CFO does that every year on the budget, so that might be something that could be done. The other is just a delegation where it's questions. So there might be opportunity for discussions on this through our, you know, I think there's supposed to be a workshop this year as well. But at this point, the board would have to decide in any kind of other form, and that's why it's. Again, I could bring it to their attention tomorrow, but I don't know what else I can offer you at this point.
Okay, well, that's a great starting point for context. So I do appreciate the mayor
problem.
sharing that information.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll just briefly state as it is after 9 o'clock already, and still more to do, is that I support the motion, and I think it comes with a understanding that this is not a lock and step perfect solution. It's that we're dealing with emerging and compounding challenges right now that require proactive community supports, and I want to lean into this conversation. I think this motion, I contemplated bringing the amendment forward that I brought in a motion to help move along the conversation around decriminalizing poverty. And then this motion came up first. So, you know, in the spirit of being expeditious is to add the amendment and keep the conversation going and keep the work happening. So that's the spirit of my decision today to support this motion. And it doesn't discount at all what I've heard. And I know that's probably hard to hear for folks that have been personally impacted in their experiences. And it remains the same in terms of keeping an open mind, leaning into the conversation, and recognizing that we require significant change in how we deal with safety issues in our community, and people really that at the end of the day need to be seen and need the appropriate support. What we're talking about here is how we're going to get there. So I hope to continue the dialogue with the police board and with the mayor in the context of the amendment, but in the general motion, I support the Mount Pleasant BIA starting this conversation and looking forward to seeing where it goes in a positive way for everybody. Thanks.
And thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks, Chair Fry. I have also circulated amendments to A and B.
Sure. Let's move you over to an amendment queue then, please.
Great. Thank you. So I'm going to just very briefly repeat some of what I said earlier, which is that I think this is the appropriate time for us as a council to be looking at what the right model is here. And having heard all of this discussion, again, having heard a number of questions that council has about the community policing model, its association with the police, its connection with the community, its funding and governance. I think that this is an appropriate response to get the right information back, to be making an informed decision, informed in terms of all of that information, informed in terms of what we're hearing from the public about where they'd like us to be moving on this front, and what we're hearing from the BIA and others. So this is an attempt to make sure that we are being as thoughtful as possible about the direction that we're going, that we're not committing to a community policing model here without all of the information that we need, in a way that might lock us into a particular path without that information. And of course, we all bring a variety of experience and possibly preferences in the direction that we go. But again, I think we should be having that debate in a more informed way than we have been having so far today. And that we should, in particular, or in addition, have that information about costs and funding options. I heard the mayor say that we spend $2 or $3 million a year on community policing centers. So it's a question of fiscal responsibility as well, I think, to make sure that we are making an informed decision on that funding and that it is creating the most public benefit possible. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I'll support this amendment, not because I like it particularly, because it does have the police option in there. And I think if we want to be true to our equity report that we passed yesterday and to the people who spoke, we want to be in solidarity with them. We can't have police involved, but this is at least includes the option of not having police, which is better than not having that option. So I'll support it.
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. Mayor Stewart.
Thanks. I'll support this for two reasons. I think it's good to just look at both, both options. But the second is, I am a little worried about, I don't know what you say, not quite provoking, but making decisions about the police budget before the board has even made their submission or even had a chance to consider this. So I would think striking B would be prudent. I did hear Neil say that he'd be willing to come to the police board. I also heard him say he talked to the police who already talked about their budget shortages. And I think it would be, even if A isn't supported, that B is struck. I see this, could see this as provocative. I know that's not the intention, but it could be seen as that, especially since we're already at the province still being adjudicated on the last budget. So those are my thoughts there. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I think I just want to reflect a few things back, and I think Councillor Boyle said it earlier, and the decriminalization motion was referenced a couple of times that Council supported, and I think Councillor Boyle said that, you know, direction we have already given to staff, and I think we have, and I think Councillor Bligh referenced that as well in terms of looking towards alternatives. And so from my perspective, this really duplicates the fact that direction that's already been given and that we're awaiting a report back on, with options that are going to be germane not just to Mount Pleasant, but to different neighborhoods in the city as a whole. So to me, we're sort of going back and retreading that ground that, as councillors mentioned, has already been covered. I do think that it makes sense to sort of affirm that everybody is hearing the community loud and clear. Everybody's understanding a desire for sort of, you know, more community-based models and services. And I think as Councillor Bligh mentioned, we don't have that yet. And this has been a viable alternative. And I think that change has to be progressive. It's not a sort of burn it all down scenario. It's a how do we evolve moving forward together to get towards that place. And I think that the CPC model is a mechanism towards that can help to support some of those goals along the way and bridge the gap while some of the broader, longer term work is being done. And so, you know, I would sort of urge council to consider that. But, you know, again, I would say really that, you know, and again, Councillor Bligh said it herself and said it well, this direction has already been given to staff. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Bligh to the amendment.
Yeah, thanks. I'm actually just wondering if, well, I'm just listening to this debate, if it's helpful to sever. Yeah. I'd like to sever this vote.
Sure, as is your prerogative. Clerks, can we